You can open now, okay? حبيبي لا في موقفي مشينا سوا لصالح يقوين ونلعب سوا ونونس سوا ونلعب سوا ومالي قلبي سوا 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 سوا
سلام منكما منك تحية يا سلام منكما منك تحية للولد خليته عايش في الآسية للولد خليته عايش في الآسية ما حرام يا وصية ما حرام يا الأجدي نسيب وصية كنت زي غريب سافر عشية كنت زي غريب سافر عشية قبل وصول يا حبيب الوصية وصول يا حليل الوصية كنتني كالطيب كنت ناسي كنتني كالطيب كنت ناسي يا مصطفى قلبي فايق عينه قوية قلبي فايق عينه قوية السواد النايحة وسط الليل حنين الدنيا مفروض في بكاء السواد النايحة وسط الليل حنين الدنيا مفروض في بكاء زي طيور الفروض مختارة فتش جناح زي طيور بالفروع مختارة فتش جناح البيوت والناس تسأل عن صبي البيوت والناس تسأل عن صبي ليلتنا زي طير غريب سافر عشية ليلتنا زي طير غريب سافر عشية محرنا ماضيك وصباح لك أسير محرم ماضيك وصباح لك أسير يا سلام يا سلام يا سلام يا سلام يا سلام يا سلام لو كان جفاك بين حسني يا سلام لو كان جفاك بين حسني كنت نسيت الوصية كنت نسيت الوصية قلبي فارق عينه قوية قلبي فارق عينه قوية
طيب السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. هنا كنتم أسعد الله صباحكم ونهاركم بخير في أرجاء المعمورة الكرة الأرضية. مجازي سيف أتلانتي مقدم برنامج ساوث سودان is not a cup of tea. معنا التيم العامل في الكلاب هاوس الأخت بام سايمون هناك معنا، وهيكون معنا في الاستوديو هنا في الفيسبوك واليوتيوب. هيكون معنا الأستاذ ديفيد لادو، هيكون معنا أستاذ ساباتا رومبي، وهيكون في الكلاب هاوس الأخت بام سايمون المودريتور، وأخونا لولاكو. هيكون معنا دكتور الحاج بول، هيكون معنا الأستاذ تيتو، موجودين هناك في الكلاب هاوس. نحن الآن منتظرين المفروض يكون معنا الأخ الأستاذ ديفيد لادو، لكن ما أعرف لبعض أسباب غير الإرادة بتاعته هو لسه ما موجود معنا. نحاول نعمل شير في الفيسبوك، ونحاول نعمل شير في الكلاب هاوس، ونحاول إنه نتداخل في هذا البرنامج. فأنا أحاول أعمل بعض الشغل هنا في الفيسبوك عشان نربط بعض الناس. بعد ذاك هندي فرصة لأختنا بام سايمون عشان ترحب الإخوة والأخوات الموجودين معنا في الكلاب هاوس، حتى نحن نقدر نمشي إلى بر الأمان في هذا النقاش. فشكرا جزيلا. فنحاول نواصل مع الأستاذة الأخت بام سايمون ترحب بالإخوة الموجودين. So I would like to thank all brothers and sisters to join us. South Sudan cup of tea. It's not a cup of tea. Tonight we are going to discuss again, our part in Kokora. It will be part 2. And Ustaz David Ladu will be with us here with also brother Sabata. And then over there, the clubhouse will be Sister Pam with the rest of the, brothers and sisters, those who are over there, Dr. Al-Hajj or Paul, and then Ustaz Tito, and then also brother Lolako. So Sister Pam, can you take over there and tell me to adjust something here in the Facebook so that I can see, our guests to be over here. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Brother Muchasta. I want to welcome everyone to South Sudan is not a cup of tea. Today is part 2 of remembering in honor of Kokora. And here in Clubhouse, I have my brother, Lolako. I want to welcome you all and our listeners as well, both here in Clubhouse and in the studio, in Facebook and in YouTube. I want to welcome you guys in part 2 of the remembering of Kokora.
Yeah, I think for us to start, Sister Pam, you can give chance to our guests over there in the clubhouse so that they can present themselves, and then until we'll fix the issue of the studio here with our guests. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Majastef. I will give chance to Brother Lolako if he wants to add something, but before we go to Dr. Al-Hajj and Ustaz Tito. Lolako, the mic is yours. Brother Lola, are you there?
One in the clubhouse. You getting me?
Yeah, I'm getting you. I can hear you.
Hello?
Yes.
For this second day of this.
Oh, thank you. Sorry. Go ahead.
Are you getting me well?
I can hear you very loud and clear.
Thank you so much. I need to say thank you, my sister Pam, and then Brother Majestic, Doctor, my brother Tito, and all the listeners in the room, in the clubhouse room, and those ones in the Facebook. We need really to be very grateful for today, for this program that is coming back once again to enlighten for us more about Kokora. I know many people have already benefited. Me personally, I've benefited, and many are asking about how they can join the program. So I'm really very happy indeed. And I know today is going to be a very great day, very wonderful. I'm going to listen a lot. Many people have come in with many views. I know I can see someone down here before, like Moses, but he has gone away. He's likely to come back. Welcome all. Let us join to this great show. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Lola. I'll go ahead and give him the mic to Dr. Al-Hajj if he has a comment at this moment or any other presentation.
First of all, I would like to thank you for convening this second part of the discussions that we carried from last week. And I want also to pass my greetings to all the panelists and all the people who are attending this and listening downstairs. I hope that this discussions will supersede the previous one, though it is specific in nature, but I think we should always hope for the best in this learning atmosphere. I will be in for the first 2.5 hours, and then I'll be away. I have another meeting, and then maybe after finishing that meeting, I will come. So I'll be available for the first 2 hours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Al-Hajj. And I know Ustaz Tito is currently busy at the moment, but then we will give the mic to him when he's ready. Brother Mujassib, I will pass the mic back to you.
Yeah, I don't know. Brother Tito is not there.
He messaged me that currently he's not available.
All right, good. So anyway, thank you very much again, Sister Pam, for giving chance to our brothers, who are over there in the clubhouse. We had some issue to get some of our guests here in the studio, but I think we can start to give a chance for those who are in the clubhouse. We can start with Dr. Al-Hajj, as it seemed that he had some issue to go. Then we can give him chance to start something here and there, and then we can go ahead. Thank you. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Now I can see Sabata is joining us. Are you there, Sister Randa? I mean, Pam.
Yeah, I'm here, Brother Mujassib.
Yeah, people keep writing me, and that's why I cannot, and Sabat also is not ready. That's why we had some issue, but I see Sabata now is ready. It's good.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. I don't know what is going on, but finally you are here. Very good. Can you hear me, Sabata?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Very well.
Yes, of course. And you don't hear me, or what is going on?
We can hear both you guys.
Okay. The way I hear you is as though you're speaking through a sort of something that it's kind of weird. I don't know how to explain it.
So that's why, okay, I a little bit had some issue with the system.
Okay, let me drop myself and then come in again, okay?
Yeah, I think we had some issue. Let me just fix something. Okay. But you're okay Sabata, by the way. تعرف انت كويس بس احنا عندنا مشكله شويه في ناس قاعدين يكتبوا حاجات كده وبيخلي السيستم ما ماشي لكن
I'm going to drop myself and then I will come in again.
All right, go down and then let me see what is going on here. Okay, we had some problems. Sister Pam, I think you can give Dr. Al-Haj a chance so that I can, we proceed until we fix the issue with those of Sabata over here. في مشكلة شوية. Yeah. أنا ما أعرف ناس ما قاعدين يسمعوا.
Okay, Dr. Al-Haj, I'll go ahead and give you a chance.
I don't really know where to start. I was expecting, because I was expecting questions, I understand, from the last time.
Yeah.
Unless there is some changes.
No, there was question from Brother Mujasef from last time here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Because basically my understanding is that I would be here for questions, and then if there is anything else, then I would chip in.
All right. Good.
So,
okay. So, Dr. Al-Haj,
so I don't know whether you want to ask these questions now or you want to wait. I think the choice is yours.
اوكي طيب خلينا تاني نحاول لو قدرنا بصراحه المشكله اللي في صباح. انت سامعني كويس؟
مجاسف
انت سامعني كويس؟ Don't know what is going on.
If we can get through to him via Facebook, maybe.
Are you sure this is not from your side?
Make it easier.
But I think those of the clubhouse, they can hear me very good, but I don't know why you cannot get me, Sabata. Yeah.
Brother Mujasif, can you hear me?
I hear you very good, Pam.
No, I'm saying if you're having issues with Sabata being in.
Are you sure this is not from your side?
He should come to Clubhouse. Let him come to Clubhouse so we can start the show.
Okay. All right. طيب, Sabata, if you had some issue, I think you can join us later on in the clubhouse, or we'll fix it later. خلينا نبدأ مع دكتور الحاج. طبعا نحن نمشي في برنامج بتاعتنا الليلة. في النقاش بتاعتنا هنحاول نسلط الضوء على بعض الأسئلة، وهذه الأسئلة بتكون مهمة جدا جدا عشان نبدأ النقاش بتاعتنا. فالمرة اللي فاتت كنا بنتكلم كثير جدا عن موضوع بتاعت الكوكورا أو كده، ولكن الظاهر هنالك ارتباط بموضوع بتاعت الكوكورا مع بعض الاتفاقيات اللي حصلت في 72. فمن ضمن النقاش اللي صار حاولت اقتبس بعض الأسئلة، والأسئلة دي كان من الضرورة إنه نسأل به دكتور الحاج بول. My questions to Dr. Al-Haj Paul. My question is just very simple. That Dr. Al-Haj Paul, it seems like times you said that, Kokora, it seems like is a violation of the agreement of 1972. And especially you address it in the issue of dividing South Sudan to something can below Muduriyat. And me, I really would like to know more. Do you think that Kokora really was against the agreement, or was the violation of the agreement 1972? So this is the first question that I would like to know. And the second question, also Dr. Al-Haj, it seemed to me like you had some worries about Kokora at that time, that you are not 100% that Kokora, it can let the South Sudanese to be united as one nation. So can you elaborate more on that question, please? These two questions. Thank you. Sister Pam now is for Doctoral Hajj. You can answer because I see his mic is closed.
Doctoral Hajj, can you hear Brother Mujasef?
Yes, sorry, my mic was closed. I was talking here thinking it was open. Sorry about that. Okay, there are two questions. One regarding violation of 1972, and the second is my own personal worries about Kokora. Okay, the 1972 agreement did not allow for Khartoum to have unilateral say over it without the wishes of South Sudanese. The way Kokora was brought in was an Arab, or rather a Khartoum attempt. But it was no longer an attempt because actually they did it. It was Khartoum attempts to destroy the agreement in order to assuage the wishes of the other northern parties that did not want Addis Ababa agreement. Because it must be remembered that the northern Sudanese, generally, majority of them, did not regard the agreement as valid between them and the people of South. They considered it as an agreement between Nimeri and Southern Sudanese. So they rather personalized it to the personality of Nimeri than accepting it as an with part of its country to grant it regional autonomy. And so as soon as the Addis Ababa agreement was signed, the Northerners were not happy. All the Northern parties and political figures were working against it. And Sadiq al-Mahdi eventually succeeded through the agreement that they did, secret agreement that they did in Port Sudan, which Tito referred to last time, to strike a deal to bring it to an end. Now, the abuses of the regional government on section of the Southern Sudanese population, notably Equatoria, fueled things up in the south to the extent that it allowed Nimeri to use the agreement, to use the grievances in the south and the political situation that was developing in the south to abrogate the agreement. So, by abrogating the agreement, South Sudan went back to pre-1972 because in the provision of the agreement, there was nothing that said that South Sudanese could create regions within itself. The autonomy that was granted for the entire South Sudan region with all its 3 provinces. So the element of introducing regionalism into an agreement that was agreed and supported internationally
obviously is a violation. And worse still, when Nimeri was passing his decision, he said that Addis Ababa is neither Quran nor a Bible. So this statement alone translates to how Nimeri and his government viewed the agreement. And as far as he was concerned, that agreement can be violated, can be torn, can be thrown away, because it is neither a Bible nor a Quran. And with the creation of the 3 regions, obviously the central authority that is in the agreement, High Executive Council, the highest body that coordinates things in the entire South Sudan, was dissolved. The dissolution of High Executive Council is a clear indication that the agreement was no longer valid, that it has been violated, that South Sudan was getting into a totally new era, whereby the powers that were granted by Addis Ababa no longer existed, and they were going to be dealt with just like before through regions. And that you can see clearly. The structure that was perceived for the regional autonomy of South Sudan was destroyed. And if you destroy a structure that is in the agreement, obviously you have destroyed the agreement. That is one. 2, the attitude and the explanation of its abrogation by saying that it's neither a Bible nor a Quran is another element which tells you what the intent at the time was. And the fact that this agreement, this Kokora, came at a time that the issue of Abyei was not resolved as in the agreement, again, that was a violation of the agreement. And abrogating the Addis Ababa agreement by bringing 3 regions meant that the matter of Abyei could no longer be considered, because there wasn't a central authority in the South that could pursue it and decide on it. So based on all from these points that I've raised, the dissolutions of the structures, the language that was used, the diminishing power of the autonomy itself, and by the abrogation, South Sudan had returned to its previous position. That certainly was a violation of the Addis Ababa Agreement. That's one. 2, now regarding my worries. I've explained sufficiently that the abuses of Abel regime on certain parts of Southern Sudan created feelings of hatred, divided the people in South Sudan, and it pushed the people of South into the hands of the Arabs to play their dirty tricks, just as like I explained in the Addis Ababa Agreement. So it was the failure, our internal failure as South Sudanese to govern ourselves that allowed Khartoum the chance to abrogate the agreement, the 1972 agreement, by creating regional governments. Was that right? Obviously, if you look at it from the legal perspective, and lawyers out there and can have a discussion and can give you more views about it. I'm not a lawyer personally. The issues to deal with grievances and pain, oppression, and abuses cannot be denied if they are factors in the problem that happened at the time, and it would be wrong to say that, for example, the Equatorians who called for Kokora, supported by some Bahar Ghazal and Upper Nile people, it would be wrong to say their call for emancipation from oppression is wrong, because oppression technically is not right, and nobody in their right senses can see somebody being oppressed and agree with it. So the oppression that was going on exacerbated the situations. I lived during that era. I saw some of those things, very disturbing to me, painful. I can understand it, and I can understand the feelings of the people who called for Kokora, because they had legitimate aspirations. You know, we as South Sudanese, we have experienced abuse from the north. We know what it means. And when another person who is supposed to be your brother, and your sister are doing it to you, with our experience, it would be totally wrong to say they have no reason to call for Kokora. But by the same token, as in any other political atmosphere, there will be a number of actors with different ideologies, different perspectives. This was the case during Kokora. We had a group that is pro-Kokora, obviously led by Lago. We had a group that was anti-Kokora, led by Abel and many others. And there was a group of patriots who were anti-Kokora, led by Oduho, Clement Amboro, Hilary Paul Logali, and a good number. Now, those led by Abel Alier obviously were against people rejecting their abuse and rejecting their system. And in that sense, they were completely part of the equation for creating the difficulties. They did not believe that they did anything wrong, in spite of the tribalism that they instituted, and so they opposed Kokora totally. And there are the people who Lago represented, who are the oppressed and the aggrieved. They have their strong side. With these two, it is very clear. But it is the third group, led by Oduho, Clement Amboro, Hilary Logali, Lobari Ramba, who is the father of Sabata here. Their view is that Kokora would destroy South Sudan, and how it would destroy South Sudan is that it would weaken South Sudan as a region to face Khartoum. Their argument is valid and very strong, and they should not be misunderstood, because these are people who have direct connection to events in late 60s and early 60s. And their focus was on the safety of South Sudan. They looked at the internal dynamics as issues that could be solved. But the issue with Khartoum was so big that it could not be played around with. And I think I believe them. And if the situation was reversed today, we were taken back to that time, I would still say that they have a good point. I agree with them. Because as it was seen, their argument was vindicated when Nimeri abrogated the 1972 agreement. So basically, South was divided. South was now very weak, and it was just a matter of time for Khartoum to reassert its total control in South Sudan. So these are my worries about Kokora. And although I was very sympathetic towards the Kokora faction, but I was also very worried about what would become of South Sudan. When Addis Ababa Agreement was signed, there was a good atmosphere that we could defend ourselves from within. But the agreement stipulates clearly that after a certain period, the 6,000 Anyanya who are in the south will have to be reintegrated into the army, and following their absorption into the armed forces, the events that then led to the creation of SPLA was triggered by resistance of the Anyanya towards transfer to other parts of the country. So my worries at the time, and when I reflect on it, it was by luck, that sheer luck, that we escaped from annihilation by the Arabs. If the regional dynamics did not allow South Sudan to rebel and to support that rebellion, I think today we would still be in Sudan fighting an atrocious and terrible war from the mistakes that led to the abrogation of the agreement. Because after the agreement was signed, and although after the agreement was abrogated and Kokora came to life, instead of the other two regions looking at Kokora as an administrative approach to solve the problems of South Sudan, it was looked upon as, in between quotes, the Equatorians hate the others, which was not the case. And from that time, I think South Sudan would have remained fragmented. They wouldn't be able to come together, the three of them to come together to face the North, because of the difficulties that happened in the 10 years prior to Kokora, which is 72 to 82. Now, sometimes things play out differently. There are, like in any action you take, you should have a plan to deal with unforeseen consequences. You know, for any act you do, remember that you could plan carefully, but there might be unforeseen consequences that you might not have anticipated. And this is what happened with South Sudan. Nimeri had not foreseen that rebellion would ensue in South Sudan straight away. Now, while that rebellion was mostly triggered by events coming together at the same time, including the hatred towards Addis Ababa, towards the creation of regional governments and the abrogation of the agreement, nevertheless it did. How did South Sudan manage to pull that out? Global politics at the time, we had two superpowers. You've got the West under the United States, and you've got the East under the Soviet Union. And these two powers supported organizations or political movements that are sympathetic towards them or lean towards them. At the time, Ethiopia was led by a communist regime, and Soviet Union supported Ethiopia to the hilt with weapons, with everything. That's the first time in the history of South Sudan to find a regional ally that was happy to use South Sudan in order also to defeat those who are attacking it. Sudan happened to be one. Sudan was supporting the Eritrean liberation movement, and supporting the breakup of Ethiopia. And Mengistu reacted to that by, okay, you want to break my country, you're supporting this, I'm going to support people in the South, but I'll support the people in the South based on my own ideology, which is that South Sudan must remain united, because that was the socialist ideas and the socialist approach. So because of that, and following the fight between Gereng Gaitut and others and the killing that took place, SPLA received armaments and supplies in huge numbers. So there was no problem. And that's the first time in the history of South Sudan. Anyanya One suffered a lot, they didn't get any support. And that led to the weak agreement that we talked about, the Addis Ababa agreement. But also towards the end of that, Israel was supporting. I do not think that that support would have matched the support that the Ethiopians were giving SPLA. And SPLA obviously was not managed well. It misused a lot of the weapons. Because if SPLA was managed well, they could have achieved their objectives long time ago, but their mismanagement was a problem. So Khartoum, Nimeri did not factor that in. By the time he realized it was too late, SPLA was fully operational and creating difficulties for them. Was that a good thing for South Sudan? Yes, it was. One could say that, like, one would go to the Bible and say, yes, that was a manna from heaven. Nimeri, instead of understanding the dynamics, and he actually understood, but I don't know what, for whatever reason, came up with his Islamization agenda. Because you can remember, and I think Tito might give you a better picture. Nimeri came in as a socialist and he ended up as a Muslim brother. So you can see the transition from socialism to theocracy. And at that point, when he was promoting his theocracy, he introduced the Sharia law, creating difficult conditions for non-Muslims in the country, especially in the north. And they started treating Southern Sudanese badly. And although Equatoria and the other regions and Bahr Ghazal were relatively peaceful, Upper Nile was no longer peaceful because of its proximity to Ethiopia and proximity to SPLM bases. And the war was raging over there, which spread slowly. What then happened is an important point that I want you to pay attention to if you can. Although people in South Sudan, and when I say South Sudan, I now mean the three regions, were somehow mixed, in a sense that those who supported regionalism were happy with their regions, but then the element of Islam and Islamization coming in and Islamic oppression created the same dynamics like what happened in Equatoria with the people of Equatoria. It became an issue of further oppression, and automatically, as in any other situation of oppression, oppressed people do tend to unite. So Khartoum's reaction by creating by changing Sudan into an Islamic state with hudud. People's feet, hands are cut, their legs are cut. That created a push factor. People forgot about the division of South, and Southern nationalism then kicked in. The Equatorians were no longer thinking about Equatoria. Barghazalians weren't thinking of Barghazal, and Apanalians weren't thinking of Apanalians. They were now thinking of interest of South Sudan. And this push from Nimeri, created by the introduction of Islam and the intensification of oppression, created on the other side of the SPLM a pull factor. So it's like pushing South Sudanese out, and SPLM is saying, you come in because we need to liberate you. We need to liberate ourselves. Come join us, we liberate ourselves. If you don't want separation, come, we will go up to Kosti. That's what Gering says. We'll stop there, leave us who want the South Sudan to continue all the way to Khartoum. The separatists can stop at the borders of South. And because the oppression of the North with harsh Islam could not be accepted by Southern Sudanese, it was a case of choose the devil you know. So Southern Sudanese went all under SPLM. And although SPLM was behaving very badly, they said, okay, let us first get rid of the Arabs, and then we will come and see this problem with SPLM. And that is what strengthened SPLM. And SPLM became a formidable movement because it had weapons, it had armaments and weapons coming in from Ethiopia. Mengistu had just given them open, whether they are tanks, whether Mengistu armed them to teeth. And towards the end, when Mengistu was falling in 1991, SPLA fought on the side of Mengistu against the liberation movements that took over power from Ethiopia. So people who wonder how did Equatorians, how did other people join the SPLM, they need to look at the push-pull factor. Islamization, oppression, and then on the other side, resistance and liberation. So this push and pull factor made people to go to SPLM, SPLA. However, the one thing that the Equatorians did not pay attention to was the SPLM policy at the time, which I think was deliberately formulated so as to allow Equatorians to be oppressed in the future, which has happened. They had a policy which they said, if you come into the SPLM, you come as an individual. You don't come as a group. You see, because if you came as an individual, you have no power. You are just one person. But if you came as a group, you could have claims to group rights. Now, all the Equatorians who went into the movement, all the other people from Upper Nile went as individuals, but the only people who defied this rule were the Nuers. The Nuers refused to go as individuals, and they always went in as groups, and so they became organized and they maintained a power within that structure. This is the difference that you can see now. Nuer are more ended up being in the different structures of the movement. But because the Equatorians went as individuals, they were disempowered straight away. Now, if you look at this and look at what I had said earlier about fears for South Sudan, getting into a suicidal mode by not working together and allowing for the structure in the agreement that gave them the powers to exist and have certain leverage. After these structures are torn down and you are weakened, Khartoum was free to do whatever they wanted. And if Khartoum did not help the Eritreans, Ethiopians would not have supported SPLA, and we would have finished. We would have been, well, maybe sometimes we could, but because the entire Arab world, Iran were at the time had already opened a big embassy in Sudan, and they were completely signed up to the agenda of Islamizing South Sudan. So the money for Middle East and the power of powers being in Khartoum, with the international community in support of Khartoum, I do not think that we would have withstood those forces to recover ourselves from the mistakes that we did with Kokora. But Kokora was a noble thing, and I say noble because I support any person who frees themselves from oppression. The fact that people went for Kokora because they wanted to free themselves, no matter what, even if for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, I will not blame them for that. Because at the end of the day, life is about freedom, life is about emancipation. And if somebody wants to sit on your neck, you should get them out of their neck. And the Equatorians at the time thought that regardless, if South goes to hell, let it go, but we are going to have to find a solution. And so it was a way of addressing a painful issue, and I wouldn't in any way blame them. Luckily enough, the dynamics that played at the time and the regional situation where Eritrea and West fighting Mengistu's government, and how Mengistu's government ended up to fund SPLA was, I think, manna sent by God, really. Because if you look down right now, all the opposition in South Sudan now are in a situation exactly like the Anyanya was from 1955 to 1972. All the neighboring countries, not a single country can provide support, because we were calling for separation. But even if we did not call for separation, still the regional governments would not have provided any support whatsoever, and we would be fighting. The fights that some of our brothers right now on the ground are doing with little things here and there, if only one country understood our problems and gave support, that dynamics would change. But of course, given the neoliberal world we are in, these are some things that people have to look at very carefully. So SPLA was born by coincidence of clashes of global powers, regional dynamics in terms of oppression. The Eritreans were feeling oppressed. The South Sudanese were feeling oppressed. Sudan siding with Eritreans, Ethiopia siding with us, and they did not side with us because they loved us. They wanted to help us. It's because they were using us to defend themselves, the same as the Sudanese were using the Eritreans to achieve their interests. And the Sudanese were using that in tandem with Yemen and the other Arab countries who had a problem with control of the Red Sea. So there was a lot of regional dynamics that gave birth to SPLM, SPLA. And the question is, would that situation, knowing what I know now, if we are given the chance to, either you have SPLM and have independence or you go under, I think I would still go to get rid of the Arabs, and as now, I will now fight for South Sudan and for all South Sudanese to live in peace with each other under a good government. So let me just summarize then. My worries were about South Sudan could disappear and we could be stateless people around the world. And that would have been a disaster. But I think, as I said, we've survived that and we are on a better place to liberate ourselves from those brothers and sisters who have wrongly and mistakenly thought that they are going to make this house a football play game for themselves. I hope I've answered your question, and if you need more clarification, please, by all means. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Al-Haj. You answer the two questions, and even you answer some questions that what have been written here that maybe I was thinking to ask you, but you already answered them, but indirect, without even ask you questions through the question that what I have. So let me just ask Brother Sabata if he had something to to ask you, about what you said, then he can ask you. Otherwise, we give chance to Sister Pam to go further with Ustaz Tito. Thank you. Brother Sabata, are you hearing me very good? And if you have any questions or anything that you see that you disagree with Dr. Al-Haj about answering some our questions, then you can go ahead. Thank you. Your mic is closed. Okay,
yes.
Go ahead.
My question to Dr. Paul Al-Haj is this.
Sabata,
yes, can you hear me?
See what is going on. Now, can you speak out, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes,
can you hear me?
I hear, but I don't know for those in the clubhouse. Sister Pam.
We can hear him loud and clear.
All right. Good.
Clear.
Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Now, my question to Dr. Paul is this, that given the provisions of the Addis Ababa Agreement were amalgamated into the Constitution of Sudan at the time, and the fact that the Constitution of the Sudan at the time had certain principles in which it allowed decentralization to be possible. At what point then is decentralizing the South unconstitutional or has abrogated the agreement itself? This is just my question to Dr. Al-Haj.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Sabato. Yes, Addis Ababa was the treaty because these are agreements that must be ratified by the parliament, included into law, and that was done. And although Sudan has in its constitution a decentralization element, it must be noted that South Sudan regional government was part of that decentralization already by the agreement being incorporated into Sudan. So in the north, they could decentralize the way they want, but the South Sudan is part of the decentralized territory of Sudan, and it would fit into the general policy that was going at the time. There wasn't any need to break it further than what was in the agreement, in a sense that they should stick to the agreement.
Brother, I think I'm missing something from what Al-Haj is explaining. Can Al-Haj clarify? I want Al-Haj to clarify this, because we have Addis Ababa amalgamated into the constitution. That means it has become part of the constitution, and at the same time, that means that South Sudan, of course, abides with the entire constitution of the Sudan, including that part which is amalgamated in, which is the Addis Ababa. Now that some other parts of the constitution of Sudan has decentralization element, why then, if Nimeri implements a policy that decentralizes the South, it becomes unconstitutional or an abrogation of the Addis Ababa agreement? Can he clarify just that area?
Okay. All right. Let me take it slowly, slowly. In 1972, Sudan entered into an agreement with Anyanya. That agreement clearly specifies that South Sudanese territory, encompassing the 3 provinces, Upper Nile, Bahar Ghazal, and Equatoria, as a region, has a regional autonomy. So it was autonomous and self-ruling. The decentralization in the north, they can do whatever they want, but they cannot touch South Sudan because South Sudan is part of that autonomy. This is what functioned, what continued until 1983. When Nimeri abrogated the Addis Ababa agreement, he was able then to break the autonomous South Sudan region into 3 regions to fit into the decentralized power structure that already existed. I cannot see why this is so difficult to see. All right? Because prior to 1983, Nimeri already had decentralized structure for the North, but they had to respect the agreement. Let me give you a good example. In Britain and Northern Ireland have a situation of Northern Ireland functioning a decentralized system. Now, Britain cannot do anything that will impact on this structure unless they address the issues of what is called Good Friday Agreement, because that structure, Good Friday Agreement, is separate. And if you're going to do anything, and this is now a big problem going with Brexit, which Brexit has brought in. So if you take it back to us, in 1972, the parliament in Sudan accepted South Sudan as a regional government, completely independent of the northern part. It is self-governed. But then when you pair that agreement of self-governance and you include the 3 previous provinces of South Sudan into the overall structure of Sudan governance, then that becomes a violation of the agreement. And I'm sure lawyers who are in here listening can easily understand that.
Okay, Brother Mujasif, I don't want this to be back and forth, but you will continue, but I just want to hint that if there is a provision in the Addis Ababa agreement that the South will not be decentralized, the South shall not be decentralized, then I think the argument that Dr. Powell is making will make absolute sense. But if there is no provision that restricts that South will be decentralized, it leaves the avenue for the South to also comply with the other provisions of the Constitution of Sudan because the agreement is included in Sudan. Then that will mean the other elements or the other part of the Constitution of the Sudan can also be applied in Junub Sudan because there is no provision in the agreement that says it will not be decentralized. It is just part of administrative decision being taken here and there. That is what I think would make sense. But again, I will not hold this back and forth. I will just leave it here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Al-Haj, you have something to add on this, what's about to say, so that we can agree in something, or we can still debate this next time if we see that things are not in order. Because we would like also to understand that things are in place. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. I do understand where Sabata comes from, but I just want to put it in a way that people can understand. You know, if the Addis Ababa agreement could be abrogated by one party only, and this provision was included in the agreement, perhaps it would make sense. The question we would ask is, was there a clause in the Addis Ababa agreement that allowed the president of Sudan to abrogate it? I don't think there is that in the agreement. Was there a clause that gives the agreement, the Addis Ababa agreement, lifetime? I'm not certain about that. And if it was not, what would have been expected if situations changed? That is what I would stand for, because you don't change agreements only based on one person's side. It should be on all the people who are parties to the agreement. If the agreement was, if this 1983 abrogation was to be amicably agreed upon by the power representing South Sudan at the time, with the guarantors being available, that would be something else. But if one party abrogated it, then that is illegal. Let me just put it this way. Supposing that the government in Cuba at the time said that, oh, we are now going to be independent, we don't want to be part of Sudan. Would the world have accepted it? Would the people who guaranteed this agreement have accepted it? I don't think so. The question then is, why should Khartoum call it, it is neither a Bible nor a Quran, and tears it apart? Can that make it legal? I hope I just leave it there, let people work it out.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Haj. Paul, Sister Pam, you can go over there. And I don't know, I don't see Lola Ko there in the clubhouse. But if you have some questions to ask, you can just go further. And then we'll see if Lola Ko will be ready in the clubhouse. Then we'll be okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Mujasir. Lola, he will be right back. He messaged me. But I have a couple of questions for Dr. Al-Hajj. The first one is like reading from the pamphlet that General Lagu wrote. One of the things that the South were afraid of, and I think also Dr. Al-Hajj also explained it, that was also one of his fears, is the invasion from the north, right? But the question that is in my head and that is raised is like, how come when at the time South Sudan and Sudan is basically one country, and even though it was divided into regions, government, but in the end of the day, does that change the fact that it's one country? And if it's not, how can the North invade the South if they are the same country? The only reason I'm asking this question is because I have heard Dr. Aldo Ajo also said the same thing about possibly Equatorian will be invading South Sudan when Equatorians are part of South Sudan. That's what I wanted to know. How is it possible that people of the same country can invade other part of the country? That's question number one. Question number two that I have is we as South Sudanese, our biggest fear is about our country being invaded by others. That's why we wanted to stay united, and we don't want separation. And back in the day, also in the 80s, some of our Equatorians, even though there is atrocities happening, some of the Equatorians were against Kokora on the fear of that it might weaken the country. But the question is, if the country itself and the leaders of that country is mistreating its people, isn't it right for those people to want to divide or separate, to live in peace? Is staying in a country united while being abused and mistreated more important than the life of the people that could possibly be saved and live in harmony, divided? That's the questions that I have for now.
Thank you very much, Pam. I think these are very reasonable questions in the circumstances. Okay. Of course, obviously, when you talk of invasion, you always think of foreign powers. You don't think of the army within a country invading a country. But let me go back to 1972. The Addis Ababa Agreement, it was stipulated that South Sudan would have 6,000 army men. Okay, South Sudan would have an army composed of 6,000. And all northern troops must be out of South Sudan. So all northern troops out of South Sudan, and South Sudan will be under control of Anyanya forces, who technically are part of the Sudan army. What that has created is that there are no northern troops in South Sudan. And the 6,000 troops in South Sudan were distributed on the basis of 2,000 per each province. Bahar Ghazal, 2,000, Upper Nile, 2,000, Equatoria, 2,000. The same structure that Lagu used to manage the Anyanya. Now, when people talk of invasion, it means that the Arab troops now would move again from north to displace the southern troops and take over. That is what people refer to by invasion. You know, that is why in the southern circles it was like, okay, this time we will fight in here. because we have got our 6,000 troops, we have got our police, we have got our prisons, we have got our game wardens. All this will constitute the Southern force that will then have to meet the Arab force. And since the Arabs are not in the towns, not anywhere apart from the controlling the security sector, they will have to come directly to invade the Southern territory by the northern troops who are not allowed by the agreement to come into South, by coming into South. So that's what they basically meant by invasion. Number two, the rights of people to succeed from oppression. Obviously, there are magnitudes of oppressions, and I'm not trying to imply that there is good oppression and bad oppression. No, all oppression is bad, nasty, unacceptable. But there are margins and magnitudes. There is no country that does not face a form of oppression, even in the West. Take, for example, in America, the relationship on racial grounds engender a lot of oppressive behaviors, characterizes a lot of the interactions between people of different races. There is oppression there, but people tolerate it. And people will say, okay, we will fight it through the system to improve it bit by bit. Because even in America, like, when they had this in 1774, when they gained their independence from Britain, the Constitution was written beautifully by those of Lincoln. Most of the American presidents, knowing very well the Constitution was not agreeing with any oppression, but they had owned slaves. They owned slaves. They were behaving contrary to their Constitution. And it has taken them, now it's about over 200 and something years to be where America is. So countries can have constitutions, can have claims, but sometimes this do not allow citizens to enjoy full freedom. And this is what I mean by magnitudes of oppression. So people can fight in different ways and forms and not necessarily call for separation. But also there are other oppressions which make people call for separation. And in all this, I have no problem with them at all. I do not believe that people should be oppressed. If somebody rose up and wants to free themselves in the way they want, be my guest, I have no problem. But we have to think of the consequences, and you have to think about the welfare of the other. Think of your welfare and think of the welfare of the others. And this is why, in certain situations, if the oppression is directed to a specific group, that specific group has the right to succeed within a country or to ask for whatever they want. But if there is no commonality of oppression with all the other people in the country, and there is one small group which shares the same commonality, calling for independence, their call for independence may be weak. And in such a situation, I would say, since we are facing the same enemy who's making all our lives difficult, you need to have a collective action because you are citizens of the same country. You are not citizens of different countries. If the other people who are being oppressed have not oppressed you, I do not see the reason why you should want to approach an issue individually, which places you in a weaker position than operating with all the other people who have similar problems like you, and you have no problem with them and they have no problem with you, coming together then to remove the one person that is making your life difficult. And this is my belief, and that's my belief in the case of South Sudan. There is one party, SPLM, SPLA, tribalized, has nasty ideas, committed genocides on all the people of South Sudan, has no plan, do not understand interactions with others, have committed crimes in Upper Nile, have committed crimes in Fertit Land, have committed crimes in Western Equatoria, have committed crimes in Central Equatoria, have committed crimes in Eastern Equatoria. I will have to make use of my mind properly and ask myself, why should I say I don't want to live with the Fertit when the Fertit have not aggressed me, when we live with them nicely? Why do I want to exclude myself from the Cholo and the Maban people or the Burun people when they have not aggressed me and we have not had any problems with them? Why would I want to break away from the Luo people who have not aggressed me, who I live with happily, and who lives with me happily, and I take a single route? If I take a single route, it's going to be long and it's uncertain given the regional dynamics and the international dynamics. Rationally for me, the quickest way to solve this problem is to extend my hand to the Fertit, extend my hand to the Cholo, extend my hand to the Luo, bring all my brothers from Eastern Equatoria, Western Equatoria, and Central Equatoria, and let us address this monstrous thing called SPLM, SPLA. Let's uproot it. If we uproot it from its roots, you can solve your problem very quickly. And we can then all sit down and decide what kind of country all of us want that fits us properly. That is the approach that I would take. And so, to sum it up, every conflict has its context, has its characteristics. And this should be the deciding factor of whether people should separate or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alhaj. I actually like that answer, but I also have another question for you. The question is, can you clarify whether the aggregation is by act of decentralizing the region or by tearing it and saying it is not a Bible or Quran?
It's all the same. The decentralization of South, the act was to divide the South into 3 regions. Okay, which automatically, whether we like it or not, it's decentralization. Yeah. So the act of the abrogation is actually the ending of the Addis Ababa Agreement as it is, or as it was. The end of High Executive Council and its structure, that's the end of the agreement.
Yeah. Yeah, but Dr. Al-Hajj, as you said, like Kokora is the, the violation of the agreement. But I'm still stick on this. But for you, in your own, thinking at that time, do you think that Kokora was the good way to go forward, and just than to blame, the authorities in Khartoum, they're the one who cooked this, and to bring it and to put it in the neck of Lagu so that Lagu can act on it? Don't you think that was the good way for us to go forward to resolve the problem of the chaos that was taking place in South Sudan? As you know very good, and you have been at that time, you know what is taking place in Juba and even in Equatoria, in large, and also maybe Aldo Ajo also, I think, wrote something about that, and things was not in the good way. You see, a lot of people, they suffer before Kokora, and Kokora camps is like the result of the chaos was taking place. This is one. And secondly, the follow-up question that, don't you think that Greng himself was looking an excuse to, go in the bush just because South Sudan had a lot of issue? But it seemed to me like he was some of the leaders that who don't like really what Kokora was calling for, because a lot of Denkas, they have been, sent out from Equatoria, even though it's not only Denkas, but the Denkas, they feel sensitive about that issue, and then that's why maybe Gering called, in 1983 to go in the bush. So what do you think about all these kind of, things that can be hung on the head of some of us? So can you go far on this so that we can understand? Yeah.
And just to add on what you have said, I just also want to hint to Dr. Powell that when the three region was actually formed, Nimeri did not dissolve the High Executive Council. The High Executive Council remained there. It's only that it became pretty much without things to do. But Nimeri officially did not break it down. It remained, but it just didn't have anything to do. So it kind of just went watered down automatically, but it was not officially dissolved. I just want to hint that. If that is the thing that brings the essence of the dissolution of the agreement, the High Executive Council was not dissolved. It remained there.
Okay. Let me start by the first question from, or maybe to start with Sabatas. High Executive Council was not dissolved. I'm not sure about that. Perhaps if High Executive Council existed after the abrogation, I would like to know who was the president that then took over and was in control of the three regions, and what his cabinet looked like, and how the High Executive worked with all the other regions. I hope these questions will address this issue. As with regards to us blaming Khartoum, Mujazid, last on Wednesday when we had the first discussion, our brother Tito he spoke eloquently, and he said something. He said there were elements about Khartoum's harm, but also last time, I remember it was Dr. Kwel who said that he used the Islamic concept of Hudaybiyah. You lie low when you are weak, and you strike when you are strong, in analyzing that issue. No, I don't blame Khartoum at all. Khartoum is not the blame. We South Sudanese are to blame for what happened. We allowed the Khartoum to play with us? And here's the answer. If Abel Alier had not introduced tribalism into the regional government, all the issues to do with Kokora would never have come up. And the Arabs would not have been able to find a crack to come into our affairs. Whereas what happened was, what Abel Alier did was to create divisions in South Sudan and to create an oppressive situation that created desperation and made the Equatorians and others to say to hell with the Addis Ababa agreement, let us go for Kokora. And of course, if you take what Dr. Quell did say last time, the Islamic concept of Hudaybiyah, of course, Khartoum was waiting low, playing games here and there, just waiting for that opportunity. So it was us that created the situation and allowed Khartoum to have a leeway to do whatever they wanted. Had our people in South Sudan remained united and governed well, I do not think that Kokora would have happened, and I do not think that the abrogation of Addis Ababa agreement would have come at the time. So this should be very clear. It was our problem. With regards to Garang, in the last meeting, I did say clearly, Garang in his book called for democracy in Sudan, wrote it there very clearly that one of the reasons that made him to rebel is the abrogation of the Addis Ababa agreement. So he didn't mince his words. He was there very clear. It's there in his book. And so that is why I said SPLM, when I said earlier when I was talking, I said SPLM benefited from the push and pull factor. And those who formed SPLM, a good number of them went to the bush out of anger. So the Garang coming and finding that opportunity straight away with Carbino in Battalion 105 in Bor was, and the people in Bor, if you remember, those of William Nyon and most of the people who rebelled were pushed. Those of William Nyon went to the bush because they were angry with the proposal now to distribute them into barracks in the north. So that situation, including the people who were angry because of the Kokora issue, all went to the bush. So you are right. Yes, Garang had that in his mind, and it is one of the reasons that actually fueled the rebellion. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Al-Haj. I don't know if Sister Pam have something. I think Sabata, for the part 3, we'll find out, what Dr. Al-Haj was saying, that if there were, someone who was as a president for that, that debate, but anyway, I will let
what I just want to hint to Brother Paul is, while I will come with that answer, let him also make a research. He will find out that when Nimeri divided the South into 3 regions, then he formed what is called Council for the South. So basically, the operation of the Council for the South represented the Southerners in the North. You see, so the Council of the South was pretty much operating just like the High Executive Council. Shufta Kev. Let him make his research, and I will come with an answer to that. How the Council for the South was structured, and who was the spokesperson or spoke on behalf of the people of the South, while the South had those 3 governors.
Yes. Okay. Initially on that also, في مؤتمر المعدة المستديرة اللي يعني عقد في 1965 والكلام ده المفروض كان استاذ ديفيد يجي عشان يتكلم فوقه ونحن لسه منتظرينه. في المؤتمر ده في نتائج وتوصيات كويس، نتائج وتوصيات، وفي بعض من الاضافيات برضو. يذكر في واحد من التوصيات بتاعته انه في ما يسمى بمجلس الجنوب. مجلس الجنوب اتاحت فرصه لمجلس الجنوب عشان يحاول يشوف المشاكل الحاصله في جنوب السودان. ده الكلام ده موجود في في التوصيات بتاعت مؤتمر المعده المستديره 1956 العقد في يوم 16 الى يوم 29 مارس 1965 عقد في الخرطوم بعد ما تم الفشل الاول في مدينه جوبا نتيجه للشغب والحرائق اللي تمت في مدينه جوبا، وحول المؤتمر الى الخرطوم وعقد هناك ونوقش فيه حاجات كثيره جدا، منها مناقشه علاقه الدستور بين السودان وجنوب السودان، وكذلك اختلف في داخل المؤتمر القادة الجنوبيين، وتم تقسيم تقريبا زي ما ذكر دكتور بول قبل لثلاثة مجموعات. الناس قسموا إلى ثلاثة مجموعات، في المجموعة اللي بتنادي بوحدة الجنوب، والمجموعة اللي بتنادي بانفصال الجنوب، والمجموعة الأخرى اللي بتنادي بالحكم الذاتي في إطار سودان موحد، يعني ما يسمى بالفدرالية. anyway so الكلام ده نحن منتظرين كان استاذ ديفيد يجي عشان ده الشغل اللي كان هو يعني يقدمه لنا، لكن we still waiting. So Sister Pam, if you had some question you can go ahead, otherwise you give the chance for some of our brothers, those who came up in the clubhouse, until we wait Ustaz David to come in. Yes, thank you.
Okay, I think I'll give her, I see Dr. Alma came up, so I'll give her a chance if she have a comment or a question, and then after her, I'll give a chance to Brother Gore. Dr. Alma, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Sister Pam, and I'd like to say hello to everybody who's here listening. I actually wanted to listen because I didn't hear the Kokora, the first discussion, which was part one, but something interesting came up. So I thought, let me just say something. So I heard Sister Pam was asking about the fact that if a nation has got a problem such as ours, with some people oppressing others from the same nation, taking their land and so on, so occupying their land, then don't they have the right to ask for separation? And so when Al-Hajj answered, he compared this situation to the problems that's happening in the West, which is like discrimination against Black people. But for me, I don't think that the comparison is fair or that it should be a comparison, simply because, if you look at the Americans, he gave an example about the American people. If you look at the American people, it's different ethnicities versus the white people. So some white people think that they are better. But if you look at the Constitution and if you look at the ways the law is implemented in the West. So, for example, where I live in the UK, where I am working, I feel even much safer than in South Sudan, believe it or not. I feel that I am being respected, although I am Black, I am African, and I look pure African. So I don't see any comparison. And if there is an oppression, say I am being oppressed, and other people like myself are being oppressed, we will not call for separation. How could we call for that? We are a homogeneous society, but there are some problems between individuals there. The law is fair, and the law is there. It's for everybody. It protects everybody. Although some people feel that it doesn't protect them, but I am sure that, say if now I have got a problem in the UK, the first person I will call is the police, regardless of whether they're white or black. They will come and support me and protect me. But look at the situation in South Sudan. In South Sudan, if I have got a problem, will I call the police? The police will be all Dinka, because this is what's happening. All the forces, everybody there who is responsible, a responsible authority is from one single tribe. So the situation is completely different. So I don't understand why Brother Al-Haj is drawing a sort of like comparison here. There is no comparison whatsoever. So now, if in our situation, because in the situation of the West, we the black people, we are not part of the West. Some of us have been transported here because of slavery. Some of us came for studies and for other different situations. And of course, as all human beings, we demand that we should be treated exactly the same, regardless of where we come from and so on and so forth. And that will bring peace in the country. It will bring prosperity and so on and so forth. That's why the West is prosperous in a way, compared to, say, South Sudan. Because in the West, you are respected regardless of how you look. But if you come to South Sudan, we, as South Sudanese people, we should look at ourselves as the same. There is nothing between us, to differentiate. We all fought together. We all did everything together. But now, when a certain group of people have seen themselves in authority, they started bringing in some comparisons. They started bringing in divisive methods, divisive words, and this is the situation we are in. So the situation is completely different. And I personally, I used to be somebody for unity because of so many things. My upbringing, I have been, I am somebody who has been raised up in a group of different people from different societies and so on and so forth. So I don't even talk my own language. And I married from somebody completely different from my tribe. And this is how I am. I love diversity. But what I don't like in South Sudan, and so many people in Equatoria have come to this conclusion, is the fact that some people have run away with the whole country. It's in their pocket. And we know who it is and how the situation is. But not only that, killing other people. There is genocide going on in Equatoria, in case people do not know. Some people are targeted. Why the Equatorians are targeted? It's because of their land, and the fact that of the fact that they are now standing and trying to defend themselves. So why should we be in this situation? It's because of one ethnicity only who is doing all these problems. And Haj also mentioned something, which is during the time of Abel Alier, how he was the one who exposed what has come to be now. It's the same scenario. And that same scenario, when it happened, people were being oppressed, people were being beaten by just one ethnic group, and people were just being treated as if they are nothing. And the terms that are being used now, that we the Equatorians, we are not part of South Sudan and all these things, it all came, and we are born to rule and all these things. So all this time, say from what time, 83, all these things have been happening. Ya Jama, how many years do we have to keep that? And the question which I want to ask everybody here is, are we now united or not? Is it a united South Sudan or not? Because people are talking as if, you know, when some of us came with this idea of separating from South Sudan, they came up with unity as if unity is the brilliant thing, which is not happening. It is happening. We are now in a united South Sudan. We are now, and this is the situation we are in. They will say to you, Ita kan Raji, Ta'al fi Juba, Ita kan Mara, Ta'al fi Juba. What sort of country is that? You know, if somebody who is the president of the country is telling me, Ita kan Mara, Ta'al hina fi Juba, and all these things, you know, Juba is my country, it's my land, and I have got the right to be there as much as he is, or even more. But he is saying this because he knows that if I go there to Juba, he's going to kill me. He's going to abuse me. I am going to be raped like all the other people, all the other women. And it's happening right now, you know? So I will answer Pam's question. And Pam said, why should we keep calling for unity when we are being oppressed? And I will say to Sister Pam, there is no need for that. You know, life is too short. Our forefathers have been fighting, and we have been fighting. Should we give this legacy to our children to keep on fighting, to keep this unity? If this unity is not working, you know, let us do away with that. Why should I spend the whole of my lifetime just fighting one tribe just because of their very wicked ideology? Why should I? If I have got the chance to break away, I will break away. You know, I will. And nobody should be standing in my way and telling me, you, Alma, should not be thinking this and that, because it's my right, and it's even written in the Constitution. So it's my constitutional right to demand that we want Equatoria to be free, because we don't want to keep in this situation whereby a tribe is standing on your head, is raping your women, is killing your children. And, you know, when he mentioned other people, you know, like the beautiful people from Western Bahar al-Ghazal, the beautiful Cholo people, yes, they are beautiful and we love them, you know, but it doesn't mean that we have got to keep with them if it's hurting us. It's just like a marriage. When you are married to a man who's always beating you, who's always insulting you, who's always abusing you, and even if you have got beautiful children, you will have to think of separating. Because when you separate, these beautiful children will have a better life. And so for us, we are demanding this. This is our right. If somebody else, like Dr. Al-Haj, wants to stay in South Sudan and fight it on and pass it on to other future generations, well, I respect him, because this is his right. This is his own, you know, way of thinking, his strategy, and so on and so forth. But I do not want anybody to patronize me and tell me, you know, what to do, because we have done this all these years. What happened? We went to the referendum and we signed. We voted, and we got everything that we wanted. And in the end, somebody ran away with it. So I am, I am not going to give it. Somebody says, there is a saying, if a snake bites you from one hole, you will be stupid to put your foot or your hand in that hole again, because you know there is a snake there.
Thank you. Yeah. Can you conclude, Dr. Alma? Because I think we are talking about the historical, event that what happened in Kokora, and would like to see that if Kokora was a good, way forward for us as Equatorians and the South Sudanese, and also would like to see that if, the issue of Kokora is related with the government of Sudan, especially in Nigeria at that time, as he's the one who pushed for the South Sudanese or some of the leaders of South Sudanese to go forward to call for Kokora, and also would like to analyze that, if the Kokora had some issue with the agreement of 1972, then more for us here to come and talk, that some they are looking for separation and some they are looking for unity. So no, here we are talking about this, and then also there is no right, let's say, to any one of us to push somebody that to say that no, you should be united and whatever, and some they will say that no, we are looking for you should separate. No, we are not for this. We are focusing about what was Kokora, and if we can celebrate Kokora because it's some of the achievement that way we see our leaders call for at that time, because there is a lot of chaos taking place in South Sudan. So please, can you conclude on that? Because I don't want our team don't want to, we should go more further about some that are looking for unity and some that are looking for, for separation in Equatoria, and then we mix things over here and there, and then we cannot achieve anything to this discussion tonight. So thank you very much for this, and please conclude on that, because we understand that each one, have his own, view and his own objective in Equatoria, of course, and in South Sudan in general. But let's focus about what we are talking about. And thank you very much for understanding. Thank you.
ممكن كلام بسيط بس.
No,
very short.
no. Please, Peter, you don't have right now. Let's Dr. Alma finish, and then there is a moderator there. Sister Pam will elaborate who come first. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Mujazif. I was just going to say I was going to conclude. That was the backdrop. So regarding Kokora, I think is a good way, because it's an internal reorganization of our system. Because I agree with Brother Sabata, who said that actually during that time the Higher Executive Council was as it is. I don't think anything there is anything written about it, or that we have seen that some of the ministers have been demoted or have been taken out, or there was a reshuffle or anything like that. It was kept as it is. So it was an internal sort of like reorganization for people to go to their, for administrators actually to go to their different places, the land where they belong, and then to develop it. So for me, I think that Kokora is a very good way of developing our land. And because people have rejected it, now people are thinking about it again, because this is what should have happened. Because Kokora is more or less like, what other people are calling for, that we should all go and develop our country, decentralize, our system. It was a decentralization of the system. So I don't see what's really wrong with that. When somebody tells me, you go, say to Yambio, where you belong, and you start developing it, putting systems in place, I don't see any reason why people should go to the GABA, make a sort of like movement against this Kokora, which wasn't apparent. And this is also one of the things. But the North is always trying to find a way of weakening South Sudan, and the fact that we got our autonomy, that some of us have been calling for, was the first step. We were put on the map. So thanks to General Joseph Lago, I would like to thank him for putting South Sudan on the map. And from there, we should be developing our land instead of going and destroying it. Now, just looking at what's happening, I will conclude Kokora is the right thing. And if it was implemented properly, we would have been a developed country. We would have been a developed nation. We would have loved each other much more and respected each other. Thank you. I will conclude here.
Thank you, Dr. Alma. I'll go ahead and give a chance to Dr. Alhaj. If you have any response, you can go ahead. Otherwise, yeah, you can.
Okay, thank you, moderator. And I've listened to Dr. Alma's passionate response to my earlier response to you. I want to summarize this as quick as possible, and I'm taking into consideration the fact that Dr. Alma has hinted that she was not there from the beginning, and so she might not have heard whatever has been said. But you know, in the context of oppression, I think when I was answering this question at the beginning, I said that oppression stands along a spectrum from low to extreme, and that there is no society that doesn't experience oppression. Most societies, and when I brought West in, I brought it on the fact that there is oppression at the beginning of the spectrum. And I referred to life in America. Obviously, I don't need to talk much, but the relationship of the police and Black Americans and Black people in America, it speaks for itself. So I don't have to mention any of the cases. People know. That is oppression, but there is law and order, and there is a mechanism of helping it, and people will not opt out and say, look, we want to break, because something like is being done also. Although the system itself doesn't function properly to allow justice in most of the cases, people will say, okay, all right, we'll fight. And that's why I say, since the independence of America in 1774, the Constitution was fine, but although the Constitution was fine, there was a lot of issues that really we can talk about, which is unacceptable, like the use of Black babies for hunting crocodiles, you know, Jim Crow's time, Willie Lynch, and, you know, it speaks for itself. I say that oppression in spectrum is also contingent upon the context. So each country, each situation has its own context, has its own characteristics, which determine the causes of whether that operation is acceptable or not acceptable. So my reference to life in the West is in this context, and I think Dr. Alma might have misunderstood. And certainly, nobody is standing on her way. I can assure you, Dr. Alma, nobody is standing on your way. You can fight for separation. Go ahead. I'm not going to be there. Why should I stand on your way? I'm not going to be with Kim to stop you from taking Equatoria. Go ahead. If you take Equatoria, I will come and just go and dig and expect that also you will rule us nicely, and I will be happy. I have no problem with that. So rest assured, nobody is standing on your way.
I don't rule anybody. Thank you.
But rest assured, nobody is standing on your way, and nobody will patronize you. But as a South Sudanese, I think you as well as me, we have freedoms. We can express ourselves, and we can challenge ourselves, and we can question our different ideologies and our secret approaches. That's allowed, because that's the nature of a debate in a national issue. You know, so I will question separatists when I feel like the blunder that they have made recently with Ladu Enclave, and it has brought us Shishikedi to Juba. Now Shishikedi comes to Juba. How can that big good for the separatists, or how can it be good for me and for other South Sudanese when all you're bringing people from outside now to ally with Kir against me? This is just a fact, and we don't have to feel negative about it, but we are all the same, so don't worry about that. So my explanation about the operation, I think you may not have heard from the beginning, and that is why perhaps you know, you gave the answer that you have. Oh, sorry, you raised the questions that you have raised with me. But rest assured, I have no problems whatsoever with the separatists. They are my brothers and sisters. I love them to death. Okay, I've got members of my family. I was a separatist once with you together when we separated from the North. And I think that was the good thing. And we should just keep talking. And we can part ways, but still we can talk. But the way I see is, as I explained, if the Fertit, the Cholo, and the rest of the South Sudanese, you agree that they are experiencing the same problems the separatists are experiencing, then my simple mind tells me that I should ally with them and remove the junk. Why should I leave one person?
Brother Mujazid, I think that he's straight out of the point, because this is exactly the point I was trying to make. Based on what you said,
Dr. Alma, I think there is a moderator over there, Sister Pam. If you can leave Dr. Al-Haj to explain it, as you have been spoken before, and then later on we can give you a chance, you know, because otherwise we cannot go far in this way. How we can, you know, enter here and there. So Sister Pam is there. She's the one who is overtake and moderate. So Brother Peter, also I think you are, you know, you cannot handle yourself to wait, because there is some people, those who are in front of you. Otherwise, you know, we can apply the rules of the room. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Brother Mujasir. So just so we can stick to this topic of Kokora, let's not go back and forth about separation of Equatoria, because the room is not about separation of Equatoria at all. Brother Peter, if you can close your mic, I will greatly appreciate. And also, you're not next in line. You have 2 more people ahead of you before it's your turn. I think I'll have Dr. Al-Haj conclude really quickly, and then we'll move to Brother Gore. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I know I'll just cut this very short because I don't want maybe. So what I believe is all people with the same, who experience the same problems, experience the same sufferings, should be able to find a solution for themselves as a group within a country. That's what I believe. And so I believe that most of the people in South Sudan are suffering from one source, and so they should all come together and pay their attention towards that source. Okay, this is in regards to what I have to say, and I'll just say I would leave it here, and if there is anything else, I might answer next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Haj. I just wanted to say one thing is that other than the fact that actually Dr. Al-Haj is giving us about Kokora based on his knowledge and what he has read or witnessed, when I asked him that question, that was a personal question, which just means that when he answered it, it was just an opinion, just like what Dr. Alma said is an opinion. It wasn't a fact. When someone say, I believe or I feel, that's their opinion. It doesn't not mean that when they said it, then that's a fact. So opinion can be challenged, and it could, we don't have to take it personal. If I disagree with my brother Mujasif today, that in some point doesn't necessarily mean that what I said is a fact unless it can be proven. So we have to be able to respect each other's opinion. So now we're gonna move to Brother Gore, and please, for the rest of the speakers, let's stick to the topic, and the topic today is remembering in honor of Kokora. Let's see, if you have a comment or a question, please let it be about Kokora. Otherwise, let's not drift off topic. So, Kokora, the mic is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Sister Pam, Brother Mujasib, Dr. Al-Haj, Dr. Alma, Lurid, Pira, Mohammed, and then the listeners, and then the people who have spoken. Yeah, I'm gonna stick to the topic, and my take was on was division of South Sudan by into three regions by Nimeri. Was it in good faith? To me, my answer, this is my own take, to me, the answer is no. First of all, Nimeri even do not believe that this agreement was gonna be signed so quick, because as I know, the Addis Ababa agreement did not take even months like the Naivasa agreement. They were not guarantor. I know maybe there are some like in Addis Ababa, like maybe because I'm not heard of any guarantor like the one that was signed in Naivasa, whereby we have the tribe, and the agreement was signed very quickly, and Nimeri could not believe, because Nimeri was afraid that if this movement has to continue for more than unnecessary, maybe the people of South Sudan they're gonna separate from the north, and this is and for sure that was the fear most of the Arab people. They don't want the breakaway of South Sudan, and Nimeri was doing that one not in good faith. Why? Because Nimeri wanted to divide the people of South Sudan into three regions, because the people of South Sudan they were having problem with each other, So Nimeri wanted to add, the problem in top of the problem that the people of South Sudan have, by dividing the people of South Sudan into three regions, to weaken the people of South Sudan, and when you see the division of South Sudan into three regions, because Nimeri knew that the people of South Sudan they have their own grievances, So to add more into that grievances, he has to divide the people to divide this three region, And the answer is to that was, and when you see reason was when South Sudan was divided into three regions, when people of Equatoria, because people of Equatoria they were having grievances with the people of the other ethnic community, So and when the people were told to go to their own places, the people become very frustrated, This one brought even what we call this 1983 movement, because most of the people, if I'm not mistaken, maybe 50 or 60% of people that went to the booth, it was not because of whatever reason, it was because of this same Kokora, So Nimeri was very wise that, to divide South Sudan into more, he has to create this problem of dividing South Sudan into three regions. Because he knows that if South Sudan was to continue to be united, they will fight, and then South Sudan can decide to separate, because Anyanya was held by Israel, and Nimeri, and even the whole region of the Arab said they were scared of Israel, They did not want, this Israel to be in Sudan, That's why that was the reason. Nimeri even said, this movement was not, this agreement was not a Quran, or it was not a Bible, So that was the thing that I was thinking, why Nimeri said, this agreement was not Quran and was not the Bible. So Nimeri was afraid that, if South Sudan continue to be united, South Sudan will fight, and then South Sudan will become a separate state, And he was scared again because South Sudan was held by Israel, And for that, even he could not believe that, this agreement could be signed so quickly, because I'm sure, because last time I heard when Lagu was trying to explain how this agreement was signed, and even if you can see, when the delegation that went to Khartoum was Abil Ali was in the side of the government, and when Lagu came, and then you see what happened, Abil Ali was given to be the president of the High Executive Council, and that brought those grievances, So Nimeri was playing this game, and the division of South Sudan into 3 regions was not done in good faith. So that's what I was trying to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. But I will ask the moderator, Sister Pam. There is something that we cannot just let it go like that without correcting things. So if you allow me to do so that will be great. Yeah.
Go ahead, Brother Majestic.
Yeah, the Ustaz Gore, by the way, when we are saying something, let's make sure. Peter, can you close here your mic? And Gore,
I think it's Network that is doing that to his mic.
Yeah, as Gore as well. Thank you. Gore, can you close your mic?
No, I can't close my mic. Can you close?
Okay, if you cannot close, you just please can you just keep a little bit,
I'm trying to mute you, Brother Gore, but it's not allowing me.
Okay, I think he's already speak. Let me just put it like that. Sometimes when we don't have a full information about some issues, let's be careful to to air it out, because Gore saying that the agreement of 1972 doesn't have guarantors. I think that that statement you should be aware about it first. This is very important, because we cannot let things to go like that. And this room is recorded, and for us as a team, it will not be allowed if we are moderators if we cannot correct that one. This is one. So just by saying things without making sure, that cannot be fair. If you assume something, that will be okay. But if you say that it was not like that, that is not fine. So the agreement of 1972, there is guarantors on that agreement, and it have been signed and bring to the South Sudanese, as we know that WLR was the side of the government of Sudan at that time, and he pushed further to come with that agreement. And we had a lot of debate about that, but unfortunately, our team, those who are coming to discuss tonight, or this afternoon, or this morning, David is not here, and I think Ustaz Tito also had some commitment with the work. That's why he's down. Maybe when he finishes, maybe he can come up later on. But otherwise, we are not discussing about the agreement itself, and we discuss about the issue of Kokora. This is what I would like to correct. Let's correct our information before to air it out. This is one thing that I would like to clarify, Sister Pam. We cannot let things to go just like that without clarification. So this is what I would like to say.
Okay, can I say something?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. If you'd like to say something, I give you like 30 seconds, please, only on that issue. So
Yeah,
it is not a matter of argument. It is not the matter of argument. It is a matter of the facts that have been written. What is there? So thank you. Go ahead.
No, I will not take even 20 minutes. 20 seconds. I told you if you can go back to what I said. I said the agreement, even if it has grantor, it was not like the one that happened in Naivasa. Did you understand that? And I was trying to tie that one with what with the faith agreement. They can Nimeri did it in a good faith, because this is why I tie it to Kokora. So you have also to listen to what I'm saying. You don't jump just and try to to give word to my mouth.
All right. So thank you very much for that. But I think what we have here, we are almost 3 persons. That's what we are looking for, and I think the 2 maybe Pam didn't show up, but 2 of us that saying that you are saying that the guarantors are not there. So anyway, it's not a matter of discussion, but we'll go further for the room. is recorded. If we find that, we can send our apology for you. But what I know, what I hear, it is not in the way how you put it. Thank you very much. And Pam, can you take over? Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Mujase. I'll go ahead and give a chance to Sister Lori. I know that earlier she had a question, and also if you have a comment, you can go ahead, Sister Lori. Sister Lori, your voice is not clear.
Is it clear now?
Now it's very clear.
Thank you. Sorry, it's very far. I say my question is to Dr. Haj and people to elaborate into it. Is just a critical perspective about the Kokora during the time of the agreement. And in my perspective, I think Kokora came in the time is mature but it fall in a wrong soil, in a wrong time. Come on, yani, if we take it in a national level, Sudan is in a national level. Sudan have states, but it's centralized, and if we have maybe some of the other regions agree with this centralization, it will be a different scenario. And in my perspective, I'm talking about also about the issue of the Kokora haven't been given enough time to flourish or to do well, and because the forces of the group who are didn't agree with Kokora from the beginning, without looking into the depths of it as a seed for the beginning of federalism. And in my thought, if Kokora continue for some times, it would flourish to something maybe will be in a positive way, because I think the problems that we have during the Addis Ababa agreement, where we have the 10-year peace, where we have an autonomous region, where we have our own governance, is quite is good, but it didn't achieve its objective, where the regions didn't have a development that they deserve, even though there is few development, but it still is in the beginning. The 10 years is not enough to make sure that the things have to settle in. And in my opinion, I think Kokora haven't been given the good time to this, and it's been faced with rejection from all sides, as you said, and during the reciting of the history of the things, and even the political fight coming in without looking into the subject in a proper way, because we have this patriotic and the kind of political agenda that is going in South Sudan until now, that people want to push their objective rather than looking into the subject matters. And that is still existing until now. When there is people doesn't see the depths and the benefit of the thing, and they just start to accuse it and give it the benefit of doubt rather than giving it the way to try it and finalize it. But I think if it would have a room for a national level as Sudan in that time, I think it will be very good fruit, in my opinion. What do you think, Dr. Rahak?
Yes, you know, time factor is always good, and it allows people to achieve. When things are done in a shorter period, it sometimes doesn't help. But unfortunately, in the case of South Sudan, the internal relationship of the people in South Sudan produced toxic dynamics, which did not allow the Addis Ababa Agreement time to prove itself. The way I think is, even if the Addis Ababa Agreement was given time, it was destined to collapse. I did not see any tangible actions arising from the structures of the agreement itself that could sustain it. Let me try to elaborate this. From 1972, straight away initially, there was a goodwill and a lot of aid agencies and foreign governments poured in money which was campaigned for through the World Council of Churches, because one World Council of Churches was one of the agencies that played a big role in its in its achievement. The number one thing that there are a number, and about 4 or 5, but I'll start with number one. The economic factor. The Addis Ababa agreement was disturbed from Khartoum. And the fact that South Sudan could not trade with its neighbors because everything was centralized in Khartoum. And eventually, following arguments with the regional, with High Executive Council, South Sudan was allowed to open an office in Nairobi, just to facilitate buying things from Nairobi to help it function. South Sudan could not trade with any of the neighboring countries, and the money allocated to it from the central government was not forthcoming all the time. And so there was constantly lack of payment of the staff. Salaries take up to about 6 months, no payment, 4 months, no payment. Teachers, doctors were all paid irregularly. Food has to come from the north through steamers, the Dura and the rest, and this sometimes don't come on time, coupled with corruption with the quota system. Things were not okay. But of course, Southerners were tired and fed up of war, but people were very, very unhappy. So the number one thing was the economic factor would never have allowed this agreement to go for long. Number two was the issue of Jungule Canal, which in 1974 led to one of the students being shot by police and a couple of others who were harmed. That was a very toxic. And at the time of the Jungule Canal, there was a document that came along with it where the Egyptians proposed settlements of about 50,000 Egyptian families along the Nile. And in the document, which I personally read, it said that these 50,000 males, 50,000 Egyptian males, would come and intermarry with the local people. And so the outcome would be we would have people of the same stock like in the northern Khartoum. And they would be Muslims, and so the problem of differences between South Sudan and North Sudan. This was a very big issue, number two. Number three, the interference in Southern affairs. And I did answer earlier, we South Sudanese were responsible for creating the problems, but then these leaders who created these problems kept moving between Khartoum and Juba, allowing Nimeri to dissolve governments in the south at will and appoint and reappoint people who are working for his favor. This kind of a behavior is what infuriated and fueled the sentiments of Kokora for a quick outcome. Now, and then number four, and very crucially, when oil was found by Chevron, around the same year, between 1974 and 1976, Khartoum, through who was the chief of the security then? There's a different name, I can't remember. Proposed to redraw the boundaries of South and North, cutting Unity State into Kordofan. Basically, they were redrawing the borders to take the entire area with petrol to be part of the North. And the government, Abel's government, was forced to sign some of those documents, and the atmosphere became very toxic. So these are some of the things that could not have made this agreement to go further, and that was why the Anyanya officers, the Anyanya officers, like Peter Cirillo, James Loro, Dominic Cassiano. There's a number of them. Those General Makur, you know, they were working for an internal revolt to take over the South and declare independence, but they were overtaken by events, getting immediately using the Carbino incident of corruption in Battalion 105, triggering people to defect and go into the bush, and then followed them, and then that gave birth to the SPLM. So in a sense, yes, it was cut short, but even if it was not cut short, the developments, the negative developments that were happening in the South would not have allowed it to take a longer time to see its maturity. Specifically the economic element whereby South was disturbed of funds from North. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Al-Haj. I will go ahead and give a chance to Brother Tito. Brother Tito is actually one of the team. He was up here, but he has to go down because he was doing something. So Tito, go ahead, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Pam. Just pass it. معلش يا جماعة أنا في الشغل كده just distracted. I'll come back.
Okay, no problem. Then, Brother Mujasif, I'll give the mic back to you to give the chance to Brother Sabata.
Yeah, thank you, Sister Pam. By the way, what we organized for this discussion, you know, some of our brothers they have some issue with internet and some commitment, as you know that Tito also. I would like to hear more from Sabata, then we can go further. You know, thank you very much. And also we see Peter is not there. You know, Peter was over here, but I don't see him. Thank you. Brother Sabata, you can go ahead. I don't know why. Tito, you open your mic. I don't know what is. Yeah.
Okay. شكرا brother Mujasif. أنا عايز أشكر أخوانا إخوات الونس كله.
Brother Tito, can you close your mic, please?
And أنا عايز أكلم كده. My approach in this discussion is going to come from this angle. It out of brother Mujasif. Anna Simit, I heard a lot of things. Elder Bitana, Dr. Al-Haj Paul Wonusu, which is typical rhetoric, kind of was the predominant rhetoric for the southern region, the narrative, Al-Gitala, from what is called the political platform at Southerners. But there is something that I think that we should carefully observe as we are moving forward. Number one is there is this is what I think. There is a sentiment of hate that is developed towards the Northerners or to the administration with Nimeri at the time. To an extent, we are no longer in the South, Southern politicians have become less cooperative. And even though it was one government, Bitat Sudan, just decentralized, but there was a sentiment of hate. To an extent, there was lack of cooperation. Yani even there are certain things Alana Gifekir, Nimeri Gamolo, or the Northerners Gamolo, that are positive, but are not quite taken by the Southerners as positive practices to improve the conditions of living of the people in the South. Let me begin by saying this. You talked about the round table bit at 1964.
1965.
It was 1965, okay. You know, Brother Mojasif, when you look at the purpose of that round table, first of all, it was initiated by a letter written by William Deng, the prime minister at the time. That was after Abut regime was thrown out. And the request was, can they let the matters of the South be taken into consideration? And when you look at that time, Anyanya was not pressuring the North by any means. And I think it was an act of generosity by the then government to even provide that platform to begin with. And I think these are some of the few generosities Al-Magaino. It was a generous act that the regime at the time provided the platform at that round table of 1965. Because from the contemporary politics for Africa, it is only if you will be heard is a fidakti. Kasatan can attend, especially the military operations bitak biga with the normal function of a government, then you will find al assassino, then there will be a discussion bitat peace talks or azaz outside bitakun. Lakin zaman itab tashuf yani that round table peace talks, when it was provided, I think it was an act of generosity because Anyanya was not pressuring the government of the North by any means at the time. And if my statement here is inaccurate, Zoltan Ibadin be correct at that point. And when you look at that round table, when you see the demands that was presented at the time, the Anyanya at the time had their complaints rounded in pretty much two areas. One is Umanaju separation. All right, they wanted separation, and they, of course, at that time claimed marginalization. They claimed marginalization, and they want the issue of marginalization to be solved. Now, if there are some other things, I hope somebody but in the outline, if there are some, from a general standpoint, what the Southerners were complaining at the time. There were structures, structures that was provided at the time for solution, the Northerners provided. They ruled out separation. And trust me, Mujasif, ruling out separation and again from any political argument is very normal. And people don't easily just give in part of the country to be chipped off. But the fact that the Northerners were ready to sit down and listen to the grievances of the Southerners at the time. Now, they ruled what is called separation of the South to become independent. Now, if anybody out there thinks Al Assassino, it was not generous for the Northerners to rule out separation, go and ask here at this time, Al Assassino, you want separation if you're from Equatoria or Mahaltani, and then you will see how head of states usually respond when they are asked to give in part of a country for a total autonomy. The other thing that they gave is they gave a structure. Women developed structures are very similar to, I think, how the South looked after Kokora, something similar, because there is also something to do with the Council of the South that will represent the Southerners in the North. They gave that structure. Now, whatever discussion was made at the time, of course, did not bear fruits. Ma job any success, yeah, brother Mujasif. Now, before Ana Bikush Finimeri, where Nimeri then eventually solved Mashakil Bitat South by signing the Addis Ababa agreement. Before Ana to be dakhal kere fi solution al Nimeri wodi, Ana azo Mujasif kere kalan nasa al badum a fair question. Anna Southerners then. When the Anyanya called for separation at the time, Hal, Anyanya Amul a very careful evaluation or assessment of what is called capacity between Southerners with respect to ability between to govern the people of the South, those diverse people, under what is called a republic. Did the Anyanya make a proper assessment of that? Hal, Anyanya can develop a form of state similar kalana kengal mata SPLM. SPLM, they had a state. They developed a state of the South. Yani umanindum bigger civil administrations. They basically divided the South into their geographical territories. Manatikal umanamsuku umanindum civil authorities. Hinak indum governors. Yani basically they have established a government. U government bitam de grand parallel. My government bitat Khartoum at the time. U government bitat SPLM at the time controlled a number of places. Lakin fi zaman kan Anyanya gitalabu for separation. Hal, Anyanya was a formidable organization that would be able to run a republic at the time. Were we sure about that? Before we come into conclusion, Al Assassinu, for the North to refuse that kind of a demand, the Northerners are not generous, or the Northerners are bad. Hal, were we sure Al Assassinu, the organization between Anyanya at the time, would be able to, through a republic, well-organized republic, take care of the Southerners, that diverse or heterogeneous society? Was there a very close, or was there a very clear or careful assessment that was done at the time? I doubt it. Seeing from a contemporary standpoint how republics get organized, those institutions, training of people into different fields so that they can deliver governance, so that they can deliver services, preparing the military, all those kind of responsibilities. I don't think the Anyanya were ready at the time. But there is always something in the Southerners. Kanuma na azu haja, bitalabu sala kan haja kibir. Kanuma wadilo man ma be think Al Assassinu kere kalan na fine bitade yani zaman North kan gi deny ma go deal na independence at the time. Kakan wodi independence there at the time. How would we look like? Ma that diversity alanendo at the time, ma limited number of educated people who are there. How would we have developed at the time? That I think makes me conclude Al Assassinu. Sometimes we are biased when we are making when we come into what is called evaluating our back and forth negotiations, Northerners, with respect to what is called the agenda of the South. We are not seeing where sometimes the Northerners are generous or at least making effort to help or to work with the Southerners. For as much as we have shown resentfulness in Northerners. Now, coming to the Addis Ababa agreement, Taban Nimeri Zamanoja, Uja Kaman Mafalsafa Bitaw Alfi, Waino Al Assassinu, the terms, Taban, whatever Abel was arguing, Abel was delegated, Manimeri. So whatever Abel signed, it will be understood al assassino it was Nimeri who signed. Abel was just a delegate. Lago Kaman signed, so the agreement was basically between Nas Lago Manimeri, which was actually Sorat Mayo and the South Sudan Liberation Movement at the time, which I assume that was the party Lago came from. So it was an agreement between those two parties. But the other thing I want to speak about that agreement in itself, where I think Southerners are also biased in, Brother Mujasif, is that agreement, just like any agreement, are basically principles. Those are provisions of principles. So mind the specifics. They are principles that can be interpreted, but it gives you an avenue where you can now go and sit and develop what is called policies. You develop policies that will then regulate or govern your lives, so long as the policies that it get developed may overstep those principles. This is very important to be understood from what is called principles usual or agreements al-Gisainu. They are in form of principles. They look like the provisions of a constitution. They are not specific. Wanna explain why this is important, why what I've just said is important. It is because if we don't understand that these are principles and are usually brought, then sometimes it will make us accuse Masalan Nimeri, just the same way Itakalahiso, Brother Paul, accuses Nimeri of abrogating the Addis Ababa agreement by, where he's not clear is by dividing the South into 3 regions, or is it by tearing the agreement and saying this is not a Quran or a Bible? Because tearing it happened a couple of months or about 6 months after the implementation of the what is called a division of the 3 regions. So which one out of these 2 acts is actually the abrogation of the Addis Ababa agreement? Now, let me begin by the division of the 3 regions. Look, Brother Mojasif, Unasal Gasoma, when the Addis Ababa agreement was signed, there is no provision that specifically defines or dictates how the structure of government the South will look like. Those ones are policies. Itakana agreement kulu mafi provision al specifically gikelingal there will have to be a high executive council. There will have to be yani taban. Well, hold on. No, I think those specifications were there, but the fact that all the provisions of this Addis Ababa agreement eventually was put into what is called the Constitution of the Sudan. It becomes part of the Constitution of the Sudan. That means everybody who lives under that agreement respects those terms, including all the terms, but that also the Constitution of Sudan. Now, the Constitution of Sudan encourages al-Assassino governance will have to be done in what is called a decentralized form of government. Now, al-decentralization, it is now up to the people of the South by their policies. Umanazu decentralize into 6 provinces, while Umanazu leave it into 3 provinces, while Umanazu break it down into how many provinces. Those are now administrative policies. Those are administrative policies whereby it will be implemented, those administrative policies, so long as they are not overstepping the principle al-Assassino Yahi, the South Sudan must be governed under a decentralized form of government. Because it is all decentralization. The concept is decentralization. Okay? So when decentralization then happened of the 1 region into 3, and then there is an interpretation, but the agreement itself getting abrogated, sometimes throws one off. Zol biasal nefso abrogated kef. Ma already kalas the country talked about decentralization. Decentralization just simply means taking power out from a center. So when we first came, there were 3 provinces. The provinces were broken down into 6 provinces. That is also still decentralization in manifestation. Then the one region was divided into 3 regions. It is still decentralization in manifestation. Those are just policies being implemented. How then does it become an abrogation of the Addis Ababa Agreement? I think it is just policies being implemented here and there. Now, the other thing that I want to add is when Nimeri said, Yahi, this thing is not a Bible or a Quran, wasn't it after the SPLM have already gone to Bush? SPLM have already gone to Bush. Now, put yourself in the place of Nimeri. That is why Anna Kelengaliaki, it looks like throughout our history, the South has not been giving themselves time to administer Hajagin governments or government in cooperation, sitting down without resorting into violence or into fighting. Okay? Now, when the SPLM started inception Bitao in 1982, that was just about, I think, 12 years after the signing, I think, of the Addis Ababa Agreement. So put yourself in the place of Nimeri. The South has been having a lot of issues where the governments in the North have consistently focused with how to solve those matters. And that is how people went through even the Roundtable Conference. Now, in 1982, another movement erupts from the South. As Nimeri is struggling to still, because even it is very important to mention this, Al Assassino, in the Addis Ababa Agreement, while people ran that 11 years, the Addis Ababa Agreement, there has been constant back and forth fights between Nasfi Camp Betat Abel, Ubadin Nasfi Camps Betat Lagu. So it is not like that the 11 years went smooth. The 11 years was also characterized by some administrative challenges, all right, including tribalism also, Fisura, and Nimeri at the time, popularity Bitao, after he signed the Addis Ababa Agreement, popularity Bitao Masiasin Kanfi Shamal underwent also a blow. Laano Nazen Asturabi and Nasadik and so many politicians did not like that agreement. They didn't like the Addis Ababa Agreement at all. They felt as though Nimeri gave so much to the people of the South. What for? Okay. They felt as though Nimeri gave so much for the people of the South. But when you go to the South and you start talking to the Southerners, then you hear rhetorics, Ze Al-Gibel Paul Gikutu, Alana Gikutana feel as though it looks like Southerners have just become so hard to govern. Their demands have become so much. Yani while the North, the Siyasiyin give blame Nimeri Galu who did too much to the Southerners, like in Southerners themselves, Maga and Ukida, even though Umanindo Mashakil Bitam, and they don't seem to see Al Assassino Mashakil Bitam, these are destroying their lives. Umanzad of the South, my tribalism, Al Kanfi Fizamandak. And when the Kokora then got implemented in 1983, there is this concept, try to weigh, yani, if I were Dr. Powell, I will try to weigh the challenges South Sudanese, including Kasatan Equatorians, who are undergoing under that one single administration Bitat region Bitat South that was kind of governed Mahai Executive Council. I will not go back to all the arguments that Lago has made, because I made them in part one. But when you make that contrast, itakan shilu, the challenges al Equatorians gira move through, or South Sudanese, masuraat, mashakil alumon gira move through under that single administration. And then Nimeri comes around and implements this policy, where then, okay, which is still manifestation of what is called decentralization, which is protected by the Constitution of Sudan, and then just divides the three region in the one southern region into three. And then he gets hit by the allegation, Al Assassino, oh, you know what, you have already abrogated the Addis Ababa agreement, all right, without even seeing how much that has relieved the people. Because politics, Mujasif, politics is all about implementing the necessary policies that will relieve people and make people live in peace. All right. So when Nimeri then gets accused of, one, abrogating Addis Ababa agreement, two, trying to weaken the South, you see, throwing those kind of heavy allegations on him without necessarily seeing how this policy has relieved the people from the burden of political grievances that they underwent when they were one single administration. I think it's not for the lack of a better word, it's not a good way of seeing things, because the fact that the policy was implemented and the regions were divided, Equatoria was relieved. The issues of fighting along tribal lines came to at least into a calm, and Nimeri should have actually received a credit based on that, instead of getting blows. That's why sometimes I'm kind of trying to understand exactly where are Southerners coming from, or Equatorians, with respect to cooperation in politics. Is it hate? Is it initiated by hate? Why are people not seeing this from a standpoint, Al Assassino? This person has implemented a policy that has relieved the people from burden of unnecessary grievances amongst themselves. Now, the other thing I was telling me is this, Brother Mujasif. Looking at aspects of governance from what is called contemporary politics, from politics bitat hasa, okay, even from the standpoint bitat Western ideas. Itakan gasa lunefsa bitak Al Assassino. What are the purposes of usually administering people, in the art of organizing people? What is the purpose of administering people by drawing what is called geopolitical demographics? And how do you do that? You draw geopolitical demographics based on what is called characteristics of the people, the values of the people. Itabayano jamadel value to umon nasa bukef kanumon gigeni mabadum masalan hal umon mabukonindu mashakil mabado alaja bashikil zere. You geopolitically administer them such that, yes, you know, Al Assassino mindu any grievances mabadum. Nasal ta'arif Al Assassino yaki kanta kutumon fi mahal wahid may end up fighting each other. You try to separate them. These are just some basic concepts with that art of organizing people. And that explains why, for those who are very familiar with refugee camps in the northern part of Uganda, in Kenya, when those people ask themselves, why is it that the United Nations, the authority at that time who demarcates the people, puts people into what is called social group, then as Dinga, they will be in that block. Then where you don't want to put them close to the Dinka, put the Equatorians here, okay, and then you put the Nuer somehow far from the Dinka, let the Equatorians kun hina fi nus zay ala mulu masalan fi northern part of Uganda. These things are done ma amulu bes afwan. No, amulu by knowing al assassino. No, if you put these people close to these ones, there is a likelihood al assassino peace will be compromised. These are some basic act of organizing people, and of course, this from a political standpoint, it is the same concept. In the West, Indian Afik hajat kida gina gali gerrymandering, you know, where you redraw districts every time and then when adadiata hini for America hina, because people are divided with respect to ideology, with respect to social groups zebitana back home. With us back home, we are divided with respect to social groups, okay? Tribes, set about characteristics of people at a particular tribe. How will they live in peace? And it is from that kind of a background knowledge that somebody like Nimeri comes with an understanding to understand al assassino. You see, the conflict between South Al Jamadel Indum Abadum so much is because Surat Aluman Indum is because it is fueled so much by tribalism. So how about you kind of politically administer them shia separate? Wodile Jamade Huria Kaduman administer Badum, Wodile Jamada Huria Kaduman administer Badum, Wodile Jamade Huria Kadum Kaduman administer Badum. Now, these are art of what is called politics. These are art of politics that necessitates the southern politicians can they sit down with the northern politicians and to discuss this back and forth so that they come with a formidable solution instead of just keep throwing stones. And that is why I said earlier, Al Assassina, it looks like this is driven by sentiment of hate. It is like people are no longer ready to cooperate in politics. The politics can't be ready to cooperate. What is the next step? It is just like you bet Rajil Umara can be back cooperate in politics with an institution, with a family. What's the point?
Right.
Yes.
That's right. Yeah, Sabata, you know, by the way, your argument, it is a little bit very clear. And you can find it, the answer, even though some of the South Sudanese politicians at that time, they start to put some blame, for the Northerners. But if you go through Al-Maida al-Mustadira, you can find some answers, that how to resolve the problem of South Sudan, by giving the total authority for the Southerners to go further and to start to work more hard to put things in order, how South Sudan should look like. And I think this is written here in the Maida al-Mustadira in some points here and there. And I'm very glad Dr. Hakim Dario is here. Maybe we'll elaborate on that. Otherwise, if he only have some disagreement about what is written in Al-Maida al-Mustadira, but that it will be obvious. It is a political analysis different from the opinions. What we see it as a very strong argument that how the South Sudanese they should look like and what kind of type of people to be even in the police and in the in the army and all those kind of stuff, and also to go further to find a space to give a South Sudanese a special case. You see, that is the point what you raise up. A special case for the South Sudanese. Why they give the special case for South Sudanese, and even if they are inside South Sudan, if they are inside Sudan as the people, as one country, why only to give the South Sudanese a special case? Why it's not people from the west of Sudan? Why it's not from the east of Sudan? Why even though it's not from the north and from the center? You see those kind of things. So it means totally, I'm agree with you. The South Sudanese, they are the one who don't have that strong, I can say that to cook their mind more further, how they can find the solution for the South Sudan at that time. You go ahead, please, Sabata. And I totally agree on that point. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you. And I was just getting into this point. It was when you look at the whole time, the South Sudanese, by the same people Alumangi hate, the Northerners, The Northerners have provided that avenue for the South. Al-Mufrud can the South be take advantage of that to focus on educating themselves, developing the necessary skills, be that service provision. Because if we are going to provide services for ourselves through certain institutions, we need what is called trained personnel. We need to develop programs to train this personnel. Can fi jesh, can fi police, can fi sujun, can fi game, to be trained very well. Ma talak masakit. Nasal baamulu masalan system betat mustashfayat.
Yeah.
Shawari. Instead of people focusing on those kind of things, it is called capacity building. Instead of Southerners focusing with capacity building, itabaino yani Southerners it is the best can gain biraha kideta basa what is this people looking for? Because the avenue has been created. The autonomy has been given. What more are you looking for? Woman be create some issues, some fights amongst them. Yalla be continue casting blame for Gonimeri. It is like they are not taking advantage of what the Northerners are trying to do. Trust me, the Northerners try to cooperate. It is only the Southerners have always presented themselves adversary, and I don't know whether it is driven by hate or by shunu, because Northerners del Zatuma, they were victims of Hakuma kan bita ajade istemar bitat nasa Masrin, Ingilizin. Manna kulu na stamirun ne. Ya to stemar tani ya dakal lahadi fi mukh bitana, allahadi kutu we turn to be haters. Instead of focusing with the necessary plans, al bijibu lenna talim bikutu nas bukun ready ashan kan bukura bad bukura nas zatu biga kan biga azu independence kan biga na kan azu independence. We will have enough engineers, enough doctors, enough kida, so that then we will build enough people who would do some researches and build some systems with that services, and then we'll have enough people even to hire in these places. Al bukura bad bukura shanumon to provide services lenas. Right now, Hasadefi dakil Junub Sudan, yet again, we rushed into independence. When you say to South Sudanese, we rushed, but the truth is, we rushed into this independence. Independence, there are no systems built for service provisions. Nas guiding kululakbata filakbata, Jesh adil, Alkan Mofrud be the ribumon, bifahim. Human rights, so hajat bashikal zere ashanmun they are of how to protect the people. Sudan.
At that point, please, Brother Sabata, let me just stop you there so that you can go further. We give chance for others. So, Brother Sabata, in the point that when we come before 1983, the South Sudanese, they have chance to do so, like what we said, it's come from Al-Maida al-Mustadira in 1965. Yeah, followed by the agreement. And it seemed to me like, the chaos that will happen in South Sudan, after giving them the chance so that they can develop themselves in certain areas, they go for the chaos of looting, chaos of, can I say it also, corruption, okay? The corruption, even the government at that time, and even the military, they cannot even give a report back about the money that will have been sent, from Khartoum to given to the soldiers, to the army, so that they can give the report back. So who making this case are not the Southern Sudanese? And if they can have their own right to do good for their own part of that region, as called South Sudan, okay, at that time, but they are the one who build that chaos. It's not all of them, of course. It's a certain of people or a certain of leaders at that time they do this. So now, don't you think that right now South Sudan have the country who's called South Sudan? It's the same chaos that what they did when the Northerners give them the chance to develop their own thing. Now they're doing it right now when they have their country. So it means that the chaos and every single thing that is happening in the country, that the South Sudanese, they don't take that initiative to build their own states and to go further because of lack of what I don't know. The answer should be from the South Sudanese. So then go further and to blame that the North government are the one who bring that case. So what do you think about that? So I think let's also clarify things here and there. Thank you.
Yes, you're absolutely correct. You know, if you have noticed, Dr. Paul earlier was talking about oppression that the North has given to the people of the South. Akilat al-Babur, steamboat kan gijibu. Min North, gija through coast tikida lahadi fi Juba. He talked about it. And he talked about a couple of things. I noted them down. Lakin brother Mujasif, those things ana kaniaugi fekir, it is all a failure of what is called proper policies. Brother Mujasif, yani alekala junubin, yani South Sudanese can get hungry. How do you blame North? Uligo amtar ya kifaya fi junub, amtar kifaya fi junub, fi soil fi junub al-bagdar develop more agriculture. There are so many yani akid fi junub, if the government wanted to develop what is called agricultural projects ashan bitallau akilat min plantations so hajat bashikal zere can be sponsored by the government. Ana mutakid hasa fi zoltani, I'll give it to excuse bijake ngal la budget tasafini maguedi on time at the time. Lakin no, there are so many chances that the South could have developed policies within themselves, funding what is called farmers, giving farmers masalan al-del al-gamlamulu muzarrin sukar allow them masalan to rent tractors. Kodomon become minalumon beginning minalumon be rely on subsistence. Kodomon bada supply akilat fi ajere fi souk. You know, there are so many things. We have borders, manas Uganda. Quest Uganda, there we can establish businesses, manas Uganda. Hajat bita yani izakan nas bitana bita South. Those politicians were very wise. Ya brother Mujasif. Akilat algijibu mabobure, de bes biga begini supplementar. Bes nas bes biga gija shilu bes tisali ushunu ubala hajat alkira magigum kumfisata junub. Lakin otherwise junub will never go hungry. But why do you think these things failed? It is because southern politicians themselves were not thinking straight. Nasgi accused badun fi hajat al-mafi, nasma focused ma development. Yala hajat al-besid, masala nasgi rely min fog al-gija min Khartoum, min akde kandi gamaja min Khartoum, bikengal Nimeri is oppressing the people. How about the southern politicians? What are they doing? This is where I am saying, al-assassin, with the southerners sometimes, let us also look at our weakness. We have a lot of weakness. We portray ourselves as adversaries, le shamalin, instead of cooperative people who would want to make sure our human rights are not really being stepped upon. Because right now, you complain whether there are any violations with human rights, you will not find any evidences. Okay? Mavi. Brother Paul Gibel wants from an economic standpoint, like from an economic standpoint, Junub Sudan is a country that shouldn't go hungry because we have potential farmers. All they need is just funding min hakuma wajad bashikil and things will be good. In conclusion, this is what I want to say, Brother Mujasif. In conclusion, I want to say this, that when we say Southerners did this for themselves, anna nakun jadin kadanna maja sugarcoat tani mara by presenting hajat al nas nimeri amul shunu. Yes, fi hajat al nas nimeri amul al ma bajibunna, lakin cannot override the failures ala anehna amalna le nifusna. It is very important that we understand where we failed, our missteps, brother Mujasif, so that once we understand our missteps, then we become honest with ourselves. From now on, Brother Mujasif, we'll start focusing with our abilities. We'll start focusing with our engineers, doctors, and all these teachers. How do we want to move forward with them? How do we want to organize ourselves with them? Can Baginas Tanindel Magi fine? Kan istiwain fikir gal ya woman gi fine. Okay, nas Dr. Alhaj. What do we do? How do we move on together? I feel bad al assassino Dr. Alhaj ka akhuya al kibir Pam ze biniatu al sagher. So alta Pam ta gibel de made me feel al assassino de dote gija kelim le bis gale bis wala jamade gamul A B C D E F G H ajere wala biga sabi yani ita how do you continue to justify al assassin te gijibu arguments al assassin yaki yani kana jali you are trying to say al assassin yaki you know separation is not good wala haja bashikil kida I mean kan jana taki biga gija correlate wala kan madam taki gija kenga look situation dem quest and then you're bringing excuses here and there mujasi hubadini afina stanini afana tanini katulini I mean how do you feel? Okay, so this is a challenge especially to elders nasal dakatara engineers asatsa abunat bitana zato kasatana listiwain ma junub Sudan general lanu ma school fi junub Sudan are suffering the same. Mana school fi junub Sudan are suffering the same, especially anna Equatorians. We cannot yani camouflage our suffering by saying you know nas beautiful Nuerdel or nas beautiful ajere isim tishenude shuluk beja. Yes, we are brothers and sisters. Like you know man kaman indum sufferings bitam they will address it by no solution de bugun kef. Anna kaman indum sufferings bitana al anna be address it solution de kangalanna bikutu idat sawa. Yes, anna bikutu idat sawa yalanna bayan anna machine kef. Lakin kaman at the same time and now to make sure al assassino tanna de we put it plain and clear. This is how it is. It will not be sugar-coated. Failure stanna brother Mujasi. Failure stanna maja min Shamal. Shamal ma daki tunna shedid. No. Fina stanin fi neighborhoodini bes. Fina stanin fi neighborhoodini ma min Shamal. Because every time anna gija anna gamala with this kind of discussions, the rhetorical best gija, even from Equatorians, the blame al godile Shamalin le nimeri gisim to outweigh the blame al gijam in the actual yani blame al go deal the actual problems al anna that with Junub Sudan and who are people from the Dinka. These are our actual problems, but people just seem to dodge and cast blame sometimes Lenimeri, you know, to Hakumata Sorat Mayo. And here's the thing: every time we do that, we don't find good reasons to cut ourselves out SPLM. Because at the end of the day, you look at SPLM as though they are the saviors. You justify why Equatorians supported SPLM. Mafi justification for Equatorians to support the SPLM. I mean, how do you support an instrument and later on get destroy life? Bitak cannot be. Because politics is all about looking for your interest and make sure you pursue them so that you live comfortable. It's all about living comfortable. Living in peace. Living so that your human rights don't get violated. Living in that kind of a living condition. Can living condition that demo odilana? Hey, I will make some decisions that are fair. Ala BCB Ladi Badin Kanta Jodilana for Satani, then I will pick up from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, brother Sabata. Sister Pam, you can take over there in the clubhouse, who followed by. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brother Sabat and Brother Mujasim. I'll go ahead and give this chance to, I don't know if Dr. Alhaj has any introduction. He can go ahead and interject if he would like to. And then we can go to Brother Philip after.
Pam, just
yes.
Can you give me just a few minutes before Alhaj?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to apologize to you organizers, the moderators and listeners down there. My inability to come up and participate as expected. And remember, last Tuesday, I told you guys that Saturday I may not be able to participate because I'm working and my table is close to my supervisor, so there's no way for me, to take like 45 minutes, 1 hour just talking. It's not gonna happened that way. Anyway, I was going to actually do a presentation on the roundtable conference and the 12-month committee, and then the position of northern political parties, their policies toward Southern Sudan, namely Umar Party, DUP, Communist Party, and National Islamic Chartered Front. Not allow me to do that today. Hopefully, if there's a third round of discussion, if it's tomorrow or on Tuesday, then I'll be able to participate and do what I was supposed to do today. Secondly, it's about to raise some controversial issues actually pertaining to the Addis Ababa agreement and his analysis. I think we need to separate that issue. We need to discuss merits and demerits of Addis Ababa agreement 1972. Two, performance of the regional government 1972-1982. Then we'll be able to critically examine, the roles of Numerous regime and weaknesses and the strength of Southern regional autonomy, and other things, up to the emergence of the SPLA 1983. I think we need ample time to discuss those issues separately, because if we, mingle them together, we'll shatter our minds, and then discussion will be unlimited. We're not able to finish it. I we should today, people should just concentrate and deal with the issues of Kokora. Of course, Kokora didn't come out of the blue. It is connected with some issues. But again, when it comes to this Ababa agreement, we need to have a separate date for it. Like I said, we discuss merits and demerits of the agreement, performance of the regional government, what went wrong. That will be able to give us a clear picture of what happened in the past and what is happening today and what is expected in the future. I think, Anna, I will just stop here. I'm going to drop myself down. I'll be listening to you until the end of the show. Maybe if I'm not that busy, I will come up again if need be. Like until here, I will stop and I'll give chance to others. And also, it is very unfortunate that Igor is scheduled his room at the same time. So majority of Ecuadorians, majority of people want to listen to the current political affairs. And, they could not be with us, but that's how Clubhouse operates. You select the topic that you think is beneficial to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ustaz Tito. And that's okay. They can go to that show. That's why this room is recorded. And then whoever has interest to hear about this show, they can come later and listen to the replay. I'll go ahead and give a chance to Dr. Al-Haj if he has an introduction or a comment after Sabata. And then after that, we'll give a chance to Brother Philip.
Okay, thank you, Pam, and the moderators, and Hakim, most welcome. With regards to what has been said, obviously, I'm always a person who is liberal and democratic, and I would say that the audience should be the arbiters, because clearly, as I explained when I was answering Lorit, the economic conditions, the strangulation of the regional government was a strangulation of numeric government, and I don't think that is somebody that you can call as a friend. The interference in Southern affairs, dissolving governments and appointing people at will. I don't think that is somebody that I can say that has been a friend of Equatorian, of South Sudanese. The efforts to withdraw the boundary of South Sudan and steal land from South Sudan, I do not think that that is somebody that I can refer to as a friend of South Sudan. Again, I do not think that person who goes and enters into a Sudan-Egypt integration charter without consultation of the South, I don't think that that is somebody that is a friend of South. And whoever thinks that Nimer is a friend of South, that's something I leave it to the audience. But literature overwhelmingly has this evidence. Whatever papers you will read will tell you of the Arab interventions, and I'm not going to go into these points because they've been written extensively. It's not my view, and I can help you for, like, for example, there is a book written by David H. Finn, which gives this all what I have said in details, and there are others, and including the Addis Ababa Agreement itself, which has the structure of the government of autonomous South Sudan. All these things are there, so I would leave it to the audience to go and do their own research, and they be the arbiters of what they can take and what they can't take. That's my comment with regards to that, and I'll leave it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alhaj. I'll go ahead and give the mic to, I want to welcome Brother Philip and also Dr. Hakim. So Brother Philip, I'll give you the mic.
Thank you so much, my sister. Greetings to everyone who is here and also to our listeners. I'm so glad to attend this meeting. Unfortunately, I came late and I just got Sabata like talking. I really joined earlier, but my network was not good. And then I had also to quit, and then I came up. What I may say, just briefly on what Sabata was saying, I think Sabata was making sense in whatever he was saying, that we should not more blames to those leaders, but we ourselves also have our own blames, our own weaknesses, which is true. Yeah, and I think in order for us maybe to understand that position well, of not like also putting more blames on Southerners at this era that we are in now, is really to study the history well, not only by knowing those years and the agreement or the signing alone, but also to know actually what came up after that signing. Was the signing just bringing to us only good things, or the signing came up with the two things like good and the bad? We all do know that everything has disadvantage, even the food you are eating. If you eat a lot of food, you may not sleep well. And if you also eat little, you may also not sleep well, you will sleep hungry. But when you eat too much, your stomach will disturb you again. So I think it is actually a very complicated thing. We at this era, we can do something. But even if we speak that those people did wrong, those Equatorian leaders were not like active like we are today, I think we are here. But even us now, what are we doing? Do we really have that kind of maybe motivation that we are going down to do agriculture in our place? Do we have that motivation that we are going down to cut our trees and sell so that we build our country? And do we have that motivation that maybe you are going to your own country to plant trees, whether trees that could give you fruits or trees that will later grow up like pigs, that will later grow up and then you sell them as logs? We have all those opportunities. So if we blame, it is good for us to blame those Equatorians who are there, but let us also remember that we are also waiting to be blamed by our children in this current era. because we are doing nothing. We are talking about what they did. But I think what they were doing according to what they were looking at that time. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I think it is a wrong quotation at this point. But at that time, they were looking at it, what they were doing seems to be the good thing because we were not there according to their context. And our context now is a different context, that we are looking at what they were doing as a negative thing for us now. So yeah, I'm just looking at all those angles, and it is making it a little bit difficult. But I think, as one of the members said here, that we really need to maybe to read the history, not only reading but really following what the history is saying. We can read even the whole book in 1 week, but if we don't follow what is inside the book, we will come up with the negative conclusion. Thank you so much. As I said that I joined late, I would love really to follow from some of you, my brothers and sisters. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Brother Philip. I'll go ahead and pass the mic to Dr. Hakim Darius.
Thank you, Philip. I hope my voice is clear. Is my voice clear?
Do you mind raising your voice a little bit if the volume is low?
Yeah.
Okay. I always struggle a little bit from this. Can you hear me well now?
It's very low. The volume is low, but Brother Mugassib, can you guys hear him?
Yeah, you know, by the way, we cannot hear Dr. Hakim very good because there are some people here. Now is okay. Now is right.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, thanks.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, thank you, Pam. Thank you, everyone. Mugassib, thank you for hosting me. And I would like also to welcome Sabata and the rest of the panel here, Lurid, Al-Haj, Philip, and everyone who is listening to this discussion. I'm really delighted to chip in with a few comments on what has been stated so far by my previous colleagues who spoke. But I just want to take it from the angle of first, where did the Anyanya all originate from, and what was their mission, what was their objective, without necessarily going into the details. But if you look at the journey of the Anyanya to 1972, obviously it preceded the formation of the Sudanese state. There were calls before independence of South Sudan that the people, who now describe themselves as South Sudanese, felt that the process was not inclusive of their aspirations, their identity, and so on. Other people have probably, sort of touched on this in terms of, for example, the Declaration of Independence of Sudan, to which there were objections from the South Sudanese perspective, even starting back in 1954. And many of these South Sudanese politicians and elites felt that there was need, first of all, to maybe to agree a form of governance that would preserve the interests of the different constituents of the country, including South Sudan. This was not listened to, and perhaps this is also epitomized by the observations made by other authors later. For example, the references to too many agreements dishonored, even though it was not addressing the question of Sudan as a whole, but the context lends itself to pointing out the fact that yes, there were 1965, there was the Roundtable Conference, many other attempts to try to resolve what was then described as Mushkilat al-Janub. And the narrative was that what was the problem of South Sudan, and what is it that South Sudanese wanted? And so if you take all of this together, you'll probably also, marry that with the Anyanya, who started, an armed struggle, which was born at a time when Africa was going through a liberation struggle for independence. So it wasn't therefore alien to the leaders of the Anyanya, for example, to call for, self-determination, to call for a separate state. And then their separate state of obviously considered constituents of all the people who were, the subject of oppression by the system that was inherited from the British. So that much we all know. But as we come to Addis Ababa, and I think there were many, many compelling circumstances that might have pressured the Anyanya to drop the agenda of separation and then to come to an agreement. And I think one of the speakers also mentioned that maybe it would be great to have a look at the content of that agreement and actually the process of implementation of that agreement and where the weaknesses are, in terms of the successes scored by the agreement, the pros and cons, and the advantages that benefited South Sudan. And then the other thing was really that, okay, for us, the South Sudanese, what was our objective? What did we want to make out of the Addis Ababa agreement? Was the Addis Ababa agreement the final goal of the liberation struggle? Because maybe there's something which was not answered by the political elites. You had, of course, the SANU, you had the Southern Front, and in their manifestos, in their political struggle and ideology, it might not be very clear as to what it was that they wanted to make out of the Addis Ababa agreement, and take the opportunity to organize the people of South Sudan, to consolidate the very ideals that they fought for in terms of ensuring that there was solidarity, there was unity, and there was focus on building the formative stages of what they were describing as a state, or at least in the form of a self-governance entity in South Sudan. But it seems like this turned into a power struggle. And so the parties in South Sudan were consumed by power struggle. And this power struggle is really what destroyed what was perhaps considered to be the aspirations of the people of South Sudan to live together in peace, to govern themselves, and to make the most of the Addis Ababa Agreement. Addis Ababa Agreement, of course, was not necessarily a perfect agreement, but it was something that was an agreement. Any agreement can satisfy the needs and aspirations and interests to a large extent of the parties who wanted to reach an agreement and try to implement this agreement so that they can achieve some of the objectives for which they took up arms. But I think by account of many people here, we have come to a point in the process of implementation of the Addis Ababa Agreement in which we started to steer off the mark, if you like. Our yardsticks for what was the objective of the Addis Ababa Agreement, which was meant to be serving the people of South Sudan, started to falter. And soon we allowed power struggle and all of these manifestations of tribalism and the domination that resulted, particular ethnic groups started to play the card of being majority and so on. These were all forms of power struggle in the course of implementation of the peace agreement, the Addis Ababa peace agreement. Up to this point, I think we've shown to ourselves that we've failed to evolve a system that was more inclusive, more tolerant, more democratic, and also a system that would preserve the unity of the people of South Sudan. The leaders at the time, I won't generalize, but for example, we find that some leaders, including the parties that were obviously dissolved, Sudan Socialist Party, Socialist Union, even some of us who were growing up at the time were very young in the schools, in junior secondary schools, and later on went to the universities. We felt that, these leaders no longer really represented a model. They did not offer a model for the rest of the country, the rest of the people in South Sudan to follow. And there was no agenda of perhaps concerted efforts in terms of cohesion and accountability in running the affairs of South Sudan at the time. And that's obviously, led to the birth of the call on the part of the people of Equatoria, for example, to regionalize, devolve this regional government into 3 regional governments, so that we experiment with governing ourselves. And it might have been viewed and seen as an abrogation of the peace agreement, the Addis Ababa peace agreement, but did not occur without a reason. There were reasons why, if at one point the agreement has failed, or rather the leaders have failed to uphold the tenets of unity, the tenets of solidarity and cohesion of our society. When they failed to do that, it was natural that people wanted to see a change, and having a change that would ensure that people administered themselves and prioritize what they wanted to, how they wanted to administer themselves, and without undue influence of leaders who had a different agenda, and that was something that was desirable, perhaps not by many in South Sudan, but it was desirable by Equatorians, for example, that they wanted to be left alone to govern themselves until there is reform in terms of real focus on bringing the people of South Sudan under an agenda of development, or under agenda of pursuing the statehood, because it wasn't clear to many people that the Addis Ababa agreement was the ultimate goal. The Anyanya 2, for example, emerged even long before this division of South Sudan into 3 regions occurred. There were many people who objected to the agreement, and some of them rebelled back in 1974, just 2 years, I think, or so after the implementation of the peace agreement. So if you take all of this together, you would say we had an opportunity to implement the Addis Ababa peace agreement, and then we failed to implement it to our satisfaction, to the satisfaction of all the people of South Sudan. And therefore, there was need to effect a change. And this change was driven by many factors that I would not want to go into. Many other people have spoken about it. But the key lesson, is that we collectively, as South Sudanese, and of course there are external factors, but the internal factors are, I think, far more important than the external. Although I haven't done research to say that the internal factors are far more, outweigh the external factors. But by necessity, I think it is only in our interest, for example, as the people of South Sudan, to ensure that we preserve our political status in a form that would ensure that we still have power to determine our prioritize our issues, and to prioritize how we want to govern ourselves, and how we want to ensure that people enjoy services that preserve their interests. For example, I went to school at the time when I was in primary school, when about just finishing primary school, when the Addis Ababa agreement was signed. And it gave us a breathing space to go to junior secondary school, and from there to go to the university. And that, in a sense, is a contribution of the Addis Ababa agreement to my generation. And it was a good thing. But that does not dispute, or does not actually stop at saying that this is really what South Sudanese wanted. That this was a compromise agreement. There were international pressures, there were regional pressures that, coalesced to make sure that, there was some, peace and stability in Sudan that serves the interests of the people of South Sudan as well as the country as a whole. And I think that's where this agreement was coming from. And so far, we have come to a point where we felt that this agreement needed to change, and the change happened in 1982. But the key thing is this for Equatorians. The message that you take from this, the lesson that you draw from this is that there was good faith in all of us supporting the Addis Ababa agreement. There was also good faith on the part of many South Sudanese, including Equatorians, who wanted to see that South Sudan remain a cohesive body, that we were driven by and motivated by the fact that our enemy, the oppressor, was one. And therefore, it was in our interest to stay together, to stand together, so that we can be able to withstand the onslaught, the oppressive system that we faced as South Sudanese. But then we did not have another opportunity, for example, to govern ourselves other than at the time of the 1972 agreement. And we have then progressed to a point where we were not able to ensure that we could sustain the Addis Ababa agreement in its original form, the form of having one executive council, a regional assembly, and then progress the development of our people on that basis. We failed to do that. And so this failure really brings home to us, in particular as Equatorians, one clear lesson. One is that it was the popular will of the people of Equatoria who helped raise the agenda of reforming the Addis Ababa agreement. The idea was to really distribute or devolve the Addis Ababa agreement to become, to be based on three regions so that it can still retain the autonomy, but at the regional level, each one at the region of Equatoria, Upper Nile, and Bahar Ghazal. And it was a kind of confederate model where you have, for example, in Equatoria, you had a regional assembly, a governor for Equatoria, and also there was a coordination office in Khartoum, for example. And this applied to the other regions. So there was very minimal dependency, if you like, in terms of political oversight on the issues of governance of South Sudan. It was now distributed into three regions, and Equatorians, had authority and oversight over prioritizing how they want to manage themselves, and that also applied to the other regions. So that was the first change, if you like, that really, brought the Addis Ababa agreement to another manifestation, in the sense of three regions as opposed to one region. Equatorians were at the end of the victims, so to speak, who cried out and wanted to have a system in which they can govern themselves. So that is where I guess where we can draw the lessons, and we have seen now after the independence of South Sudan as well that things haven't changed as much, and this is where Equatoria needs to draw hope and draw a lesson from the Kokora, that it was the right thing to do. It was always very important for someone to take lead or to take an initiative to try to correct a system that is starting to show failure. You want to check the system, and the people of Equatoria as a unit in South Sudan, together and collectively, were able to put a check on the Addis Ababa Agreement, because it was no longer serving the interests of the people of Equatoria. That's one. The second was that it was not even serving the interests of the people of South Sudan, because the way it was being, implemented and run by ourselves, has steered off the agenda of the putting people of South Sudan first. It was more sort of now elites power share, elites power struggle, and the domination and all of those stories that you are all familiar with. But now we are at a stage where we say history is more or less repeating itself. And it required the people of Equatoria in 1982 or in 1972 through to 1982 to come and stand up as one bloc to correct a system that was no longer serving the interest of the people of Equatoria. It might have been serving the interest of our brothers and sisters in the rest of South Sudan, but it wasn't, to a large degree, not serving the interests of the people of Equatoria. And so they had to act and to do something about it. And now we are going through the same, repeat model of what was happening in the course of the Addis Ababa Agreement. And this is where we have now an SPLM system, for example, in place. Perhaps also you could say the prioritization of the state formation and constitution making in South Sudan to be a more inclusive process, to be a more hopeful process for the vast majority of our people to have faith in this. This unfortunately has been lost because of the damage to our social fabric by wars, by conflict, by corruption, and all the isms that we have, seen manifesting themselves again in South Sudan. So the question now for us is that in order for us to correct this, it's only perhaps opportune that Equatorians should learn from the lessons of Kokora and say, we need our collective action as Equatorians to be able to correct the system. And if in the kind of a state that we live, where you do not have a workable, functioning state, then we have to think out of the box and say, at the end of the day, anyway, it's all about preservation of our rights as Equatorians. At the end of the day, it's about preservation of our peace. It's at the end of the day, it's about us exercising political power over issues of how we want to govern ourselves and how we want to live with ourselves and with others. And I think this question becomes very important for the people of Equatoria to apply themselves to this, answering this question. How do we ensure, regardless of others, because you want to ensure that the people of Equatoria are in a position where they can exercise political power. They are in a position where they can exercise control over how they want to live, how they want to coexist, and how they want to govern themselves, and how they want to preserve their rights. This is no longer something that you can, like, if you like, outsource it to another political organization to do it. We don't have faith. Many, at least me personally, I don't have faith in SPLM. SPLM has shown itself to be a failure since the becoming into existence. This country now that we call South Sudan, SPLM has shown itself to be a failure, and we cannot entrust our future in the hands of the SPLM. The lesson, if we go by the Kokora, Equatorians need to really come together as a people. And there are, 3 states in Equatoria: Eastern, Central, and Western. There were 1 before, and they are quite a large constituency in the country. And they can stand as a people to simply demand to exercise political power without undue influence of a state that does not function to preserve their rights. and that's another conversation. So it's important to look at where we came from, where we are now, and to have a chance at all to preserve your rights. You cannot pin your hopes, or you cannot preserve the future, a better future for the posterity of Equatoria without ensuring that you can, as a people, preserve the your ability, your capacity to preserve the future for them. And that may require us to, instead of just having a devolved system of governance, we might as well go for a state, because a state is a noble thing, and you can work on developing a state that is a functional state, that preserves your peace, that ensures that you have a state that can function to give a model of how the rest of the region can enjoy peace and enjoy their human rights. Because the states are not formed in order to be an enemy, an endless enemy to neighbors or anything like that. It's just about peace. It's about your rights. And if a people decide that they want to have a future, they can do that. زي ما بيقولوا قالوا شنو في مثل عربي بيقول شنو؟ قال إذا الشعب أراد يوما أن يعيش فلا بد للأقدار أن تستجيب. So if the people are willing.
Okay, brother. Hakim, can you conclude, please?
Yeah, I'm just coming to conclusion now. If a people are desirous of having a life in which they can exercise their freedoms, in which they can enjoy their freedoms, then no power on earth can actually stop them from doing that. Yes, there are geopolitical pressures, there are many other things that you normally sit and put an agenda and a strategy for how you resolve those issues. So I think in conclusion, this is what I want to say finally, that there's the model of the Kokora. That's a lesson from history, and this history is repeating itself. And so Equatorians now need to look at this history and take it to the next level, which is that to exercise their own political power on issues of control about how they want to govern themselves, how they want to preserve their existence. So I'll stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Hakim. I'm going to give the chance to Brother Mujassef if he wants to interject. Mujassef, the mic is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Sister Pam. I have nothing to interject, but I would like all of us to fix this discussion for the next time, because I saw Ustaz Tito before was saying, let's not go and talk about the agreement of 1972. If we can focus about Kokora and then we go forward. But the problem was ان احنا طبعا عملنا كنا بلان عشان كان نجي نتكلم في موضوع بتاعت المائدة المستديرة، لكن الظاهر كان في مشكلة في النتورك مع اخونا اللي هو ديفيد لادو so that he can come and present المائدة المستديرة عشان ننتهي منه. كان في part 2 and then we go for part 3 to see where we agree and where we disagree about how Kokora have been presented by the South Sudanese and even for the especially for the Equatorians. يعني ده حاجة اللي كان نمشي فوقه في part 3، لكن الحاجات كله لخبط في النص هنا هناك، لكن anyway it is good. So right now I think we are coming to the conclusion of this discussion. I don't know, Daniel, you are here, but I see like we are not going to go further about المائدة المستديرة. Can we make a presentation for part 3 بخصوص المائدة المستديرة؟ هو هيكون في تيتو، في دانيال، في دكتور حكيم. نبدأ بالمائدة المستديرة عشان يدخلنا ذاته في إنه ليه تم مثلا كوكر، وبعد ذاك نجي نشوف وين نحن اتفقنا في موضوع، لانه في ناس كتار يتكلموا كوكورا كويس، في تاني بيقولوا كوكورا ذات از فايليشن كده. سو عشان نستفيد من الكلام ده، وبعد ذاك ممكن نتفق عشان نجي نفتح نناقش موضوع بتاع الاتفاقيه بتاعت 72 بكل وضوح بعد ما الناس تعمل شنو؟ تعمل ريسيرش. So I give chance for Pam. This is what I would like to fix it. We had a lot of questions to ask, and me myself I would like to ask Dr. Hakim في الموضوع بتاع الاتفاقيه ده، لكن ما دام تانينا ما كنا بنتكلم في الاتفاقيه، انا ما اعرف نؤجل السؤال ده ولكن نقوله، لكن خلينا نسال السؤال ده بطريقه كده ممكن غير مباشر، وممكن الاجابه يكون مختصر دكتور حكيم عشان ما قاعدين نتكلم في الاتفاقيه نفسه. يعني طبعا انت تحدثت في موضوع الاتفاقيه بتاعت سببها، لكن السؤال هل الاتفاقيه بتاعت عديد سببها عدت منصه للجنوبيين عشان يتفقوا او يغيروا في حياتهم السياسيه ويحسنوا في العديد من البرامج، سواء كان برامج السياسيه الاجتماعيه الاقتصاديه، وينموا نفوسهم نحو مستقبل مشرق؟ اذا كان الاجابه نعم ولا لا، ده طبعا على حسب تفسيرك وتشوفه. واذا كان الحاجات دي بتاعت اتفاقيه 72 انا بشوف في لون كثير جدا للرئيس الاسبق نميري، لكن هل انه الجنوبيين ذاته ما قد يكونوا هم السبب في اشياء كثيره ما قدرت تاخذ مكانها في الوضع السياسي في جنوب السودان؟ باختصار شديد، لانه ممكن الحاجه دي اتكلمت فيه ويتكلم فيه دكتور الحاج بطريقه غير مباشره وإنت ونحن ما قاعدين نتكلم في اتفاقيه، لكن ما دام اطلع بعض الاشياء لابد ان نسال هذا السؤال يعني. نعم.
شكرا. ادخلي النقطة الأساسية مثلا اتبنت على الاتفاقية بعد توقيعه وكده كان في طبعا محاولة بتاعت أنه الفرصة دي المتاحة بالنسبة لنا كتجربة، اتفاقية أديس أبابا كتجربة إحنا دخلنا فيه كجنوبيين بماهية بتاعت أنه إحنا هنقدر يعني we can benefit from this agreement to reorganize themselves. Maybe the agenda بتاع separation لسه احتمال كان لسه بيكون في agenda مثلا من قبل القيادات السياسية بيكون عندها برنامج انه هسي احنا ما جاهزين، لكن ننتهز الفرصة ده وننفذ الاتفاقية للمصلحة بتاعتنا في قضايا معينة. يعني مثلا الخيارات الأولية كانت ممكن تبقى شنو؟ احنا عاوزين الاتفاقية دي يا جماعة نعمل لنا مثلا ودي لنا الفرصة نفتح مدارس في جنوب السودان، نفتح رودز ونقدم خدمات صحية، وندي فرص للجنوبيين عشان يتعلموا، especially في جيل كانت طبعا يا هو الجنوب كانت بقت غير مستقرة، وفي حاجات كتير حصلت، الناس كانت بقت انه جرت، في ناس طلعوا مثلا بقوا ريفوجيز وكده، فكان في فرصة متاحة عن طريق الاتفاقية دي عشان الناس تبدا تعمل شنو؟ تبني حياتها لقدر ما، وربما بيكون في فرصة انه هيخلي فرصة للجنوبيين يجهزوا انفسهم، ينظموا انفسهم ويعدوا ويقوموا بتجارب بتاع الدنيا مثلا اللي كانت متاحة. So the idea was that maybe we can benefit from this agreement in many areas in order to prepare the people of South Sudan for the next stage of the struggle. لكن it seems like there was no unanimity في القضية دي، بالتالي فشلنا، مشينا دخلنا في المطبات بتاعت باور شيرنج، ففوتنا الفرصة كانت متاحة، لكن الأولويات يعني زي ما شفتها الأولويات which were set by our leaders at the time didn't work. They did not agree on أولويات مثلا بنقدر يعني to focus our efforts. They did not agree on that. That's why we ended up in the situation that we are in. لكن باختصار شديد احنا ممكن نقول انه صح الاتفاقية كانت فرصة وتجربة كان احنا ممكن نستفيد منه بقدر أكبر، لكن we have not been able to exploit the opportunity to our best or best intent. فهذا أنا ممكن يعني أضيف على كده بس
شكرا 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 دكتور شكرا دكتور حكيم. أنا بدي فرصة ل سيستر بام and I think Daniel is there. والسؤال ده مهم جدا لما نجي نتكلم في الاجريمنت ان شاء الله في الدور الجاي، لانه احنا تقريبا هسه عملنا almost 4 hours or 5 and we'll give our moderator Sister Pam to take over. Daniel is there and I think some they are coming, but we have to really go for the end of this room soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brother Mujassi. Before I give the chance to Mr. Daniel, I'm going to give the chance to Brother Mohammed because he's been here for a long time and I think the network kept kicking him out. Brother Mohammed, the mic is yours.
Yes, thank you, Sister Pam, and thank you, Dr. Lahai, Dr. Hakim, Brother Mujassi, Tito, all those listening on this wonderful topic, remembering Kokora. Indeed, there are two things that I can just be emphasizing with in the policy of redivision, which is, in other words, called Kokora. One thing that is missing in discussion is that I want to see exactly whether or not the policy of division was working effectively in one region and the other reason it doesn't.
Your voice is cutting, Brother Mohammed. We can't hear you. Do you mind asking the question again?
One thing that I was just trying to analyze here about the policy of the division, or which is called Kokora, or decentralization of Southern Sudan in '85. Yes, some part of Juba, as I grew up in that moment, we were really having harmony, and there was things are moving, even though there's not much development, but at least the agony of 1983 was not there. But the question that really we should be able to discuss in all the three regions of Southern Sudan, that was by then the Kokora was a pivot point whereby everybody, the understanding is that you should go to your region and develop your region and implement the policy of that where you can deliver service to your people. But it seemed like this policy, whether it's working or not in different regions, or whether in Equatoria to the maximum of it, for instance, I have no idea. I would like Dr. Lahai to elaborate a little bit in the policies of Kokora, whether it's really were delivering service to us regardless of the security calmness in the region, especially when they emphasize on Equatoria, or if he has any other in Upper Nile, maybe he can be able to give us the free view of that so that we can be able to know that, okay, remember in Kokora, there was a positive and negative part of it. Why this region is not with the wall of it? That will give us, really will bring us to current policy when you're looking into the governance system of who are in charge in those regions, and then why was not effective during this calm period whereby people were not fighting, but as a result, SPLA went to the bush, made this analysis that because of the Kokora, and that can might be there. And I would like this recollection that having, and those at that moment probably they might have known it more about the architects of Kokora that is still existing, and the analysis of these policies in these regions. That is supposed to be the pivot point that in my own we should really work, whether it's our fault or whether it is the nowadays, where we given really full authority to control or to govern ourselves in terms of resources deliberation, service deliberation or not. And those are the things that, in my own opinion, as a young generation that grew up in during the Kokora, we should be able to emphasize so that we can learn from those policies so that we cannot be implemented, cannot be repeated again in current governance act. If Hakim or Dr. Hajj or Jasip, if you guys have any insight on this, please can you guys help me out?
Hello, Sister Palm, are you there?
Yes, I'm right here. Dr. Al-Haj, if you would like to answer the question, I'll give you directions to go. So, Dr. Al-Haj, he basically asked a question and he was wondering if Dr. Al-Haj or Dr. Hakim or one of you guys, Mujasif, would like to answer the question, but I'll give a chance to Dr. Al-Haj if he has an answer to that. And then if Dr. Hakim wants to answer, he can go next.
Yeah. Thank you. Before I answer the question, I must apologize. I was in the toilet and I didn't get the chance to hear it all. I only came out to find you asking for me. So if you could repeat the question.
Yes, the question is very simple, Dr. Haj. In the memory of Kokora itself, I would like you guys to give us an insight whether or not the policy of the division of the civilization of the South into two regions were effective in one region or the other. If not, why? Is it the governing system or what is it? If it was to be effective in Equatoria, what are other things that we have really have gained during the time? And if it's effective, not effective in Western in Upper Nile, why?
Okay. Before Kokora, the three provinces of South Sudan as of 1956 were the same, and they were all part of the regional government. That needs to be very clear. Upper Nile was not separate, Upper Nile was not separate, Equatoria was not separate. All the three provinces were under the management of High Executive Council, which is the structure that is in the agreement. The agreement states clearly there will be a High Executive Council, the highest body, with the president and ministers. When Kokora happened, obviously, when people were in the process of implementing it, there were some difficult feelings. And what happened was people left Cuba with anger, and especially the houses of the ministers in ministries and houses, some of them were destroyed, toilets destroyed, windows broken from those who left. But the outcome of Kokora, as I say, I've said this and I will maintain it for no matter how many years. The outcome of Kokora brought relief to Equatorians, brought peace. People in Equatoria were very peaceful. They enjoyed their lives, and I believe the same happened in the other regions. Until Kokora came to an end with SPLM incursions into Equatoria and security problems became difficult. The only problem that Kokora had created internally was there were emerging feelings among Equatorians themselves of marginalization from other tribes. And those feelings were already emerging, and some people and certain tribes were people are beginning to mention at them is like they were taking control, they were dominating. Now, if Kokora had remained for long, I was sure that we could develop another internal dynamics among the Equatorians themselves around issues of discrimination. And with hindsight and getting more information, it has informed me to take my current position, because human existence is always bound with conflict, even in family. Even in your own family, there will always be conflict. And at the society, at the state level, there will be conflict between parties due to ideologies, and there will be people who will come and accuse others of discrimination, true or untrue, but over a long time, such things can become reality. But in a nutshell, Kokora brought peace, people lived happily until SPLA incursions came into Equatoria. But of course, these incursions, as I explained earlier, they started all in Upper Nile, the support that the Ethiopian government provided to SPLA. Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Lieutenant Haj.
Yeah, Sister Pamela, just thank you, Alhaj. But I just want you to emphasize more on the service deliberation, where they are really effective services that increase the health and the well-being of Equatorian, whether or Napanalians or Baragazalians at that moment that they are living, even though they are living in camp security. At the time, I'm still young, I know for sure we are living in camp security. But based on my memory, it seemed like the service deliberation was not effective even prior to Kokora. Can you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah.
If you have any knowledge.
Okay. In terms of services, you remember I have argued here earlier, saying that issues of economies, South Sudan was strangled economically by the North and by the government of Nigeria. That strangulation was across the board and it affected all services. The good thing at that time, the Chinese extended help to South Sudan and they opened up a hospital. And also the Italians opened up a hospital for children called Usratuna. And the health services, the Germans under the GTZ helped with the construction of health centers across the country. And these services provided help, but it was not a comprehensive help. It's still people who did not have money. People died from malaria, typhoid. Typhoid and malaria was widespread. If you go to, you can get diagnosed, but there's no medication. You have to go and buy your own medication. And when there is no salaries, people don't have this. So people are all the time supporting each other, either through families or whatever system. But this tells you about the state of health. In terms of food, it was almost like a semi. Most of the time, people are not like well fed due to the economic strangulation. Did development happen in this house? There were some projects like Upper Talanga Tea Project, which was managed by a British aid agency in conjunction with the government of South Sudan. There were sugar projects in Malut. I'm not sure to what extent they succeeded. Anzara Agro Complex, which was there since British time, I think it declined. The fruit factory in Wow, which was there before Addis Ababa agreement, was working, but I think it eventually declined. So the South Sudan generally was on decline, and that decline was specifically because of the stranglehold, the economic stranglehold, and the control of the economy of South by the Nimeri government. And of course, the Southern Sudanese, according to the agreement, had no way of negotiating any foreign deals or foreign investment. That was the state of affairs. If you walked on the street, people were very thin. People walked a lot. Even things like transport, the transport system was only between Malakia, from Malakia Center under that big tree all the way to Juba by the, I don't know that space, what they call it, which is opposite, used to be Juba Commercial Bank, which is adjacent, which is facing the empty space where they used to have the bus stop, and on the other side is the Juba police station, plus the shops on the left side. Were people happy from what the government was doing? Not really, because if people remember very well, the infant mortality at the time was very high. There's always children dying from gastroenteritis, malaria. Adults, many adult people also, the death rate was high, especially for children and for young people. But what prevailed was the peace that came with the changes that were introduced. I hope I've answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Haj. I think it's a wonderful answer, man. Thank you for letting us to share it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Al-Haj. I'm going to pass the mic. Hold on one second, Dr. Hakim. I'll pass the mic to Brother Mujasif. I saw him blinking his mic, and then we'll come to Dr. Hakim after. Brother Mujasif?
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, the questions, if it's clear, there's no need, to a lot of people to go further. But I think there is some clarification only from the side of Sabata. If the answer is totally different, we can go further. But if the answer is the same, no need for some of our brothers to repeat the same. So clarification of Sabata, you can go ahead. It seems like he had some different opinions about answering the issue of services for Brother Muhammad.
Yeah, thank you. What I just want to tell Brother Mohammed is that the Kokora as a policy in itself does not deliver the service. It only provides for you the atmosphere to deliver the service for yourself. Now, if you don't take the opportunity and then deliver the service for yourself, then the problem is not the Kokora. It is your ability not to deliver service for yourself. What the Kokora does is it gives you the avenue because it prevents it prevents what is called the Higher Executive Council not to interfere in the local regional affairs. You see, or to a certain degree, it allows your governor and your local governor of your region and your local parliamentarians of your region to basically focus on planning your economical activities without interference from unnecessary authority above that, because your region, your governor is pretty much your authority at the time. So if you don't do that for yourself, then it's not the Kokora that has failed you. It is you have failed yourself. That's just what I want to clarify for Mohammed.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. Sister Pam, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brother Mujasif. I think I'll just give, just to be fair, I'll give 3 minutes to Dr. Hakim. Let's go ahead. Let's just go to Daniel. So I'll pass the mic to Daniel to give his presentation. Thank you, Sir Daniel. The mic is yours. Brother Daniel, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. The mic is yours.
Okay. Yeah, first of all, I want to apologize. Yesterday, I worked a long shift, and at my work, I did not. There was internet interruption. That is why maybe when those of Sabata, excuse me, and Mujasif tried to reach me, so they couldn't because the network wasn't functioning. So for that, I'm sorry. I'm just going to talk in point forms because I came late today. I was just surfing the net and then I saw you. Then I say, okay, let me just join. and it's the same topic, right? Remembering.
Yes,
honoring.
it's the same topic. It's just part 2 of it.
Yes, yeah. So like I said, I'm just going to say in point forms, just to save time. The first point I want to say is that, from time immemorial, يعني من زمن طويل يا جماعة, يعني the Sudan, if we take Sudan or South Sudan in particular, or even Equatorial region as a special area, يعني مناطق ده كله كان يعني حكومات سواء كان القبائل ولا chiefs, they were autonomous. The system of governance throughout South Sudan and Equatoria was autonomous through their tribes, okay, through their chiefs, through their rainmakers. ده النظام اللي اصلا شنو قاعد كان في جنوب السودان من زمان. شفتها؟ So فبالتالي يا جماعه this construct of one united South Sudan, well, one Sudan, these are all colonial constructs. These are all colonial constructs. And when did it happen? It happened during the time of condominium, and it happened during the time of colonization. So Ashankida, when people are talking about decentralization or a division of South Sudan, actually, it is a natural process. So the Hajalana there established clear, so that we all know that even up to now, in South Sudan, people have that tendency of being autonomous. So كان في شكل قبائل أو في شكل بتاع شنو كمحافظات أو أقاليم. Point number two, I was supposed to be talking about the Roundtable Conference. I'm not going to talk a lot about that, but I will say these two things about the Roundtable Conference. The Roundtable Conference was actually an attempt by Prime Minister Cyril Khalifa to try to address what was called Southern problem. Really, I would say it was kind of a genuine attempt from him, at the time he was the Prime Minister, to bring some solutions to the problems of South, because they see the problems that are happening in Sudan are the problems of South. لكن طبعا يعني there were political parties هناك النوايا بتاعهم ما كويس عشان كده they actually derailed the whole process. Lakin, for the sake of our discussion, the 2 points that I want to take from that roundtable conference is this. They were discussing 2 things, and I am linking this to our topic of Kokora for decentralization. And they were discussing موضوع الحكم كيف بيحكموا السودان ذاته وكيف بيحكموا المديريات الجنوبية. I think that was one of the things that was actually tackled during that conference or during those processes. Of course, so many things were thrown into the mix, like federalism, separation, independence, and all those. But I think I'll leave those aside. The main thing that I'll take from the Roundtable Conference is that they're trying to find the best way of administration in Sudan, and for that matter, the provinces of South Sudan. Another thing that they wanted to address is the issue of whether to condemn Anyanya actions in South Sudan as terrorist actions. On the other hand, Anyanya wanted to be like condemned, like unanimously condemned, whether the actions of the government of Sudan in the South, like in terms of the military operations, and in that regard, they will also condemn the actions of Anyanya. But what was clear is that they did not agree. They did not agree on those points. And because of that, a committee of 12 people was convened to discuss this thing further. And I think what brought us to the point of Addis Ababa agreement, and I would agree that, we are not supposed to mix, the Addis Ababa agreement and Kokora. But I think the reason we brought Addis Ababa agreement into this, because in Addis Ababa agreement, one of the articles was talking about the decentralized system of governance in Sudan vis-a-vis the decentralized system of governance in the southern provinces, which are Equatoria, Bahar Ghazal, and Upper Nile. And I think that is how we try to extract those things from the Addis Ababa agreement, but in the end of the day, I think we mix it up and then we talk more about the Addis Ababa agreement. Therefore, I think in the future, if we're going to talk about these agreements, whether it is Addis Ababa agreement or CPA or even these current agreements that are signed, we don't need to talk about it in general terms. We need to see the points that will actually support our topic of remembering and honoring Kokora. Everything else really should be left aside. Now, all this being said, this is what I want to say in point number 3. In point number 3, that is, the reason we are bringing Addis Ababa agreement into this discussion is because in Addis Ababa agreement, 2 things happen actually. Number 1, decentralization is included as a clause in the Addis Ababa agreement, and that is how the southern provinces will be governed within the context of the southern Sudan region. Number 2, also during the implementation of the Addis Ababa agreement, that is when actually Kokora happened. And why Kokora happened, like I mentioned last time, because there were some grievances that were raised, nobody listened to it, and in the end of the day, General Lago opted for the clause of decentralization that was actually articulated in the Addis Ababa agreement. And I think in doing so, there is nothing wrong at all. It's just point to the fact that, those things were there in the Addis Ababa agreement, and because things are not going well on the ground, that is why we need to now go into this clause. Yes, of course, people may say, yeah, that is wrong. Why would Mary intervene and all this? Yeah, that's fine. But let's see what happened all along. Those South Sudanese, including those of Abel Eliar when they were in Khartoum, representing the Southern Front, or the Liberal Party, or those who are representing the SANU from within, all of them actually allied with the governments in Khartoum, with the parties in Khartoum, except for the Anyanya movement that was in exile. Those are the only people who did not actually ally themselves with those Northern Sudanese political parties. But other than the Anyanya, all the other parties in the north, those Southern Sudanese parties in the north, they allied themselves either politically with those parties like Umma, the Hizb al-Ittihad al-Demokrati, or even those of Torabi, so that their interests can be secured. So now let's come now to the present moment, whether Kokora has actually benefited people in South Sudan or not. I think Kokora per se, like some of the speakers have already mentioned, it has actually benefited, administratively, it has benefited the people of Equatoria in the fact that, it brought stability among the people, it brought peaceful coexistence among the people, it brought freedom among the people, and for the first time, I think, in the history of Equatoria, people felt like they were actually free. Yeah. I think I cannot talk on behalf of the other regions. Maybe it did, it probably did it brought some stability, maybe in some parts of Upper Nile, maybe in some parts of Western Bahar Ghazal. I cannot talk on their behalf, but I think in general terms, I think the decentralized system of governance in South Sudan brought some type of stability. It might not have brought development because that cannot really be measured. Because during that time already, SPLM was waging a war against the government of the Sudan, and the economy of Sudan was in tatters, and it also brought instability in South Sudan. And if I can remember quite correctly, at that time we were already emerging young people. People in Equatoria, to be honest, did not want to join the SPLM simply because they thought that the reason in which the SPLM was formed is as a counter to to what the Kokora had done. So people did not want to join it. And even if I can say it correctly, you know, the leaders of the SPLM at that time said that if Equatorians don't want to join the movement, then they're going to bring the movement to Equatoria. That was actually spelled out. Yeah, so actually there was no way, you know, development can be brought if the country was in a war. And number two, if instability was brought to the southern region of Sudan. And not only that, even the leaders of the SPLM at the time were saying that, you know, we have to destroy Sudan and rebuild it later. And, you know, that destruction that incurred in the Sudan, especially in South Sudan, we're still suffering from it up to this date as we speak. Now, let me move to the fourth point, which is about the way forward, like after the Kokora had happened. You know, there's things that are written, you know, on paper or on constitution, but the implementations on the ground take a different tone. By that I mean, you know what, generally in Africa, you know, people write good constitutions, people write good manifestos. Even the Addis Ababa agreement, I think to some extent it's a fair agreement. I don't want to talk about it more, but if you look at the implementation part, actually the Addis Ababa agreement, whether it is on the part of the North or the part of the South in particular, let me focus on that. The Addis Ababa agreement in the South Sudan wasn't implemented in good faith. It wasn't implemented in good faith. And that is why I'm saying that, you know, if people are just focusing on the agreement itself, on the content, and not focusing on the attitudes of the people who are implementing the agreement and their actions on the ground, then we have actually kind of missed the point. Because, you know, the agreement or things were written on paper nicely, but the person who is implementing them or the group of people who are implementing them are using their own laws. You know, they put those things that were written aside and then they begin to implement it in their own way, and then they begin to show attitude. And those are the things that actually made many people feel marginalized in parts of Equatoria or in parts of Western Bahagazal and things like that. So therefore, my conclusion to this point is that, you know, there is one thing to write things on paper or on a constitution or in a manifesto, but it is altogether a different thing implementing it on the ground. The attitude that was shown doesn't really support what was written on the paper. And there are so many things that were said that did not please so many people. You know. So my final point is this, I'm just going quickly. You know, yes, people asked last time whether we should be ashamed about talking about decentralization or about Kokora. To me personally, I don't think you know, anybody should really be ashamed, because there were reasons why decentralization had to happen. That is number one. And number two, it is also part of our history. It is part of our history. Whether it has produced good results or not, it is part of our history. And if we are not able to address the good things and the shortcomings that came from that, then we have actually missed the point, and that is why history will repeat itself in South Sudan. Now, Equatorians, I think, if you look at the other regions of South Sudan, people have their own interests that they promote, be they tribal interests, be they regional interests, be they whatever. And today, you know, politics will not really bring you your interest. Just to say it bluntly, politics or political parties will not bring you your interest. Today, if Equatoria want to secure their interest, they need to go on the ground and see what do the people really need in terms of their economic interests. How can they live their livelihood? These are the things that they need to look at. Number two, what will safeguard their land? Is it the party in government? Is it the constitution? Or is it the people who are the realm of the government? Or is it the people themselves who will decide, how they want to secure their land? In terms of governance, who is going to have a say on that? Is it the system of the government? Is it the country? Or is it the people of that particular region that will say, you know what? In our opinion, we want to see how we are governed. This is how we want to see we are governed. This is the system of governance we want to see. Nobody really can dictate to you how you want to be governed. By the way, decentralization is a natural phenomenon. Let me repeat this point. Decentralization is actually a natural phenomenon. Even if you look at the creation, let's believe that there is God the creator. When God created everything has been given the freedom to breathe the way they want to breathe, the place in which they want to grow, the style in which they want to live. God wasn't wrong when He created all this decentralization, all this independence to these creatures. Now, who are we in this life to say, okay, you know what? All of us should live together in one country and only one country. No one else will have any choice whether they want to live alone or not. So today, if we are actually negating these natural laws, that means there is something wrong. There is something wrong. If you look at those countries that they try to enforce unity, you have seen that all these countries have broken down. You have seen that in former Yugoslavia. You can actually see in Soviet Union now, which used to be called Soviet Union, and it has broken into countries, and now there is only Russia, and you can see why that war is fueling. It is a war of independence. You cannot really force unity, even on the family level, like some of us have said. You cannot really force unity. You can only give it to the free will of people to choose what type of unity or what type of marriage they want to live in. So, in conclusion, this is what I would say. Kokora was part of the history of South Sudan, and it is something that should be remembered. If there are flaws in it, then we need to talk about it and how we can correct it. And if there are some good things in it, then we should really actually give the credit to where it is due. For the people of Equatoria, I think we need to start thinking about our interests. We really don't need to focus on these political ideologies, on these political systems, or on these constitutions, or on all of these things that they are used as a what is the proper? They are just used for propaganda and for blindfolding people. We need to look what are our real interests really in South Sudan, in Equatoria. How can we secure these interests? And how can we remember the milestones in our history that can actually make us as a force that can be reckoned with in South Sudan, in the region, and worldwide, like I mentioned last time. But other than that, I think, I really applaud the courage of those of Joseph Lagu for at least trying his best really to present the best possible solution to address the issues of South Sudan at that time. And you can see the carryover from that time. Those things were not addressed, even in our own time now. That's why we see these problems are still, reoccurring in South Sudan. And until we are able to give the freedom of choice for people to choose, like the system of governance, the type of unity they want, the way they want to develop their areas, then we will just continue to be beating around the bush. And I don't know for how long. So I just want to thank all of you for being there, for listening. And I also want to thank all the panelists. This is actually a well thought kind of a presentation here. I have looked at all the angles of the topic, but in the end of the day, really, we need to really see what is best for us. As the people of Equatoria, first and foremost, we need to see what is best for us in terms of this area that I mentioned, in terms of governance, in terms of the types of unity we want, in terms of the way how we want to see our region being developed, in terms of the role we want to play actually as Equatorians, and the role that we want to play in South Sudan. And if we just keep our minds all over the map, then we don't have a purpose. We really don't have a purpose. We need to try to see what is our best interest and how can we achieve them. If we're able to do that, even though we have differences in certain things, then we will know that, okay, this is our interest and this is how we want to achieve those interests. So thank you very much, Palm, and thank you, Mujasif, for giving me the time. If anybody has questions, I'm here to answer the questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Brother Daniel. I'll go ahead and give a chance to Brother Mujasif and Sabata. If they have a question, they can go ahead and ask.
Yeah, thank you, Sister Pam. I think we already exhausted the topic for part 2. I would like just to throw a question so that we can come and conclude, our discussion this morning, this afternoon, this night. Let me throw these questions here, and I will put it in Arabic and English as well. السؤال ده مهم جدا. نحن لو لاحظنا يعني كوكورا لما جاء يعني بالعربي البسيط بيقول اي زول يرجع محل بتاعه، وكلمة انه اي زول يرجع محل بتاعه الكلام ده ظاهر وجع ناس معينين، لكن لو تلاحظت الزمن ده جنوب السودان بيتكون من ممكن 3 اقاليم، اللي هو الاقليم الاستوائي، اقليم على النيل، وعندك اقليم بحر الغزال. ولو لاحظنا برضو الاستوائية ذاته فوقه غرب الاستوائية وشرق الاستوائية وبعدين وسط الاستوائية. سؤال أنا دار نسأل، هل الكوكورا ده لما جاء الناس اللي كانوا تابعين لغرب الاستوائية هل كان لازم عندهم عشان يرجعوا غرب الاستوائية، وكان مثلا من شرق الاستوائية لازم يرجعوا شرق الاستوائية، وبعد ذاك ناس سنترال إيكاتوريا كانوا يكونوا في سنترال إيكاتوريا، لأنه الحاجة اللي حصل ده إنه أي زول يرجع مكانه. ده الحاجة اللي أنا داير كده نعمل فيه ملخص عشان نختم فوقه الغرفة ده. حاجة نمرة 2، ليه إنه الناس اللي كانوا ما تابعين للإقليم الاستوائي الكلام ده وجعهم شديد؟ ليه إنه الكلام ده وجعهم شديد لما يقول لزول أرجع بيتك، أمشي صلح بيتك، هو يعني يزعل شديد، والمكان ما مكانه بالضبط. أنا ما أعرف السبب شنو في الموضوع ده، نحن لازم نفكر فوقه ونجاوب بكل صراحة. وختاما برضو للنقاش بتاعتنا بتاع الليلة ده، الحاجة اللي أنا شفته على حسب الريسيرش وأنا اشتغلت فيه كتير من فترة من نحن قاعدين في الفيسبوك، مشكلة الكوكورا ده بصراحة يعني جاب حساسية كبيرة لبعض الناس، خلى إنه لما نحن أخذنا الانفصال بتاعتنا في 2011 النية السوداء اللي كان موجود بإنه كوكورا كان هدف عشان يشيلوه من المكانات بتاع الاستوائية ظهر في الوقت الحسي ده في الحكومة الحسي الموجود في جنوب السودان، بغض النظر إنه في إيكاتوريانز بسيطين موجودين في حكومة ده، لكن النية واضح. عشان كده في فوضى حاصل في البلد ده، ونحن ما قادرين نصل إلى شنو، إلى حل بتاع الجذور بتاعت المشكلة اللي حاصل في جنوب السودان. ولو لاحظت كتير حتى الناس اللي من غرب الاستواء من على النيل وفي بحر الغزال بيشوفوا الإيكاتوريين بإنه هم الناس ما دارين الناس في مكانه. هذا الكلام ده يثبت صح. انا داير نختم الغرفه ده بهذا النقاط، واي زول هيكون عنده فرصه، الاساتذه الموجودين والدكاتره الموجودين هنا عندهم فرصه عشان يحاولوا يعني نختم الغرفه ده في هذا النقاش. لكن كده خلينا نبدا بسباتا، وبعدين انا بدي فرصه لسيستر بام so that she can give our brothers and those who are here and our sister Alma, so that we can conclude this room with this kind with these questions. By the way, brother Sabata, I think you heard what I'm saying. Kanita la hasta kalam Kokora da giwaja nasa ni shadid بغض النظر اي زول المفروض يرجع محله يعني ليه واجه لزول كان قال لك ارجع محلك كم تسلم محلك باي ذا واي كده نحن نتكلم في الموضوع ده ونختم، وانا بديك فرصه بتاع like 5 minutes to elaborate on this, and then I will send it the mic for Pam to give chances also for those who are in the clubhouse to go further. And I think we can conclude this room part 2 with these questions this afternoon or this night for some of you who have different time zone. Thank you.
شكرا brother Mujasif. سؤال بتاعك ده في محله. I think حاجة الجواجة وناس is because ناس في الزمن ده كان شايفين على أساس إنه جوبا هو capital. ناس شايفين على أساس إنه جوبا هو capital. And طبعا شعب دائما في أي دولة عندهم the tendency من جي believe على أساس إنه services الكويس دائما جي لقوين في capital. عشان كده فعلا في جوبا هناك كان بيلقوا طبعا في ناس بيجي يعني ناس بيجي من fanatical sometimes رواتا أبوغار وتانين بس المهم بس ناس جي ناس جيكوا في جوبا. حتى الماين دو برنامج بس بيجا في جوبا يعني بيجا جاسف في السوق ولا أي حاجة. فالناس عندهم أفكار كده على أساس إنه يا أخي جوبا ده it is a capital بتاع الشعب كله. ف they want to come there and get the necessary services الحكومة موجودة. ده واحد. نمرة 2 مجاسف الزمن داك again أنا بريجا في lack of ability. تعرف إنت كان ما عندك صغة sometimes في نفسك على أساس إنه حتى كان ودي لي باجت قروش إنت بقدر روح في محل بتاعك وإنت بيقوم بيد من ما فيش إنت دائما تخاف. شفت كيف؟ إنت بتخاف. لكن إنت لو عندك صغة على أساس إنه أنا حتى في flat plane surface بس كان ودي لي أنا كمية بتاعت resources أنا بيقوم this city from nowhere ولا أنا بيقوم development بتاعي to my satisfaction the way أنا عايز. If you have that confidence إنت ما بتخاف كله يعني عشان ترجع في منطقة بتاعك حتى كان منطقة ده شكل تبقى كيف. The other thing is كمان أنا أجي فكر على أساس إنه it boils down في soil بتاعنا بتاعت areas بتاعت إيكوتوريا ده the kind of grass جيقوم هناك ده كأنه is very attractive لأبوغار. شفت كيف؟ جي attract جماعة التوالي جي أبوغار. These reasons sound lousy. It is lousy, yes, لزول المايندو programs. لكن زول عنده clear visions وبيعرف على أساس إنه كان ودي له قروش أو بقدر start a program يا مجاسف أو ما بيهزيكت to go and start something في محل بتاعه. Because في الدنيا ده في منو بيعبا freedom. يعني أزو دي لتا قال يا أخي روح put your political dispensation the way you want in your region and then here is budget implemented. شفت كيف؟ في منو بابا such kind of a reason. Now let me conclude with this reason مجاسف which is practical وأنا متأكد ناس تانين من في أجدها من regions تانين ديل ولا former regions سمحالات تانين ديل كان أسمع كلام ده maybe they will be uncomfortable but this is the truth. مجاسف كانت قاينو في territory بتاعت إيكوتوريا. These people, these tribes, they are by يعني يعني هم cultural values بتاعهم هم ما aggressive كويس. they attain يعني هم kind هم ناس it is very easy to come and associate معهم. They don't fight each other كويس. But when you look at the territory بتاعت the former province بتاعت Upper Nile ولا former province بتاعت بحر الغزال ولا كان former region after بقى في زمن regionalization, the tribes there might get along. That is problematic. When the tribes don't get along there, then ma be value, ma be hima le freedom along their region. Because after all, region still they don't get along that. Your region enough, what are they going to do? Equatorians value that freedom, Zamandak le, because they get along as Equatorians. They don't see. لكن مثلا زول القاعد في Upper Nile ولا زول القاعد في سايت بحر الغزال هناك ما الناس القي شكل هم ده is just the next door زول الجاي من province الثاني. شفت كيف؟ عشان كده ما قلتوا من ما قاعدين يخيموا that freedom, but we valued it because احنا Equatorians are not aggressive. We are easygoing people. كان في مشاكل we rather solve it by engaging in dialogue than engaging in act of aggression. And I think that is why the other people did not value that chance. Instead, they just want to congest Equatoria. This is where they felt their comfort. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I think that will relate it with the federal system. And this will be another discussion. That's why, the majority of some of these, areas that Upper Nile and even Bahr al-Ghazal, they are a little bit worried that, federal system for them as an issue, by the way. So, يعني ده ذاته مشكلة في حد ذاته لأنه federal system كان بيقول لك زي يعني هو قريب إنه أي زول يرجع محله وأي زول يحاول يعني ينظم نفسه ويكون عنده سلطات والسلطات بتاعه ده يعني يقوم به نفسه يكون في شرطة مثلا محلية تابعة لشنو تابعة للمكان اللي انت موجود فوق الا ممكن بعد ذاك الجيش والحاجات الثانيه دي طبعا ده نقاش ثاني طويل. فعشان كده بتلاحظ انه الناس حتى في الفدرال سيستم في تخوف في هذا الموضوع. خلينا من ده موضوع ثاني. انا بدي فرصه Sister Pam, I think you get what I'm saying about the question that I would like to conclude, and then you can go further to give chances for those who are in the clubhouse, and we come to the conclusion. So each one of them, if it can summarize in 5 minutes or maximum 7 minutes, will be good, because I know they will need more to explain. Thank you. Are you there? So if Sister Pam is not there, let me start with Dr. Hakim then.
Hello?
Yeah.
Joseph?
Yes, I hope you get my questions and what I was looking for the conclusion. That's what I raised up. So if you can go further on it. Thank you.
I think I got the second part of the question, which was saying ليه في حساسية شديد يعني قضية بتاعت إنه إيكواتوريا يعني القضية بتاعت مثلا كوكورا ده جزء له أخيرا ظاهرا المجتمع.
أنا قصدي شنو؟ قصدي طبعا كوكورا لما جات الظاهر بيقول أي زول يرجع مكانه. وأن إحنا ذاتنا الإيكواتوريين لو لاحظت في ناس جاي من شرق الاستوائية، في ناس من الغرب، وفي ناس في الوسط. فهل إنه كان كلمة أي زول يرجع في محله؟ الإيكواتوريين ذاته المفروض أي زول يرجع في مكان اللي هو جاي منه وكده. ده الحاجة الأول. والحاجة الثانية، ليه الناس تحسست بإنه أي زول يرجع مكانه، وخاصة من بعض الجهات الثانية زي عندك في على النيل ومثلا بحر الغزال، إنه الناس شافت الحاجة دي زي يعني طرد لهم ولذلك يس. لكن الإيكواتوريين ذاته كان عندهم فرص إنه هم ذاته منقسمين من ولايات او من جهات جغرافيه، ودي كان بدي انه ناس شرق الاستواء كان رجعوا في شرق الاستواء، وغرب الاستواء ظاهر رجعوا في غرب الاستواء، والسنتر فضل في السنتر. ليه الناس اتحسست بهذا الموضوع؟ وباضافه لذلك انا شايف المشكله دي هي المشكله السائده حتى اليوم في جنوب السودان، اللي بتخلي انه نحن الوضع بتاعنا ما يمشي بطريقه الافضل، لان الناس افتكرت انه هان الوقت انه عندهم الفرصه والسلطه عندهم، ممكن يحاولوا يتذكروا برنامج بتاعت الكوكورا كان بالنسبه لهم مذله. تفضل.
اوكي شكرا. حقيقه اخي مجازي، يعني انت لما ترجع لكلام بتاع كوكورا ده، اول حاجه المديريات الثلاثه، اول اسم شنو ده، الاسم شنو ده، القضيه بتاعت الثاني ستيج ما كانت موجوده اساسا، كويس؟ فاحنا ما بنلم الكلام ده ندمجه مع هنا السنترال ايسترن والويسترن ايكواتوريا. اللي كان حصل انه استوائيه رجعت كشنو as a region، one region، يعني ما كان مقسم لشرق غرب وايست. بالتالي الدعوه كانت الدعوه بتاعت كوكرا كانه الاستوائيه ترجع لشنو؟ ترجع للستيتس بتاعت المديريه، لكن في شكل ديفولوشن بتاعت اديس ابابا اجريمنت. وبالتالي دي كان طبعا زي ما قلنا وكل الناس قالوا انه دي كان دعوه من جهه بتاعت استوائيه، لانه كانوا بيشوفوا انه هم يكونوا احرار في المنطقه بتاعتهم، يدبروا السياسات بتاعتهم وشنو يعملوا شنو، كويس؟ فالتطور اللي جا حصل ليتر اون للتقسيم بتاع ثلاثه اسم شنو ولايات دي، حتى ده ذاته ما تم بمشاوره بتاعت الاستوائيين. ده النظام جابه بشير هو جاب النظام، لكن النظام اللي كان بتاع كوكورا استوائيه كلها كانت في واحد مديريه بس، اسم شنو واحد ريجن بس، وفرنان وبحر الغزال وكده. بعدين القضيه الثانيه طبعا لانه كان الاستوائيين كان بيقولوا انه في حيمنه، قال في حيمنه بالذات بتكللي في زمن بتاع قاد كوف وعبل الهير وكده، حيمنه من ناس الدينكا ونوير والقبائل النيليه كانوا بيحيمنوا، يعني بيشوفوا انهم كانوا يشكلوا خطر لمصالح بتاعت الاستوائيه، وفي حيمنه على شنو؟ حيمنه على السلطه، وحتى كان في كوربشن شديد، يعني قبليه كانت والنيبوتيزم كانت فيري هاي. شفت كيف؟ السكولرشيبس وما ادراك وحاجات بشكل زي دي. فوقت الاستوائيين بقى طلبوا انه يعني احنا عاوزين نوقف الهيمنه ده. هم بالتالي بيحسوا انه الحكايه دي شيء مضاد بالنسبه لهم، وما عاوزين يقبلوا انه هم كانوا اسباب الهيمنه في الجنوب واسباب الفوضى والكوربشن الحاصل. وبالتالي there was a negative reaction because they see this as targeting them. شفتها؟ بغض النظر شنو؟ عن merits والdemerits بتاعت هنا الاسم شنو decentralization ذات and world regionalization. شفت كيف؟ So they were not looking at regionalization on its merits and demerits. They were looking at it as a reaction by Equatorians to chase them out. That's how they were looking at it. They look at it and this is a measure. Equatorians are colluded with the president of the republic to chase Dinka out because they were complaining about Dinka domination, tribalism وكده. يعني عشان كده كان في حساسية شديد لقضية بتاعت يعني development، لانه السؤال كان بيقولوا حتى ابوه كان بيقولوا انه شنو؟ اخواننا ما انتوا شيلوا الديفلوبمنت ارياز بتاعتكم. ده ما بيعني انه احنا ما حنكون جيران ولا كده، لكن احنا قضيه بتاعت اداره بس، انتوا تمشوا تديروا بحر الغزال تديروا ابا نايل واكواتوريا تدير اكواتوريا باستوائيين يعني كده. وكان في يعني برضه ناس ماثيو كوت بيكوت ولا منو كده من ابر نايل برضه، وفي ناس كانوا من بحر الغزال وابر نايل ساندوا الموضوع ده. يعني هم شافوا الميريتس بتاعتهم ووقفوا مع حمايه بتاعت كول بتاع الديسنترلايزيشن. لكن اللي كانوا متضررين الاساسيين، المتضررين الاولين الاوائل، يعني مثلا اللي تاثروا خالد الناس اللي كانوا يهو طوال جو مشوا دخلوا في الاس بي ال الاس بي ال. فغالبيه بتاعتهم المشوا للاس بي ال كانوا ناس زعلانين من الوضع الجديد، الوضع السياسي الجديد. They did not like the idea that they are now pushed to the different regions, and this push came as a result of decree by President Mary. And so Nimeri was colluding with the Equatorians to push them out of Equatoria. So it was just seen as a push against them. يعني ده عاوزين يتخلصوا منهم، الاستوائيين زي يتخلصوا منهم، يتخلصوا منهم كدينكا وكنوير وما أدراك أو قبائل النيلية كده. This is what precipitated all this prejudice against Kokora. وبالتالي يعني الكوكرا دي بقت زي شنو؟ حاجة أي واحد في تقريبا يعني من population بتاع الفئات الفئوية، الفئات الاليتس مثلا في الاسم شنو ده من الابر نايل والبحر الازرق، القيادات بتاعت الاس بي ال ام بالذات الوقت ده الغالبيه بتاعتهم نفس الناس اللي كانوا يتضرروا من التقسيم ده، يتضرروا من الكوكرا. And those were the people who went to join the SPLA. And that was one of the reasons why also Equatorians were reluctant. Equatorians كانوا شنو؟ They were reluctant to join the SPLM because الناس اللي كانوا جروا في الأوائل ومشوا دخلوا ال SPLM غالبية بتاعتهم من الناس اللي كانوا يتضرروا من الكوكورا. And this is exactly what happened. لكن الأشياء الثانية، النقطة الثانية برضه أنا عاوز أشير له هنا. النقطة بتاعت إنه مثلا الاستوائيين مش هم كانوا أوائل الناس اللي قاموا بالقضية بتاعت الانفصال بتاعت جنوب السودان. الاستوائيين ما رفضوا القضيه بتاعت انه لسه في برنامج بتاع شنو؟ برنامج بتاع مثلا تحرير بتاع جنوب السودان مستقبلا. يعني سو كوكورا was not the end of the road. كوكورا was a step measure لانه الناس كانت تشوف انه شنو احنا ما بنقدر نعيش كده، ما بنقدر نتعايش كده. فاذا كان اساسا ما في قيادات سياسيه ولا في اي حضور او حتى في قابليه بتاعت انه الناس مثلا تواصل المشوار اللي كانت اساسا الجنوبيين قاموا به، فاحسن انه شنو؟ على الاقل we have to administer ourselves. And this is a fair system. You administer yourself, I administer myself. كان في أي حوجة ثانية أنه إحنا لسه عندنا مشوار طويل وعايزين نكمل المشوار زي ما نسنجانا كان بدأوا، هنقعد تحت وهنشوف كيف كلنا نحط يدنا سوا عشان نقدر لباقي المشوار نكمل باقي المشوار. فما في غضاضة في أنه شنو؟ فأنه إحنا نقسم الجنوب ده لثلاثة أقاليم وكل إقليم يحكم نفسه. وفي نفس الوقت احنا ممكن بعد ذلك نقدر نطور برنامج يعني انه هل احنا عاوزين لسه تفصيل الفصل بتاع جنوب السودان؟ اكيد غالبيه بتاعت السنتمنتس في ايكواتوريا ستيل ستاند سيبريشن. So the idea was that انه الناس ممكن بعد كل مش التقسيم، لانه التقسيم قضيه اداريه، دي قضيه اداريه بيحل لنا مشكله بتاعت ترايباليزم، مشكله بتاعت دومينيشن وكده. وبعد ما احنا نحل المشكله ده هنكون عندنا الجدول بتاعت اعمال ثانيه، الجدول بتاعت انه احنا شنو؟ نمشي لقدام كيف بعد كده؟ ما خلاص احنا كلنا بنحكم انفسنا ونجي سوا في ترابيزه واحد، مائده مستديره بتاعت جنوب السوداني، نقعد نقول احنا نمشي لقدام كيف بعد كده؟ بعد ذاك هنشوف اللي هيطلع هنا يقول لنا قالوا فيهم نجي نكمل المشوار ده كجنوبيين ده، يجي يورينا، مش كده؟ فدعوه بتاعت استوائيه للتقسيم بتاع جنوب السودان الى 3 مديريات ما كان دي دعوه ولا شنو؟ دعوه رفض للانفصال بتاع جنوب السودان، لا ما نخلط الامور. Whereas the two things are separate. Because if we still have a sense of being a country or a nation as a people, we should not disagree about how we administer ourselves. We should not. Kokora should be welcomed. But what should be happening is that there should be drawing of lessons. And now, let us not forget the bigger agenda. We're still one people. Let's put our hands together. Let's define the roadmap for the future. مش كده؟ ما هو أقول أنت تقوم تشيل التقسيم بتاع جنوب السودان ل3 مديريات على أساس إنه this is the reason for why we should not be united in our struggle for a state. That would have still gone ahead. عشان كده كان في ناس مثلا حتى مثلا قابلية بتاعت الاستوائيين، ليه الاستوائيين later on started to join SPLM انخرطوا في المجال في الجدل ده في الاسم شنو ده في الكفاح المسلح والحناية، الكفاح بتاع الاس بي ال، ليه ناس دخلوا فيه؟ لانه كان في سياسات بدات تطرح، وكان في شبه انه ربما الاس بي ال بيخطط بطريقه because they were talking about Sudan and New Sudan and so on. and the agenda was that this is now a cause for all of Sudanese to preserve the interests of the people of all of Sudan, including Equatorial. It's got nothing to do with differentiation or separate decentralization of Equatorial. حتى انه الاس بي ال ام ذاته عشان يرضي استوائيين عمل شنو؟ ما ابدا نظام مبني على ثلاثه قوانين. الجفنه بتاعت في الاس بي ال ام، الجفنه بتاعت ايكوتوريا كان ياهو سمولا بجوم، والجفنه بتاعت ابر نايل كان ياهو كولما ينجب، والجفنه بتاعت بحر غزال كان منو؟ خلين يالدن ولا الور دين الور اثين كويس؟ ما لها نفس المنهج because they want to win the people of Equatoria. That we are not, this is not about redivision. You can still continue to manage yourselves. انا حضرت مناقشه كده مع بعض من القيادات بتاعت الاحزاب الاول التكتلات اللي ظهرت على الساحه السياسيه قريب ده كويس؟ في واحد بتاع National People's Movement في استراليا. احنا اتكلمنا معهم وكنا بنتكلم عن مثلا يعني the way of how do we set up a transitional system in South Sudan. احنا كنا بننهى المنهج بتاعت انه الثلاثه مديريات ده لازم يكون عندها حق في انها تمارس حق تقرير المصير، وده الشيء الوحيد اللي بيقدر يخلي الشعب يتخذ قرار بنفسه. لانه احنا الشبكه اللي هو اللي اسمه شنو ده يعني او السوشيال فابريك از بوكن. وكل ما نصر يجيب الكلام ده قال يفكروا انه يا اخي ما ده كوكورا، لكن يا اخي كوكورا كيف؟ انا قلت لهم يعني شوف ده قائد من القيادات السياسيه على الساحه ولسه عنده شنو؟ عنده prejudice against كوكورا. انا قلت له طيب Garang was running the system in South Sudan in the liberated area based on the three regions. The governor of Equatoria was separate. The governor, أنا مذكر الكلام ده حتى في زمن بتاع Tigrum crisis. Who was it was pushed to someone like John to try to address that issue. So فأنت رأيك شنو؟ فأنه ليه SPLM why SPLM followed the three regional model. Second, because زرعوا فيهم فكرة بتاعت إنه الكوكورا ده حاجة ما كويس. It was pushing Dinkas out. That's all that they think about it.
Yeah.
Not that it's a system. شفتها؟ ده الحصل.
Yeah.
Can
you conclude on that? Yeah.
الشيء الثاني اللي خليت قلته ربما already answered it about the باقي الأقاليم الثانية. والأقاليم الثانية زي ما ذكر الأخ قبل وحتى I think Sabata was also right in discussing that, putting it in that way, أنه استوائية بيشوفوه زي كمالات, you know, because it is viewed and seen as having had a certain amount of development, right? الديفلوبمنت ده ما موجود في أبر نايل، ما موجود في بحر غزال، وبالتالي الناس they don't want to be pushed out of something good in Equatoria. But the issue is this, that still we have to address the issue of governance. The issue of governance is central, and we want to make sure that المفروض الناس كلها تنظر للمشكلة كشنو؟ كقضية بتاعت حقوق يعني. ما انت عندك نفس الحق، استوائيين عندهم نفس الحق، وانتوا في بحر غزال عندكم نفس الحق. فالقضية هنا انه تحكم نفسك وتحاول تلقى صياغة لقضية بتاعت انه how do you utilize your resources. ودي ما يكون مشكلة بتاعت حرب، يعني it shouldn't be an issue of conflict and war among ourselves that Equatoria wants to be for example to govern itself by itself الوقت ده. لكن هسي لانه في عناد شديد احنا هنكون لسه في مشكلة. وزي ما الاخ دانيال قال جبال انه القضية هسي احنا كاستوائيين لازم نمتلك حق القضاء في القضية ده كويس؟ يعني we have to decide, our people have to decide for once and for all how they want to govern themselves and how their future should be manifesting itself. عشان الناس التانيين ده برضه شوف انه يكون عندهم نفس الحق. They are sovereign. Equatorial sovereign people. Bahr al-Ghazal is a sovereign people. And no one is more sovereign than the other. So the people of Upper Nile should not have prejudice against Equatorians calling for separation or for self-determination, for example. And because that right also belongs to them. We have to find a way or formula of how we can live and coexist together.
Yeah, thank you.
If we can't find that, then we have to look at the options of exercising the people's right to self-determination. That is for the people of Upper Nile, Bahr al-Ghazal, and Equatoria.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The discussion will continue in this part of our topic next time. Let me give chance to Dr. Al-Haj, but followed up with the question that what I raised also, I would like to, we hear from Dr. Al-Haj his own view on this question that what I raised, but I want him to follow up by, maybe I will assume, but it seems like it's true, that 1983, defection, it seems like the SPLM, the corrupted people and the more tribalistic people, they're the one who start the SPLM, because there is no any justification that because Kokora have been brought to the South Sudanese to govern themselves and to develop their areas, bring South Sudanese or some of the South Sudanese as the leaders of the SPLM to defect and to go and form something, they call it SPLM. And if you look, you go back to the research, some of them, they had really some very big problems. Finance indum mashakil قانونية بدو جروا في الاس بي ال ام. في ناس قتلوا ناس عشان هم قتلوا ناس وقاعدين يجيبون في محكمة قاموا جروا وخشوا الاس بي ال ام. في ناس يا اخي ما صرفوا للناس قروش بتاع مهية بتاع الجيش كويس. المفروض كان يجيبون في مجلس تحقيق في خرطوم. وانا متذكر الكلام ده لما ابوي كان بيقول لي انه في ناس كانوا في كتيبه اللي بيقول له 100 وكم بتاع جنوب السودان 105 لو كان 100 وكم. شفتها انه الناس ديل دارين يجيبون كان في مجلس تحقيق عشان في قروش راح في النص وفي حاجات ما ماشيه كويس. جزء منه بياجروا ما عملوا اس بي ال ام. هل نقدر نقول انه بدايه بتاعت الاس بي ال ام لما كرح موضوع بتاعت الكوكورا الناس الغاد البدايين ديل ممكن نصنفهم بانهم فعلا فيهم ناس مفروض يتم محاكمتهم ومساءلتهم من الناحيه بتاعت الفساد والناحيه بتاعت المشاكل الجنائيه follow up by that's why they are sensitive to go further and to say that Kokora is a big problem and they don't accept Kokora up to now, and they start to make mobilizations about Kokora that is only comes from the Equatorians, and people, they should not accept that. And by the way, when they reflect and they find themselves that they are mistaken, that's why Gering changed his policy and to start to say, okay, let's divide South Sudan to three, three, I think Dr. Hakim said 3 regions or something like that, and to give 3 governors in the areas where have been liberated at that time. So Dr. Dr. Al-Haj, can you go further on this? So you have between 6 to 5 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you, Mujasir. Your first 3 questions, I think the first question has been answered adequately by Hakim, and I don't need to go there and repeat. The second question, my take on the second question is that there was a view from some of our brothers that Equatoria was developed, although in reality it was not. But there was a view that it was developed. And if you look at it from the theory of center versus periphery, it can make sense, because Juba at the time was the capital of South Sudan, and it was the center of services. It was the center where most of the foreign agencies were based. And also, when regional government came in, the houses and the ministries and the parliament, all those modern buildings that were built, and they enjoyed them, were not available in Wau or on Malakal. They had the British left buildings, which in Juba also had, but in addition now they have new ones. In Bahar Gaza, in Wau, they had the British as well as Malakal, and so they looked at Juba as more developed and with services. And now, why were they being told to go away to areas which did not have these services? In a sense, one can see a point there, but they could as well go there and develop those places very fast, because they could have made an argument for buildings of parliament, exactly like those built in Juba. And perhaps Khartoum would have. I'm not certain whether they would, but if they put their papers in properly, they might have gotten those papers. But they didn't want to look at it like that, so they were looking at it as an issue of center periphery. And they felt they were being chased away from services. The third point, were they hated? I think that would be too strong word to say. I don't think there was hate per se, but there was a dislike of behavior. People disliked their behavior, people disliked what they did. But then, to answer this question properly, it takes you back to 1962. Oduho taking control of Sano, 64, Egre Jaden wins, Oduho gives power to Egre Jaden. William Deng, who did not get it, became a very high person in Jaden government. He then decided to defect to Khartoum and create a son from within. That is the time the JCE started building a policy. So if you look at those policies, young are born to rule. Equatorians are foreigners. And now Equatorians have created Kokora, they are going away. It creates anger in them because they are supposed to be the rulers. And so what happened was the JCE propaganda that started in the early 60s, which matured in around 70, has given the average person in these communities that they are the rulers, that they have the right. How dare the Equatorians tell them to go away and live in their own places? So it is them who were very angry because their policies of Kokora were now being turned upside down. And in that sense, you can see the magnitude of the anger because the policies of the JCE were now being scuppered. And these policies were not like being kept quiet. I did hint sometimes in between 1974 to 76, Justin Yach in SSU and also it said the parliament uttered that they are born to rule and they would rule the Equatorians for 50 years, which ironically is going to happen. And it is that kind of mentality and that kind of indoctrination that made them hate Equatorians. And that hate has grown was fed and it is now consuming us in the new independent South Sudan. So this is regarding the three issues. Then we come to the issue of how the development of SPLA is linked to this very issue of JC. You know, just in 1983, between February and May, no, I think end of February, March, May, Siddiq al-Banna, Major General Siddiq al-Banna, who was in charge of the military in the south, was friendly to Lieutenant Colonel Carbino Kwanyenbo, who was the commander of Battalion 105 stationed in Bo. Now, Major General Siddiq al-Banna and Carbino were conducting side businesses in wildlife products. Carbino would collect leopard skins, elephant tusks, and rhino tusks, and things like that. He would bring them to his commander, Siddiq al-Banna, and they would get some money back. And this corruption developed because they were there for long. One time, Siddiq al-Banna, I think, decided to go and check the accounts of the barracks in Bor. And of course, Carbino had taken liberties because of his relationship with Siddiq al-Banna. He had embezzled a lot of money, and that became the trigger for the rebellion that happened in Bor, and Geren accidentally was around and joined them, and that gave birth to SPLA. Is SPLA a result of Kokora? To a large extent it is. And my evidence to that is in John Geren's book, The Call to Democracy in Sudan, which was edited by Dr. Mansour Khalid. He said one of the reasons that motivated him to rebel was that the abrogation of the Addis Ababa Agreement. That is one of the reasons. So he had other reasons, but this is one of the reasons. Now, the other evidence is all the people who were in Juba, who were angered by Kokora, straight away after the rebellion of Geren, joined Geren in mass, in big number. And this evidence then was concretized when other people from Equatoria and other places joined the movement. Anecdotal reports were saying they were being told and reminded of Kokora. So if you take all this into account, there is some evidence to corroborate any claim that the formation of SPLA was fueled by the anger from Kokora. And if you take it further and follow it with the incursions of SPLA into Equatoria, first when they came, and they went to when they went to Mondare land, they almost displaced the entire Mondare, who then ran into Juba. So if SPLA was a national movement, why would they attack the Mondare? But they had a nemesis in Mondare, Gaju Kurinyang Lupaya, and Clement Kona. So that clearly also indicates that they were very unhappy with Kokora, and so they were coming now vengeful and then emptying their anger on the local people. Again, when they it was a similar experience. And also when Wani Iga came in July 86, July 1986, I can remember the date clearly because I was on my way from Yei to Arua. It was on the 24th of July when we were stopped because they had crossed in between Yei and Kaya. And so when Wani Iga crossed, they came all the way from Western Equatoria. They had come through Western Equatoria. They collected retired Colonel Martin Kajivura, brigadier. I'm not sure, brigadier or Colonel. They collected. They went to Colonel Martin Kajivura's house. They collected him and took him along. And then they came through Bishop Gwyn. They collected late Mark Nicol, Pastor Mark Nicol, who passed away in 2000. And they took them as hostages and went with them all the way towards the Jikeji side. Now, that incursion left a lot of casualties on the way. That is another sign showing that when the SPLA were coming, they were not coming as liberators, but actually they were coming as oppressors of the people.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Can you conclude in some seconds because we are about, and then so that we give chance, we remain with Tito and Daniel, and if Alma would like to add something, so we go further. For that, Dr. Hakim, just go for the conclusion. Thank you very much. Sorry, Dr. Al-Haj.
All right, no, that's fine. I can leave it here.
Yeah, I give you a chance just to conclude in some seconds. Will be good. Thank you. Yeah.
Let me see. Okay. All right. Okay. So basically, the evidence is overwhelming that the people who managed or the leaders of SPLA already had a preconceived hatred towards others. And that hatred has remained, and it is what is surfaced now in a bigger picture in our country. Thank you.
Yeah, now we can say the SPLM is really a big problem. That what we see right now, and we see all the chaos that who is taking place right now in South Sudan since 2011. Right now we see that because it is not easy for the SPLA to come back for their own mind to think that they are the liberators, like what Dr. Al-Haj said, and I think we'll proceed the discussion next time from this point. I would like to send this microphone to Sister Pam. You have Tito and you have Daniel and Alma, that she can go further on those, or if any question that you would like to ask. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brother Mujasa. I'll go ahead and give the mic to Dr. Alma. I'm not sure if Brother Tito is ready right now, so I'll give the chance to Dr. Alma to answer the question. Dr. Alma, if you did not hear the question, I can refresh it, but if you have, I'll go ahead and give you the mic to answer the same question that I was giving to Dr. Al-Haj.
Thank you, and I'm so glad that I have got this chance to come again. I am not in my hometown, so a little bit just in and out of the internet. I will start first by really thanking Brother Daniel. He just said things which we Equatorians should listen to, and we should take note of what he's saying. Really take note. And I agree with most of the points which have been said by my brothers here and sisters. So what I'm saying, you know, as Equatorians, we have got to concentrate on ourselves, because it's now everybody's on their own. نحن حاسة في بلد كله خربان، بلد كله عنده مشكلة. Our president even said it. He said that I am not going to do anything. I have got my own little group of soldiers around me and all these things. And if you fight there, you fight. And then when you come near me here, you will have to be humble and not to be called yourself a man. So it's a president who is speaking. And it gives us all these messages that everybody is on their own. This is a clear message, Jama. You can see it from so many points. So it shows us that, as Brother Daniel said, and he posed this question, as Equatorians, are we going to just put ourselves out there everywhere, or are we going to concentrate on ourselves? And this is a question for everybody to answer in their own time. So about Kokora, Kokora is a good system. It's more or less in very simple Arabic, يعني بمعنى بسيط زي ما brother بتاعي مجازف has said. قالوا لناس امشوا واعملوا شغل في محل بتاعكم. Why are people so angry about it? I myself have been asking myself, why are these people so angry when they are told to go home? It's just absolutely mind-boggling. When you are told to go home and clean your house and put your house in order and look after your people, why do you get angry? So I have been thinking that, it goes down to culture. Really, it goes down to culture. For us, culturally, you should zone yourself by zoning your house. You know where your house, the borders finish and where it begins and where it finishes. And this is where, this is where you are, and nobody is going to take it from you. If somebody comes there ويعتدي عليك معناته هو يعتدى على كل الناس اللي في بيتك. لكن في ناس ما عندهم this culture. They will go everywhere. They will go. Their culture is to go and beat people and steal from them and capture, rape their women and all these things. So this is why I think that, if people like that, you tell them to go home, or you tell them not to do this to you, they will see it as an insult. Then the other thing, because I'm just going to talk something which has not been said before, otherwise we'll be repeating ourselves. The other thing which I have been thinking about is the fact that, apart from culture, people have got this type of nasty revenge in them. As a people, if you are forgiving, like Equatorians, we are forgiving. يعني كان في مشكلة ناس بيجي بيقعدوا تحت برجلهم، لكن في ناس تاني مشكلة بتاعهم if somebody dies here, then other people have got to die before we say anything, regardless of who was mistaken, who has done the problem. For example, now, if my son goes and steals from somebody, if he gets killed there, then I will go and kill. I don't care whether he has done the wrong thing or the right thing. I don't listen to anybody, I just do it. So this is the difference. And this is why we Equatorians, we don't understand. And that's why they cannot understand us as well. they do not understand the fact that, they think that they are born to rule, and they have got to find people to rule them. It's just like a parasite, there are parasitic organisms, or even animals or whatever, or plants. What they do, they have got to wrap themselves around a host. They have got to get into a host to survive. So this is a type of culture, or a type of nature which God has given, unfortunately, to some people. يعني في ناس كده انت بتشوفهم, they're always doing fraud, ما تعرف شنو. They like taking people's things, possessions, and so they don't feel bad about it. So this is one of the things as Equatorians we have to, and of course when I'm generalizing like that, I don't mean all of them. And also the fact that we are all intertwined with all these tribes across the board. For me, I am like a United Nation. I've got all the 64 tribes in me. So what we have got to bear in mind is that we have got to ask ourselves this question. As Equatorians, was Kokora bad for us? It wasn't. It wasn't. There was peace in Juba. Somebody was saying that there were tribes who were seen as taking over, from the Dinka. For me, I was an adult at that time. I wasn't a child, so I knew what was happening. And I don't think, because it was all the people were there, all the tribes were there in parliament, were represented. Everything was as it is. It's just the people who are Idarin, Musho, they were working. My dad comes from Tombora, but he was given a post in Yambio Hospital, and he went there, and he worked till he died. So it was good because he developed the people in our area. So I didn't see anything bad in that. And the other thing which I think Al-Hajj has said, and it was, if you are unhappy about Kokora, do you have to bear arms and to start killing your own people? Because the SPL started very badly by killing, started in the Dinka land itself, by killing people, raping and burning their huts and so on, and taking their food and all these things. Is it worth it? Because now this is now the culture and the norm. So I will stop here, and I will just leave these questions to my fellow Equatorians, whether Kokora was bad for us. It wasn't, I think. It was good. It was peaceful. Equatoria was peaceful for the first time. And then also the other question is that, what shall we do as Equatorians? Something that will be good for our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alma. I'll go ahead and give the mic to Brother Mohammed. Do you have any last remark before I go to Brother Tito?
Yeah, I think I just one of the remarks that I just want to note what Dr. Al-Hajj was saying regarding about the service deliberation and the policy exactly of the Kokora. Even though there is a misunderstanding of us that the policy of the division actually is supposed to be producing this policy of service delivery, because the division policy as a whole was given to Southern Sudan as a tool for development, and the tool to go and develop your own place. It was not even a tool for us to hit each other, even though there was the anger that is presented to other ethnic groups within the Southern Sudan before the division. Yet, in my own opinion, I thought that Kokora was one of the most effective tools that is supposed to give the Southerners to think out of the box, to go and develop their own place. But some of the hurdles that have been pointed out by Dr. Hyde, that even though we were given this policy of Kokora, yet the Northerners were making the financial decisions for us. The Southerners were not even having a way to go out to outside the world to sign agreement for development or bring even maybe investors to their region. And that is part of it, that we believe that if so, the question that I asked myself, what do I learn from it now? Even though today, if you were to say Southern Sudan should be divided into regions, and these regions should be autonomy or can be divided in a country, what will be other policies that we learn from the previous one that we can be able to learn from, so that we cannot repeat the same mistake again? And for term of whether or not people of Southern Sudan today, other people don't celebrate Kokora, yes, indeed it seems like derogatory word because of failure of other reasons that they never, even the little resources that they have, they never invest in their region. As a result, Juba is looked at as the focal point of development up to date. That gives us the current situation that everybody talking about Juba, because of little buildings that were left behind. And one thing that I noticed, there was one gentleman that was our neighbor back during the Kokora time. I was younger at the time. When he was leaving, he sold his house. But what he did was all his shares that he had, he put in, he piled them out and then he burned them instead of giving it out to the neighbors to use them. But he burned all the belongings that he couldn't carry. And I believe that the guy was from Kokora, who was working in the Ministry of Finance, close to our store. And I knew that then that indeed, even though this policy was supposed to be effective for development in our regions, yet some people might have taken it in one negative way, that why should I have been kicked out of my own place where I built and stay on it for years, and now I have been uprooted out because of this policy. Then therefore, this message of anger that they come to is being preached to their children and grandchildren. Up to today, we are receiving this hatred that it is egalitarian form, that is egalitarian architect of Kokora, that the desire of the entire Southern Sudan is to go and develop their own place. And for this, what we learn out of it is that we should be more vigilant whenever we talk about policy and politics that are not effective. And then we should be able to point out exactly what do we want as a region, what do we want as a country, rather than we have the rhetoric sometimes of even trying to slang each other on political, to score the political point, but yet we are missing really the target.
Can he summarize, please? Thank you.
What happened then, what you learn out of it, and then where we are going now.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be the conversation that the Kokora has taught us. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and all the panels. It was a great discussion, and I'm happy that I can be able now to listen and put my input in it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Mohammed. So I'll go ahead and Brother Tito, Mr. Tito, are you available at the moment? I'm guessing not, so I'll go ahead and give the mic to Ustaz Daniel. Ustaz Daniel, are you available?
Yes, I'm available.
I'll go ahead and give you the mic and have you answer the questions that Brother Mujasib has raised.
Thank you once again for the opportunity, and thank you for all the panelists that are there, and thank you for their answers. To answer the questions that Mujasib answered, I will try to do it like in a simple way. أنا بحاول يعني كده ما لخبط عربي تنا البسيطة بإنجليزي عشان شنو الكلام ده بيكون واضح للناس. بالنسبة لسؤال نمرة واحد، قال لي يعني كيف كوكورا حصل؟ كلموا لي باقي ناس كده مروح في محلاتهم، الناس أبا نايل ولتا ويسترن بحر غزال، وليه ناس في استوائية مرة في محلاتهم؟ ليه؟ طبعا نمرة واحد يا جماعة يعني أنك نقول كلام ده we don't have a hatred against anybody really. يعني some of us actually lived during the time of the regional government. يعني مدرسين تاعنا كان من كل المناطق ده، جيران تاعنا من كل القبائل التانيين، وما فيه ناس ذاته من شمال السودان. And there is intermarriage. So عشان كده when we are talking about these things يا جماعة ما قال المقصود منه يعني بالناس لكن يعني we want to try إحنا عايزين نجيب حل لمشاكل بتاعنا في استوائية مشاكل جنوب السودان. النهارده كان في استقرار في استوائية هيكون في استقرار في شنو في جنوب السودان ككل. كان ما في استقرار في استوائية يا جماعة عشان كده تبقى مشاكل في جنوب السودان. فواحد من الناس هو واحد من كوكس بتاعتي كان يعني إن شغالين سوا فهو من جنوب هو قال لي يا ديفيد دانيال ليه يعني مشاكل في المحلات بتاعنا مثلا في جنوب ليه في أبا نايل يعني كتير وعندكم في إيكواتوريا ما في مشاكل ليه؟ وأنا قلت طبعا يعني two reasons. Number one يعني الفكرة بتاعنا اللي كان إحنا بنعمل مشاكل فوقه it has been solved already. Our grandparents يعني هم develop طريقة كيف هم بيحلوا مشاكل بطريقة سلمية. دي نمرة واحد. نمرة اثنين كمان يعني إننا intermarriages كتير في قبائل تنة استوائية. عشان كده طبعا إننا بشكل عام يعني إن لمنا يعني كناس واحد رغم إن يعني في تقريبا 34 قبيلة في استوائية لكن نتيجة لقوات بالسلام نتيجة لناس زوج مع بعض نتيجة إن ناس دير يعني بروموت نفسها تمن في حاجات الديفلوبمنت وقوات الكويس عشان كده ما عندنا مشاكل. جواب لسؤال نمرة واحد الناس ما كلموا لي ناس من محلات إيكواتوريا كان في جوبا تجربة في محلات كمان لأن already يعني في كان existing relationships كان يعني ماشي بين الناس في intermarriages وفي agreement يعني الناس كله بيأجري مع بعض. أنت شفتها؟ عشان كده في زمن ده if I followed it يعني carefully في زمن ده الناس كان أجري عليك طالما إن كلنا من استوائية all our expertise are needed wherever we are. أنت ذات من Central Equatoria expertise تك is needed in Western Equatoria أنت بتشتغل هناك ما في مشكلة. يعني أنت كمان من Central Equatoria expertise تك دايرو في Eastern Equatoria and vice versa ما في مشكلة كان في زمن. في سؤال تاني ناس باسدو تيب وليه عرب مروة؟ يا عرب ليه جن في جوبا لحد زمن ده؟ ما الواضح يا جماعة يعني تبعين حال في كان سياسات aggression من Arabs towards like the local population. حال هم كان يجردوا يعني أراضي الناس بدون حال هم كان يجوا يعني قرا يعني قتلوا ناس كده بدون سبب كده أو في ريبين للنسوان وحاجات بشكل حاجات دلما فأنا هرجع الزول تاني يجيني معي في سلام حتى من قبائل الأبا نايل وكده ده في كان القاعد هناك قلت كان قاعد بسلام يعني حقيقة ما في زول ذاته دير طول بيت only ناس اللي كان عامل مشكلة أي شنو وناس الموظفين بالذات في حكومة يحصلوا كده مرافق معاك. فعشان كده أنا لازم برجع في نقطة الجنراليزيشن ده كده ما عملوا جنراليزيشن. ناس اللي بيحببوا مشاكل الإني يعني استوائيين بيكره ناس مثلا الناس الجامع أبا نايل ولا من بارغزال بالذات ناس القبائل النيلية ده كلام ده كله بيجي من الإليت ناس الإليت لأن هم شايفين شنو فقط شنو برستيج بتاعهم والطريقة الوحيدة اللي هم بقدر يعني هو يعني من استوائية المشكلة إني هم بيخلق فتنة جواتهم عشان كده هم بيقى خلقوا آية إن شنو يعني ناس استوائيين بيكرههم واستوائيين ما دايرينهم وبقى هم بقى حببوا في موجود كوكورا أنت شفت ودي بقى الناس اللي كان بقى كون شنو الحركة الشعبية لكن كان تاني باقي ناس قاعدوا في السلام لحد شنو في فكرة الشكل دي كله لحد شنو CPA جاء حقيقة. فعشان كده يعني إن كناس من استوائية we have to be very careful يعني البروباغندا دي جاية من وين؟ هو جاية من ناس الإليت وناس تانيين ياسا جسموا إن هم شنو يعني JCE لأن دي ناس اللي كان جت متع بكل السلطات الموجودة بيجيبها في زمن ده وهم تقريبا نفس الناس اللي حصل رجع قريش وهم قاعدين يستمتعوا بنفس الحاجة. بمعنى يعني no difference really. بمعنى هم كان مشوا وهم رجعوا. وزمان كنا يعني طلبة كمان في مصر يعني زمن ده خلاص يعني اسبلا متى شفت شهر 6 ده وشهر مهم جدا. كان يوم 6 شهر 6 سنة 1900 تقريبا 91 اسبلم كمان حاول جاء عشان كان يشيل جوبا في حوادث جوبا قريب ده سيلبريتد يعني قتلوا دفعات وكده. في كان بعض منهم من مناطق بتاعت جوبا بالذات عندنا في مصر هم طلبة زمن خلاص زمن ده اسبل بقى جاي قريب لجوبا وناس كمان في زمن ده يعني بيقولوا عملوا بيس اجريمنت في اديس ابابا تاني بطريقه رسمي كده قول لنا قال يا اخي ليه حصل ده عملوا سلام مش كنترول هيومن بقوه لازم هم كمان شنو بقوه سو بمعنى شنو الناس الاليت دول حبوا سنتمنت بتاع سنتمنت بتاع الكراهيه ده بيقولوا حتى الشباب الجامعات شفتها ويا طلبة المدارس زي ما كان في ناس كان قالوا في المرة اللي فاتت إني يعني زرعوا لهم يعني حقد ده والكراهية ده في مدارس مدارس زي رومبيك وكده واللوكل. أنا متذكر إننا كان أخواننا الكبار اللي كان بيجي من رومبيك طبعا هم قاعدين جاهزين هناك يعني قال بكرة قدم يا جماعة بسكين في السلطة أنت بتصدق الكلام ده بمعنى you're ready يعني to defend yourself at any time. So عشان كده أنا بشوف إني يعني الدعاية كلها قاموا بتاع decentralization وكده ولا كوكورا ده بيجي من الناس المستفيدين في زمن ده وهم يعني نفس الناس المستفيدين في وقت الحالي. So عشان كده people really don't need to really feel bad when these things are happening. It's just from self-interest people. We actually need to explain this to the general public مثلا من قبائل تنوير تدين to know that يعني Equatorians ما عندهم مشكلة with any person really who comes from any. As long as you are living peacefully with تشيل الخطوات القانونية to acquire things والله ما بيصير بيكون عنده مشكلة. not at all. المشكلة بتاعنا هنا والخلاف بتيجي إني if you want to impose it on us, if you are mistreating people, if you are mistreating innocent people, if you are bringing your livestock to destroy economy منطقة how can these people survive? ده هو الكلام اللي بيجيب point of departure. لكن غير كده يا جماعة ما أظن يعني زول تاني غير طول زول تاني وبالذات في استوائية we always live in peaceful coexistence. عشان كده there was no point for the other people to go to their regions. وفي agreement حتى في زمن اللي كان قسموه يعني قريب ده زمن الرئيس قسم جنوب السودان ل 28 ولاية وبعد ذلك 32 ولاية ناس استوائية هم بنفسهم. This is from a concrete evidence لأن كان احنا ناقشنا الموضوع بتاع ولايات ده يعني communities. فناس استوائية كلها قريبة رغم إن في فعلا تقسيم جنوب السودان لولايات 28 و 32 لكن إحنا ناس استوائية ما نقسم بعض. زول كان من مثلا ايسترن ايكوتوريا شغال في ويسترن ايكوتوريا طالما هو بيخدم خدمة هناك let him continue let her continue. نفس الشيء مع ناس السنترال ايكوتوريا كانوا في east let them continue to do their business as usual. The same thing with those who are in the east and like I said vice versa. نجي في السؤال الثاني ليه ناس زعلانين؟ ناس زعلانين طبعا the privileges are taken away and it's not only privileges are taken away لكن كان ودي لناس فرصة إن let them go and develop their regions, let them go and develop their places and so on. ما حسب في وقت الحالي موس قسموا ناس لسه لنفس الولايات and في Eastern Equatoria people went there and erected their parliament buildings and so on. Same thing مثلا في وراف ومحلات الكل. So really it is about the political will and about the way how you look at it. شفتها؟ That is in short. حتى يعني أنا بشوف إني في موضوع بتاع العاصمة ده جرى جهة تانية لجوبا ده يعني في زمن بتاع SPLM يعني أنا متذكر يعني هم convinced إني يعني فعلا politics بتاع decentralization ده is working عشان كده هم كان بقى ما دار يرجعوا العاصمة ده لجوبا ذاته. They were convinced that the عاصمة جنوب السودان قرروا دي وين في رومبيك وبعد ذلك بيحولوا لرامشل. They were convinced beyond any reasonable doubt, to be honest. فكان عملوا مؤتمر كبير في رومبيك في زمن ده. الدونس أنا هنا بلوم دونس وبعد الاستوائيين. CPA جاي ينفذوه خلاص. بقى الدونس قال يا جماعة where is your capital going to be? Your capital city. Rumbek cannot sustain the status of capital city. And Ramshell isn't built yet. So عشان احنا الدونس بودي لتا كنقروش وده from an eyewitness يا جماعة ده الكلمة لتا الكلام eyewitness الكان هنا because I asked him that question and I challenged him why قال دونس قال يا أخي the only place that in the semblance of infrastructure they have in Juba جوبا عنده مطار، عنده some offices اللي يعني دونس بقدر بدا شغل توم من فوقه، وممكن يعني عاصمة البلد بدا من هنا لحد بعدين كان بنورا مشان كده بعد ذاك يجي حوالي رواو خلاص الاستوائيين. اوكي this is the deal, would you agree؟ قدام الاجتماع الإكواتوريين اللي هناك كان قالوا لا، موضوع العاصمة ده كان جاب لنا مشكلة. So if we do it again, that means it's a repeat. هم رفضوا حقيقة. يا بقى في زمن ده عملوا بريك، فيا دونس دي جا لناس من بحر غزال من أبا نايل إذا الليدرز بتاعت إسبري قال لهم شوفوا وأنتم الاستوائيين هسه رفضوا الكلام ده. And then يعني برفضهم لتحويل العاصمة لجوبا، يعني التطبيق بتاع الاتفاقية بتاعت CPA دي يعني ما هيتم حسب ما أفريقيا يكون. فالفيل انتوا امشوا كلموا اخوانكم في استوائيين يعني هم يعني كده موافق اني عاصمة دي لوين؟ لجوبا. So بعد ذاك طبعا يبقى في lobbying and arm twisting and كده وكده وكده وكده. في النهاية بقي استوائيين حقيقة based on the eyewitness وزول له من جوبا حقيقة eyewitness جبلة البحر. قال بقي استوائيين الكل كان من east ولا west قال يا جماعة حقيقة طبعا ده بيجي موضوع بتاع art in the land belongs to the community. The community should really now decide موضوع ده إن بيجيبوا عاصمة ده بيجيبوا ولا لا، لأن CPA الكلام ده is stipulated clearly. فحسب على معلومة اللي أنا عنده إن شنو يعني it is not really the whole Bari community that agree for the عاصمة to be brought back to Juba. في بس أفراد من منطقة جوبا ده وما agree, and at the end of the day they are the ones who say yeah the capital should be brought. فطبعا بوجود عاصمة طبعا ناس جوبا ده يعني هو عاصمة انتقالية حقيقة. Let people not be fooled that Juba is actually the capital of South Sudan. Juba is just a transitional capital. على أساس إن كان بقى في استقرار وتم إنشاء عاصمة جديدة، إن العاصمة دي كان يرحلوا لوين العاصمة الجديدة ده. So يعني the point that I'm trying to say here إن يعني ناس شاف إن في جوبا في privileges. That is why people are flocking back to Juba. لو قلنا مثلا كان بس يعني موظفين القجات دير شؤون بتاعت الدولة يا قجات تيك، شنو بقى بيجيبوا the whole villages يجي بجوبا، يجيبوا the whole يعني cattle camps بيجي بيعمل تأسيس للكامبس بتاعهم حول جوبا كده مناطق تانية. بالتالي you can see that in the politics with that domination there لسه في it came at an opportune time. And that's why يعني ناس هسه جنوب السودان تحديد ناس استوائية are paying the consequences. So عشان كده يعني ناس كان طلعوا من جوبا زعلانين. They left Juba with anger, they came in vengeance. ده حاجة اللي يكون واضح قدام الناس because if it's not so هو النتيجة باين قدامنا. So we're not trying to fund any hatred here. I think the point we're trying to drive home is that we need to look at these topics and issues critically, and we need to try to find ways of how to solve it. Within the region, and within the region of South Sudan. لأن كان إحنا قدرنا نحل المشاكل دي بيجيب الاستقرار لكل شنو جنوب السودان. فأنا كده أقول كده يعني the SPLA actually came as a result of the answer to the third question. The SPLA came as a result of the decentralization policy. I think based on كتاب بتاع قبل اليار هنا let me read مكتوب بعربي maybe مجاسم بعدين بترجمه يعني في اللغة البسيطة. ده بس مقطع. It is an excerpt in the translation on page 249. This is what it says. I'll read it quickly. وأثرت هذه القرارات على مؤسسة الخدمة المدنية كما أثرت على القطاع الخاص في الإقليم الجنوبي بانتقال كثيرين من المواطنين من مكان إلى آخر، وأسحقت أرواح كثيرة في عملية التنفيذ. وإن انتقلت أو اقتلعت، اسمع الكلمة دي، اقتلعت الأسر من مساكنها وأماكن عملها ورحلت إلى أقاليمها. ده ما بس يعني قال يعني رحلوا ناس من إيكواتوريا للأبانايل والبحر غزال، لكن كمان فايس فاسا across South Sudan. تم هذا كله في الذروة موسم الأمطار الذي يمتد من يونيو إلى سبتمبر، واضطر بعض النسوة الحمل من ناس النسوان الحاملات والرضع حملهم تحت الأشجار، بمعنى هم ولدوا تحت أشجار أو قعدوا تحت أشجار، وأثناء هطول الأمطار وهم ينتظرون الترحيل إلى مواطن أزواجهم الجديدة بعد أن أرغمتهم السلطات الجديدة في الأقاليم، ما إقليم واحد. They mean these new provinces في الأقاليم على إخلاء منازل الحكومة. وأثار مثل هذه التصرفات وانعكاساتها الاجتماعية السيئة لآثار بتاعه لا يمكن نسيانها بيسر. اسمع كلمة دي، لا يمكن نسيانها بيسر. You cannot forget this easily. ولا تسهيحها إلا بمضي الوقت. وأنا بضيف يعني ما مضي الوقت، لكن كمان بمجهودات فعالة لحل المشاكل. فبالتالي يعني بيس من كلام ده طبعا يعني في resentment هناك already، في ناس طالعين من هناك زعلانين يعني. And then some of those زي ما بعض الإخوة قبل قالوا هم بدأوا شكلوا نوابغ شنو الحركة الشعبية لتحرير السودان. نشوف النقطة الثانية دي في كتاب بتاع نفسه دكتور جون جرين، واحد من المحدثين قال اللي هو The Call for Democracy in Sudan by John Geren, edited by and introduced by Mansour Khalid. ده في خطبته نمرة 2 speech by John Geren 22nd March 1985. ده كلام اللي هو قال هنا. Why did the SPLA come? I'm going to read the number 4 and number 5. ده في آية بتاعهم هناك تقريبا مانيفستو بتاعهم. هو بيقول يعني نقاط بتاعته كلام نمرة 4 بيقول كده: We stand for a genuine, autonomous or federal government for the various regions of the Sudan, a form of regionalism that will enable the masses, not the regional elites, to exercise real power for economic and social development and the promotion of development in their cultures. ده ما زي وجه أكيد شنو يعني مربط الجزر له يعني جابوه في شنو في decentralization. It is clear. If you go to number 5 هو كمان قال كده: We are committed to a radical restructuring of the power of the central government in a manner that will end once and for all the monopoly of power by any group of self-seeking individuals, whatever their background, whether they came in the uniform of political parties, family dynasties, religious sects, or army officers. بقى هناك وكمان قال شنو في number 8: We are dedicated to the eradication of tribalism, sectionalism, and provincialism, which have of late been fanned by the regime and other self-seeking politicians to divide and weaken the Sudanese struggle. أنت شفت يعني you can judge for yourself يعني. There is an attitude of resentment in those and by inferences. They usually say the details or the devil is in the detail. If you look at all these things combined, there is a resentment there to the decentralized system of government. فعشان كده to conclude, I would just say this. إني يا جماعة, in the end of the day, يعني شنو South Sudan and Equatoria in particular is in search of a system of governance that will really safeguard their freedom, safeguard their development, safeguard their economic prosperity, safeguard everything that they see dear to them. But if they're able to put their house together, that is what will put the house of South Sudan in order. شفت لأن يعني أنت شفت يعني حقيقة يعني زمان كان بيقولوا إن كان في مشكلة في استوائية، قال يعني بشير كان بيسيب الصداع. بمعنى شنو يعني today نتيجة لvegetation to Equatorial and all of this jungles there. If there is a war in Equatorial, it is very difficult to put away. So the only thing is to seek a peaceful solution. وسولوشنز السلام بيجي كيف في إيكواتوريا بيجي إني كان ناس استوائيين يتكاتفوا مع بعض وهم شايف إني المصلحة العليا بتاعهم وين. لأن حقيقة let's not mislead ourselves في جنوب السودان. في جنوب السودان المجتمعات مبنية على أساس قبلية جدا، بالذات المجتمعات في شنو في Upper Nile وكده. وهم هناك they always fight for dominance, whether this is political dominance or resource dominance. وده نفس الكالتشر اللي هسه انتقل لشنو لبعض مناطق في جنوب السودان. هم ما قاعدين حقيقة لحاجة اسمها.
Anyway, yeah. Thank you.
في أدلة كتير شفناه وقالوا ذات especially among the influential figures اللي هسه موجود في حكومة جنوب السودان. So therefore الناس في كل جنوب السودان بما فيه الاستوائية ناس يشوفون المصالح العليا بتاعهم وين في إطار القطر الواحد and then they start pursuing it from there. Otherwise الناس ما عملوا كده there will be perpetual problem والمشكلة بتاعت حكم ده بيكون عقبة في رقبة بتاع كل الجنوبيين. عشان كده أنا بشكركم وأنا بتمنى إني people will look at these issues objectively and then they see how they can best serve themselves in the context of their region and in the context of South Sudan. وأنا بشوف إن النهاردة if Equatorial is able to promote their image in a positive way as people who will actually seek solutions to the problems in their region and to the problems of South Sudan, I think that will give them this political strength that they used to actually enjoy before now. So عشان كده أنا بشكر كل moderators PAM وجاسف. Really thank you for giving me the opportunity to express through research and through experiences what had taken place during that time and what is taking place in South Sudan right now. So I'm a very optimistic person. I hope that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. It only needs us to work together across the board in Equatoria and in Sudan. Shukran jazilan.
Thank you, Ustaz Daniel, for such informative conclusion. But I see Dr. Hakim open his mic. Dr. Hakim, if you have something to say, I'll give you 2 minutes.
Yeah, just a very, very quick one. I know you may not need to answer this question, but do you see that Equatoria now, do you see that there's hope that Equatoria will address itself to this question about getting its house in order and also looking at the bigger picture of South Sudan? Are you optimistic that this is happening, or what do you think? And I think the question really is about what's the next action from your perspective? What do you see is the way forward? So you don't have to answer it, but you can reach out. There are many people who are interested in the subject of Equatorians working together, precisely because this is a major issue for all of us as Equatorians. Thank you. Yeah.
I can answer it, no problem.
I think, Ustaz Daniel, the answer of this question will be in part 3 regarding to what Hakim raised. Would like to go systematic because, would like to follow things so that we can order things that the way forward, what Kokora brings us as Equatorians, and to see that if it was the solution for us and how we can put it in order and we go back to put our house in order. Dr. Hakim, regarding to what you ask, and I respect your questions, can we reserve it for the part 3, please, so that we can discuss it more lightly, because we don't have enough time, if you don't mind.
I don't mind. I didn't want him to answer it, but I was thinking that we could have a discussion about it even outside of this forum,
and that's the subject that I'm interested in. But he doesn't have to answer this question.
Yeah.
Public at this point in time. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll have that for the next, part 3, which will show us many questions about this, issues that what Dr. Hakim raised. So thank you for that. But sorry for our sister Pam. I just sent her because I was, follow up to put things in order so that we don't mix things, because really our mind is very tired and we cannot even put things in order if we go here and there. So Pam, can you go ahead? Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Mujasif. I think Ustaz Tito is still not available at the moment, so I'll go ahead and
I'm available.
Okay, go ahead, Ustaz Tito. You can conclude.
If I want to skip me, then I've been busy. I told you last time, Saturday actually is not a good day for me because I've been working since morning. Anyway, since I didn't actually participate with anything, I don't have anything to say, rather than just to thank all of you. It has been a long hours. We had various discussions, and hopefully the next discussion, if it is on Tuesday, like this week, so I'll be able to prepare myself and then participate effectively to give some input. Thank you very much for the time. Once again, I apologize for the inconvenience. I wasn't able to contribute as expected, but sometimes things happen. أنا بشكركم كلكم، بشكر الضيوف الكرام والمتحدثين القاعدة تحت for almost 6 hours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sasito, and I will give the mic to Brother Mujasif or Brother Sabata to conclude.
Yeah, we don't have much to say, but I would just like to give some remarks here and there so that Dr. Hakim and Dr. Al-Haj and Tito and Daniel as well as Sabata, they can follow up to prepare themselves on Tuesday, that if you have time to come and discuss that on Tuesday. Normally it will be 8 p.m. Paris local time. It will not be more 6 o'clock anymore like today. That we go forward to see or to go and Tito كانت جيت عملت لنا شوية خلفية بسيطة عن يعني the root causes اللي خلى إنه نحن كيف جينا وصلنا في موضوع بتاعت الكوكورا بجهة تانية. ونحن دارين ممكن دكتور حكيم برضه نحاول بقدر المستطاع برضه تشوف لنا حل إنه الكوكورا دي يعني كانت بالنسبة لنا مشكلة كجذور بتاعت المشكلة اللي خلى إنه ال SPLM بقى يمشي. وهل كوكورا هيكون the way forward for us as the result as Equatorian that to follow up and to go further for it, because I think it seemed to be a problem for some people, but for the Equatorians it seems to us a good way to go forward. والكلام ده لو انت لاحظت في الكلام الاخير قاله استاذ دانيال، الكلام بتاع الدكتور الراحل جون جرن فيه نوع من النقد الذاتي، كون انه يقول هيجيب مشاكل بتاع التفرقه والعنانيه والقبليه والسكتريزم وبتاع، وفي حديثه ثاني بيقول انه نحن نرجع المدن الى القرى يعني. فدي كلها حاجات نحن نخطها في الاعتبار عشان نناقش الدور الجاي. ده مهم. انا بحاول اعمل note and then I will send to you all of you so that you can prepare yourself for this discussion and the debate. That is one. And secondly, would like to go further also for the agreement of 1972 to see that, because I see some of you they don't agree and some of you they agree. So that can you put the points that why you don't agree on those the agreements, which point that you see that you don't agree and what points you see that you agree, so that we can come and debate on that. So this is the 2 sessions that will come to discuss it on Tuesday. It will be part 3. Brother Sabata, if you have something to add in 2 minutes, and then I give for chance for Sister Pam also to give Brother Tito, Brother Daniel, and Brother Hakim, and Brother Al-Hajj, and I respect all your titles as well. Thank you. Sabat, are you there? After microphone without Yahweh. Sagat Azin Blue microphone Fateh.
Aywa, thank you very much, Brother Mujasif. I don't have much to say. All I want to say is just thank you very much for giving us the chance to come and discuss this topic again. I hope that whatever we are discussing out here is creating impact on somebody else out there who is listening, getting kind of the background of what has been happening throughout the time in the past, and kind of puzzling up the picture, actually who is the problem that has made us to come to where we are today. And I hope as we continue to discuss these kind of issues, it will give us a very clear picture on how to move forward, strategize better, and tactfully do what kind of campaign to mobilize our youth and our people out there, so that we will come in solidarity and design a way forward that is feasible, that can be achieved to rescue our situation and prevent what is called extinction or ethnocide from our communities. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Sabat. I just forgot. I think they already conclude as I see, but I forget because I'm really very tired. It's 6 hours 26 minutes. All of you that are tired, even those who are speaking out here and there, that are tired. أنا كلنا تعبانين، لكن أنا أول حاجة بشكركم جزيل الشكر. نشكر دكتور الحاج بول، نشكر أستاذ تيتو، نشكر أستاذ دانيال، نشكر أستاذ كان معنا تقريبا لالاكو لكن هو ما يتكلم، ونشكر فيليب، ونشكر كمان دكتور حكيم داريو، ونشكر الدكتورة ألما، وتقريبا ما أعرف مين كان، أنا لو نسيتكم معلش، لوريد، yes as well, and then the rest of the people, those who down, those who are listening in the clubhouse, and also those who are with us in the Facebook and also in YouTube. Then I will send the microphone to Sister Pam also to give thanks for the rest, and would like to send our apology from our team that if you said something that don't make you happy, we are sorry, we don't mean it, and we don't even know that if you have any personal issue with you, but it's just a matter of putting things in order. So thank you very much, and God bless you, and have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. Sister Pam also can give thanks for on the behalf of the team, and I apologize as well for those who are in the clubhouse. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Mujasef. I would like to thank all the viewers, people who are been here with us from the beginning until now. And also I wanted to thank all the guest speakers, Dr. Hakim, Dr. Al-Haj, Dr. Alma, Brother Mohammed, and Ustaz Tito, Ustaz Daniel, and so on. We'll come back on Tuesday for part 3 of this in remembering in honor of Kokora, and I hope you guys will be with us. And as Brother Mujassi said, if we have offended anyone during this show, we would like to apologize, because we are human. We are bound to make mistakes, but we are not too big to apologize. Everyone have a good day, good evening, good afternoon, good night, or good morning, wherever you are watching or listening from. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice weekend.
Thank you, everybody in the clubhouse. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all of you. Can Fizol Darius Magona with Fanan Mahmoud Abdulaziz, then will be with us, Medina Juba, and then we'll end the show. Thank you very much.
I was waiting for you to sing again.
Me to sing?
Like last time, no, put the music on.
Can I just do very quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I really want to register my congratulations to both of you for your excellent moderation. Your experience have provided a safe environment for people to discuss honestly and freely, which is a rare thing in our community. So I want you all to stay blessed. Till next time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Haj.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Haj, for giving us that.
You can sing now.
Shukran, Dr. Al-Haj. Adetna do bura jadid, nadi do bura le pam wale sabata wale nafsiana wale tima shagal fi barnawi. Shukran katir. Yalla nasma غنى بتاعت في مدينة جوبا وبعدك إن شاء الله نقفل الشو ونتقابل إن شاء الله يوم الثلاثاء في حوار آخر بنقاش آخر جميل، ونحن إخوة وأخوات من أجل معرفة الحقائق السياسية والاجتماعية في جنوب السودان، بداية ببرنامج بتاع كوكورا. ونحن نعتز بكوكورا ونحتفل بكوكورا، وإن شاء الله كوكورا يكون the way forward even though في كان تحفظات. شكرا. هيكون الساعة 8 باريس لوكال تايم. بالنسبة للناس اللي في بريطانيا هيكون الساعة 7. شكرا.
سلامو بتاعكم ناس في أرضنا برا سلام بتاعتكم ناس في كل المدينة جوا أجمل مدينة يا ربي حبيبي لقيته يوفي موقفي مشينا سوا نصلى يقلي حبيبي لقيته يوفي موقفي مشينا سوا نصلى يقلي المدينة يوم أجمل المدينة يا ربي فرد وجيها حبيبي لقيته يوم في موقفي مشينا سوا لصلاة يقول حبيبي لقيته يوم في موقفي مشينا سوا لصلاة يقول ونلعب سوا
سوا سوا سوا
ونونس سوا
سوا سوا سوا
ونلعب سوا
سوا سوا سوا
يوم عليك جنوني
سوا سوا سوا
سوا سوا سوا
سوا سوا سوا
سوا سوا
سوا سوا سوا
سوا سوا سوا
سوا سوا سوا
سوا سوا سوا
سوا سوا سوا
ونلعب سوا
سوا سوا سوا
ونونس سوا
سوا سوا سوا سوا سوا سوا سوا سوا سوا سوا سوا سوا سوا سوا سوا شكرا جزيلا وربنا يحييكم ويديكم الصحة والعافية لكل الإخوة والأساتذة والدكاترة الموجودين معنا، وإن شاء الله نشوف جنوب السودان فيه سلام وحب ووئام، وإن شاء الله نلتقيكم في زمن آخر في الأسبوع القادم لنقاش سياسي آخر ونقاش سياسي كمان محب لكلمة الوطنية. ده ما يهمنا الأمر، لكن نحن ما عندنا ذنب مع أي شخص. همنا الأكبر هو توصيل رسالة المطلوب وصوله للشعب الجنوبي، وهو يقرر لنفسه ماذا يريد في المستقبل. فإلى اللقاء وكونوا دائما في أمانة الله. معكم أخوكم مجازف سبتلانتي، مقدم برنامج ساوث سودان is not a cup of tea، وأخوتنا كمان بام هي موجودة معنا في التيم، وأخونا سباتا وكل الإخوة والزملاء الموجودين معنا، ودائما كونوا في أمانة الله. مع السلامة. باي. Pam, I think you can end the room if you would like to say thank you for you and all the rest. Thank you. Bye-bye.